PMSL SEA Fall, and I'm gonna be your host for today. I'm Wendy, by the way. And joining me on stage, we have Zero from MORPH team. Hi, Zero.
Hi.
Hi. So, Zero, this is your first time playing in week 3, right? And I wanna know, what did you think of the teams that played yesterday?
Ya, jadi Zero ini kan hari pertama kalian main di minggu ini. Nah, gimana pendapat kamu soal performa tim-tim kemarin yang main di hari pertama?
Buat performa tim yang di hari pertama sih ya konsisten itu aja sih.
Yeah, for the teams that play in the first day, they're just being consistent and steady.
I don't know, like, were there any teams that surprised you or played unexpected well yesterday?
Ada tim yang di luar ekspektasi kamu nggak, performanya kemarin mainnya bagus banget gitu?
Nggak ada sih, sejauh ini sama semua sesuai prediksi.
None, they all play just like as I predicted and what I expected.
And how about VPE? Because yesterday they played so well, Zero.
Gimana kalau Vampire? Mereka kemarin mainnya bagus banget loh.
Ya di week 2 juga dia sama juga performanya masih stabil di atas juga kan. Jadi ya prediksinya masih sama aja sih.
Yeah, it's still the same because in week 2 they play really well, so it's still on my expectation.
Alright, so let's talk about your team, Zero, MORPH team. Compared to last season, your team this season have a very big improvement. And what do you think is the main reason for this improvement?
Nah ya, soal tim kalian, timnya MORPH di musim ini performa kalian tuh benar-benar menanjak parah daripada performa kalian di musim sebelumnya. Kira-kira apa faktor utama kalian bisa jadi berkembang banget permainannya?
Dari faktor utama sih paling kita kayak nyoba ubah-ubah roster kan. Nah, yang kedua mungkin kita ubah dari segi pola latihan kita, lebih keras aja sih buat season ini.
Yeah, the main factors are that we keep on trying our rosters, we keep on switching our players, and as well we upgrade our practice schedule. We are more harsh on ourselves this week, this season, sorry.
Yes, and which one is harder, this season or last season, Zero?
Jadi yang lebih susah itu musim ini atau musim lalu?
Sebenarnya season ini sih.
It was supposed to be this season. It's harder.
Because every team like have improved a lot, right, Zero? And next, is there any areas that you guys still wants to improve despite the success in week 2?
Ada yang kalian masih mau kembangin lagi nggak meskipun kalian udah main bagus banget di minggu kedua?
Paling dari individual masing-masing aja sih. Kita kan lebih banyak mistake individual dibanding kayak strategi dan lain-lain itu.
Yeah, it's more on our individual performance because we do a lot of individual mistakes. So we will keep on trying to improve our individual performances.
And I hope everything like goes smoothly for you for today matches for MORPH team. And speaking for the grand final, because your Super Sunday points is really high, 76.0, I want to know what will be your main focus to ensure that this upward trajectory continues.
Ya, untuk grand final kan kalian poin Super Sunday ini udah tinggi banget ya, 76. Nah, apa yang bakal kalian fokusin biar bisa jadi tetap bagus di grand final nanti, biar performa kan tetap terus meningkat selama grand final?
Paling ya kita tetap kayak latihan bareng-bareng, tetap bareng-bareng terus aja sih kita.
Yeah, we will focus more on like keep on practicing together and just like stick around together between ourselves so we can be more solid between ourselves.
Oh, solid. And lastly, anything you want to say to your fans, Zero?
Ada yang mau ngomong nggak sama fans?
Ya support terus lah kita nih sampai nanti grand final selesai. Ya Mighty MORPH.
Yeah, you guys can keep on supporting us until the grand finals. Mighty MORPH.
And last, what is your goals at the grand final?
Apa tujuannya di grand final?
Tujuan kita sih lebih ke top 3 dan PMGC sih.
Our goals is top 3 and PMGC, of course.
Alright, can't wait to see your actions for MORPH team. And everyone, the journey to the grand final is almost complete. And this week marks the final stretch, and it's the last opportunity for our teams to prove themselves and secure their spot in the ultimate battle. And now let's toss it to our casters to guide us through the actions.
Hey, we're back for day number 2, the final week of the group stage. Week number 3, we meet Choo and Circla, but man, Zero, the man with very few words and zero spills indeed.
Yeah, Zero, his eliminations are definitely not zero. He so far pulled off one of the most amazing individual performance and almost got the chicken dinner in which we remember inside of Mirama. But we're going to create new memories again this week with week number 3, and we'll be reintroducing Group B. And guess who's in Group D? Infinity, who has yet to be in Super Sunday.
And speaking of the teams there, we're going to wait and see who will actually score the chicken. Speaking of Infinity, I agree. They haven't got themselves any Super Sunday. They definitely will try their best and desperate enough for the points when it comes to the final week of the group stage. And speaking of Group B, MORPH also will be introduced when it comes to today. They didn't play yesterday, so I assume with the interview coming out from Zero just now, did not spill anything at all. He's not sharing with us any secret at all. And also thank you for the translation coming up from Isfan, who used to be BTR management side and now he's with MORPH. And he definitely know what's going on behind the scenes too. But we're going to just recap regarding our week 3, day 1 yesterday.
Yeah, so here is Empire Esports, and they did exceptionally well yesterday with 2 chicken discs, and they scored both of them inside of Erangel. And it looks like they are a fan, well, not fan base, they do favor Erangel a lot more as compared to their Mirama matches.
I agree. When it comes to Vampires, we thought they're going to finish off at 80 by end of today and have a bit of a rest when it comes to today's performance. But they're still going to chill a bit when it comes to today. They're close enough to get themselves secure for the Super Sunday anyhow for the start of Vampires. But unfortunately, Mirama didn't work so well for them. But for VOIN Donkey, it seems they are on the rise as well when it comes to their performance yesterday, despite they barely got enough points in week 2 Super Sunday.
Yeah, I know, right? At least for VOIN Donkeys, they did very well as well yesterday. And today they will be playing as well. So they are very, very close to at least our magical number of that 80 points. So they're not too far to reveal the numbers again later. So they just need to maintain a certain level yesterday, and we should see them in the Super Sunday directly.
Speaking of maintaining consistency, that's going to be difficult and hard depending on the dynamics of today's group, which is the Group B, entirely a different shuffle compared to last week, compared to yesterday. But standing at number 1 spot is going to be Vampire Esports. They are 67 points, and VOIN Donkey, they are also coming up from Group C. Today will be their last run here, seeing this for Vampires at 59 points. I think it's doable. And the Xaviers, a team coming up from Group A, they will not be playing here today. They'll be just watching for the team's plays at 3rd place. Now, that's going to be the top 4 teams, including Alliance, around the 50s. The rest of them, I say Alter Ego is the only team in the 40s when it comes to the first page.
Yeah, and they will be playing today as well. So today will be a wrap-up for Alter Ego. TODAK has a good improvement as well. They scored a chicken dinner yesterday, so they are up there with 38. But on page number 2, okay, so Boom Esports isn't playing, ladies and gentlemen, so we will be looking at them again tomorrow. But teams like NKT, teams like Crit VIP, these are teams in the danger zone.
Yeah, for the team that's not playing, I agree. Boom's the dangerous of them all because it's going to be awkward. But you will have to wait and see will they revamp themselves when it comes to the lineup tomorrow. But the teams that did not make it through those Super Sundays before this, they have time to take it all in and push themselves out. But for today's matches, we have Group B versus CRQ, O2 Esports, BTR, FAZE, Clan, MORPH, Infinity, Semna and Team Flash will be joining us back here in week number 3, while we're going to have their last day of group stage coming up from Group C, Alter Ego, Crit VIP, TALON, NKT, VOIN Donkey, Team Secret, TODAK and Roy.
Yeah, and among all these teams, the Infinity is the only that has not made it into Super Sunday yet. So it is definitely a big mission for them to be in Super Sunday. But of course, whatever it is, that was the last chance qualifiers, as you can see here, because we'll take the rest of the teams to play in the last chance qualifiers. Then they will join the top 8 team in the Super Sunday, which will be the final Super Sunday, and this is where the teams will earn the league points in the Super Sunday stage for us to determine who will be in the grand finals.
And when it comes to the top 4 gunslingers, there's going to be no surprise anymore. I'm actually taken aback that Vampire's not on top of this based on their performance yesterday especially. But Alter Ego scored himself 1,156 when it comes to the average damage, one of the most high out there. Also Team Secret and the rest of the other teams that scored around 1,000 over.
Yeah, so if we look at some of the numbers as well, that doesn't 1,000 over because this is average damage. So we have Rosemary leading the part here for Alter Ego, and of course he is playing today for August 64 for the Bandera as well as Vexi, both of them from VOIN Donkeys. And we have to have Onsens here, the FAZE clan, who has a 311 average damage. And this will be some of performance. No surprises for Alter Ego now.
I'm still surprised though, maybe because they're not playing in Vampire, so they're not one of the teams. But we do know when it comes to Sunhawk, it's going to be the kings of Sunhawk themselves. Alter Ego, can they score another chicken in here with 5.6 average placement points? One of the highest according to the numbers here when it comes to damage wise and elimination points. I mean, like, they're definitely kings of Sunhawk, no denying when it comes to this season.
Yeah, so that is the no surprise part. I mean, just look at the numbers here. The average damage is way above Fells, 3 chicken potatoes inside of Sandhawk only. And of course, we're going to start off with Sandhawk again, as usual. At Alter Ego, they love their Sandhawk. They just scored a chicken yesterday without the circle being at Camp Alpha. So this team, they know how to get around the Sandhawk map, whether it's circle on top of them or whether the circle is not on top of them.
Yeah, a circle do favors a lot when it comes to Sunhawk map. Very heavily dependent on towards the circle as well. And so far we had quite a number of times. A circle comprises of all 3 islands around Bookcam, around the south of Camp Alpha, and even just around the bridge area between those 3 islands too. So we're gonna have to wait until we'll be same sort of circle. Just once we had Heartine circle, but most of us still scored by the side of Alter Ego. So maybe because of the circle happens to be around where their drop spot used to be, that's one of the many reasons. Now, if the circle shift, even in Painan, they had a good ground of, you know, getting those elimination points too coming from Alter Ego.
Yeah, so they have proven themselves, right? Like, you give them main plus circle, they can do it. But there's one circle that, at least for this season, we have not seen them in, is that if the circle goes down south, let's say where Kampong is or where Camp Charlie is, then let's see how they will perform with that. So I wouldn't mind that kind of circle for a Sandhawk match, just to put Alter Ego to the test.
And why not? Maybe having a very south circle would be something fun to see too. Those circle that we've never seen in Sunhawk before, because we only have one Sunhawk per day, right? So it's quite difficult for us to see unusual circles because of how limited amount of numbers we get to see Sunhawk map itself. But when it comes to our teams to focus, or the teams that for me that I would want to highlight, especially when it comes to the group stage final week here, we definitely have to put the Infinity under the spotlight here right now, because they did not touch any Super Sundays. And like you mentioned, the only team that did not have any Super Sundays yet is not just them. Yeah, it is actually just them right now, because PA and as well as TODAK. Now, there's 2 teams, them and TODAK.
Yeah, so PA, they're taking a break today. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. So the critical one is definitely both TODAK and Infinity. So the highlight teams will be these both teams because they have not entered Super Sunday at all. But whatever it is, there will always be a last chance qualifiers. But you want to have a decent start when you enter the last chance qualifiers to give yourself a good chance of being in the Super Sunday. If not, it will be a difficult task. So the Infinity, they need to really put in the work. At least TODAK, yes, they had a decent amount of points. So the Infinity, they need to be on somewhat of par.
Infinity, well, firepower wise, we do know they have what it takes. We saw how they're putting so much effort in week number 2, one of their best performance all around. But unfortunately, there's a lot of teams seems to be climbing up their performance ladder too in week number 2. So despite we want them to push themselves hard, the other teams are not going it easy as well. So the Infinity, they have to take up a challenge by hook or by crook right now to just push it all in their day 1 debut here in final week starting from the very first map of the day.
If we look at like week 1 and week 2 for the Infinity, basically didn't get through in the last dance qualifiers. Week 2, a bit of a win for them, but it's too late, unfortunately, so you cannot leave it to the last minute of the league, so they have to get it kicking from the get-go. I'm looking away at XERXIA right now. So yesterday, newbies played, and it looks like they are reverting back to their week 1-2 lineup, and newbies is still on the bench for game 1 at least.
Yep, it's going to be Putra and Pro. And the same lineup that we had in their best week was week number 1 too. So I just hope what they need right now is not overthinking, and confidence is going to be definitely the key for the teams out there that's in the dire need of points. Now we can see the confidence built up by Team Secret. They're definitely one of the teams that you should not underestimate at all. Based on their current performance, rising up the ladder, like slowly climbing up and building momentum, and there's no stopping once they got themselves in a steamroll.
Yeah, so I guess that's why they are looking back at their week 1 performance, thinking like, hey, you know what, maybe we can try and get that week 1 performance and putting in the week 1 lineup. Because with VIP, if they don't make it to this week's play well, they're actually by the borderline, so they risk getting put out of top 16 of the Super Sunday points as well. So it's also pretty much a muster, the third week Super Sunday for Crit VIP. So they have to put in the work. As of now, the points aren't that great for Crit VIP, so they still need to happen today. Let's see if it happens for Crit VIP and the rest of them in stand.
We're starting our day in Sanhok as per usual, the smallest map of them all. Do drop us your predictions. We're gonna predict Alter Ego for this one. For me, it's like they always gonna get the chicken in whatever the condition of Sanhok circles would be, because it's Alter Ego and this is gonna be their best map to gain the points. But maybe it's gonna be the other teams that surprise us, like how you mentioned the Infinity in the dire need of it. And don't forget about TODAK too. Today's gonna be their last run to make it through and squeezing themselves into the last Super Sunday this week. So they need to push all in, because right now Group C today will be the last day.
Yeah, so putting it's like any hopium or copium for maybe the bottom teams. I mean, if anyone were to put in their prediction, it's definitely going to be Alter Ego for this map. But I think my eye on Campo, look at that. There's Roy there and Crit VIP, and they have each other before with Crit VIP winning against Roy. So this is not the first time we're going to see this. So let's go again, another new round between Crit VIP and Roy and Campo.
Just to relive the history that happened for Kampong last time. Roy versus Crit VIP, yes, but don't forget, and then we have OT ESPORTS suddenly coming down to Kampong. Even TODAK seems to be interested afterwards as well, so there's going to be like 2-3 teams that might jump themselves on top of Kampong, but the circle just favors slightly on the south this time. Will be Painan, high chance it will be, unless the circle want to surprise us going down south all the way here.
Yeah, so Circle doesn't seem to be too far from Kampong. We can align on the mini-map just next to these teams. But nevertheless, of these two teams wants to settle the score. And I remember the last time when Kirby won against them, like Iron Pro was very, very assertive in his very expressive in his response to Roy after they won against them. So I guess this is Roy not wanting for Kampong, and they want payback for whatever that happened the last time.
Yep, but it's also the question of whether it's worth it for the risks, especially on the side of Roy, of course. I mean, Crit VIP, we do know they had those Super Sundays, but they had ones. I think Roy is pretty much in the same boat, but for Crit VIP, at least their week number 2 do perform way better than the side of Roy. Roy, they always want to go for those aggressive plays in the start, but sometimes, you know, you get surprised by the flanker, by the off angle coming up from the other side. So I don't know if they will go for a truce right now, Roy and Great VIP. It might actually part ways in different direction afterwards.
Well, they have that option. Enough exit points. It's a matter of whether they want or they just want to pursue. If we're making a comparison, right, objectively for both teams, their Super Sunday points ain't great. So both of them only entered Super Sunday once. And Crit VIP, number 15, the last we saw them, Roy, even so, number 19 in Super Sunday chart. So both of them cannot afford to miss out on Super Day. So they are pretty much at the same level of risk.
Yep, same boat. And seems like the only difference is going to be whether they got 1 week in week 1 Super Sunday or week 2 Super Sunday. That's it. But for Team Secret, it's going to be a different story entirely. We do know Team Secret, one of the most consistent teams here when it comes to the overall league standings, week 1 and week 2. They shoot up all the way to 88 points at second place here right now based on their week 2 performance. Now, their week 2 was outstanding. A sudden rise of Team Secret really do surprise us all.
Yeah, it's not better than last season, no doubt. So this is a good rise for Team Secret. The Super Sunday points are very, very healthy. They are second place right now, just behind FAZE. Even though they missed out on this one, they seem to be still pretty good to go on the Grand Finals. But it's just a matter of then how many starting points will you get in the Grand Finals if you don't come into the Super Sunday. So for Team Secret, a team, it's not about like whether they will go on to the Grand Finals or not. It's a matter of how many points they get as the starting. So of course, that is a good enough motivation for them to push be in week 3 Super Sunday directly.
Now, looking across the chart as well, we talked about BTR despite they not losing any run of their Super Sunday yet, but we do know both Super Sundays for them wasn't that great as well. So, well, they don't seem like the team that seems to be desperate, like, well, can we skip this Super Sunday? Maybe, but it depends on the rest of the teams down there too, because the teams that actually push all the way up are the teams that actually only score themselves the Super Sunday once. Except for VOIN Donkey, of course. They are not safe either. They are 12th place in the overall rankings. Their second week of Super Sunday seems to be dropping a lot at only 9 points across that one Super Sunday. But speaking of another team entirely, TALON and Sam9, a bit of warning shot from Matsal, and he probably just poking on the side of Sam9. That's just it.
Yeah, just going to stamp their dominance in this area to the message over to Sam9 that, hey, don't come here, okay? We have this high ground, so this is our spot. Although it's only one player, but if they release shots, obviously to Sam9, they don't know how many players are there, but you would expect like the entire team at this point with 64 play map to be somewhat close enough with each other. So it's not an area that is good for Sam9 to challenge. So that kind of warning shot, I would say, also benefits Sam9, signaling them that, hey, someone's that area. So if we have to rotate there, at least we have an idea that there could be someone on the high ground.
High grounds indeed seems to be advantageous for the teams, but also, like we mentioned, it's going to be depending on the next few circles. OT Esports not going to Kampong this time, despite we have Crit VIP and Roy sharing the compound for the longest of time. Seems like they are already at a truce and there's agreement between them that will not cross any of the others' territory for now. For how much longer we don't know of. But OT Esports, due to the silence on the side of Kampong, they'll go straight towards nearby the circle, taking the center and just taking those high grounds. Speaking of high grounds, a lot of teams already keep an eye out once they got themselves in charge of those hills.
Yeah, so we can see like the camera pan to a lot of these teams taking the high ground. So that could probably be like strategy for most of these teams in this round, that is. But it also, I'm also interested where the circle will go, since we're at stage 1 circle, so it's pretty big. There's a chance that it might go to like the main peninsula maybe, or even a ruins island. So it's kind of like this 50-50 still. So see, as the circle will shrink, a lot of teams playing by the bridge area, and looks like it's still a 50-50. So all the teams will still need to guess where the circle be in which island.
Probably gonna be slightly on the north of Cam, Charlie. I hope it will be there, because we don't get this type of circle too often if it happens to be shrinking down all the way to Camp Charlie, which Team Flash and TODAK seems to be already interested around the crossroad area, where we do have first contact made between these two teams, Team Secret and BTR. For Team Secret, their firepower have been super strong these days, going for the clash or going for the rush, while BTR also losing men, but thank God Janforce is always there to revive the rest of the team.
Well, yeah, there's the trade back here happening with both sides. So both Team Secret and BTR now with 2 active players, while TODAK's on the other side, but a bit too far. But the other members of Team Secret still across the river, so it looks like won't be pursuing any further, and both sides will be at a truce for now. But casualty for Team Secret, as BTR will be able to save all their teammates.
Ooh, VOIN Donkey. Mela dropped down big towards the side of Potato. And next, VOIN Donkey, will they respond to this? Zeta and the rest of the teams, and even Vaxi seems to be a bit far. FaZe Clan secured that one elimination, trading off with Onzans. I mean, like, both of the teams, VOIN Donkey and FaZe Clan, lost one of their members. But on the side of FaZe Clan, do they still want to commit to this fight? They saw that they cannot save one of their teammates just now, which was Onzans. Made a U-turn straight away, but we do have MORPH versus Alter Ego too.
MORPH and Alter Ego. With MORPH, 1 man knocked. Alter Ego, 1 man knocked, but no WAP yet. So it looks like it's going to be a long range knock by both sides. And look at like the circle, MORPH is by the edge of it. Alter Ego, looking at the direction, they should be by the edge of the circle as well, since they just came in from Camp Alpha Island. But we're going to continue on between Team Secret and BTR. Interesting, knock off each other.
BTR across the other side of the river, but Roy and Crave VIP, they has been staying still for the longest time. Kampu now in the blues, and I mean, this team definitely know about their information regarding each other's position here, but unfortunately none of them willing to take a move first. They're not willing to take the risk. I feel like these both two teams will actually go down towards the blues if they don't do something about it.
Yeah, and we did talk about the risk level for both teams. They're actually on the similar level of risk, and if both teams go out just like that, I mean, it's a lose-lose situation for the both of them. Okay, just look at the mini-map, right? So Roy has an exit behind, but they're not really moving towards the exit yet. Okay, Shunos doesn't have any first aid. GEEK has 1 first aid. So I truly wonder how long more are they going to have this standoff?
Yeah, both teams not willing to overstep the boundaries based on GEEK's loot out. We definitely see that they barely got enough with very low resources of utilities. Not just that, their gears barely made it through. If they want to fight into the safe zone later on, they have to go through O2 Esports and KT, even with the circle will shrink right on top of Painan and on the outskirts as Quarry. Now this might be in the center of in between these two towns, but we do have some bridge fight on top of Painan next. And speaking of bridge, RRQ will not bridge camping towards on the side of outskirts of ruins, knowing that the circle shrink just now. Crave VIP and Roy though, how much longer they're willing to take the blue as their damage?
Okay, at least I noticed that Shunos is in the move, so that's a progress for Roy. Crit, they are still at the other end of Kampong, so they're the ones on the losing side if this happens right now. At least Roy is moving, but Crit VIP, they need to have that information that Roy is moving away. At the same time, my eyes are looking at their health bar, and Posh went down to the zone. Looks like I expect to see more.
Yeah, that might be the case. Two teams going down without fighting against each other, without even trying to just get out of this very pickled situation of two teams. Kampong will have to, extend their welcome of their gas, which is going to be also Crave VIP and Roy. But Team Secret is actually on the hunt here right now, getting himself almost the entire crew of MORPH, leaving with 1 player left. What is going on?
Oh, so MORPH eliminated by Team Secret. Okay. I wonder what happened. Hopefully we get a replay, but it looks like we're going to see some action in camp. 2K gets first knock with the nade onto Helton, and Helton will be eliminated. Fredo just eliminated Shunos as he tried to get away from the blue. UK gets another. Beautifully done. At least he will score a couple of points here. And now Crit VIP only has a ball.
For UK and Roy, they're overthinking course daily towards the team. With UK left, I think he can revive, yes, of course, but where is his members? He's trying to find them out. Might as well just score those another elimination. He's trying to find himself first 8 at least. That's nothing nearby. And Duke definitely got himself some elimination points, but unfortunately, he's going to be the last man standing, and the Blue Zone 8 came alive. That's going to be the last member of Roy, and it's down and finished off. At least he's denying his own points towards the Blue Zone, but to end the run at 3 eliminations while they still can actually fight it through, that's questionable how they overstate themselves in the Blue Singers for Crave VIP.
Well, now they have a boy, but not confident of his survivability now. At the same time, Tigre, on the other hand, are doing fairly well with 5 eliminations and they're currently dominating. So they're not too bad, although they only have 2 players. So next circle will shrink again. Don't see a boy on this map now. He's probably off screen. And it doesn't help that the fact that the circle went by none, so it's a further travel for our boy still.
Oh man, it goes back towards where it used to be. PANDUM, Sam9 and Alter Ego are taking on the south side of the island, with Team Secret trying to gatekeep that very small bridge against BTR. But O2 ESPORTS seems to be on the rise and gunning people down too. They got themselves 1 eliminations, but the problem is they're quite close to the Blue Zone, so they cannot overfight themselves in that area. Definitely have to get into the circle as soon as possible. But speaking of very small patch of land left for this sort of circle on the southern side, we do witness around 4 or 5 teams here just now. It won't be enough for them to share this PANDUM.
Yeah, when PANDUM gets crit, yep, it's going to be busy. It's going to be insane. We have 7-9 here with FaZe Clan on the other side. So they're going to get a split. We're coming on to Team Secret with only 2 players here up against Alter Ego. Alter Ego will heal up. He should have Octa to buy enough time for him. And he's back up 80% of health as Alter Ego now with 3 players. 1 as a support from behind. It's going on to Team Secret soon.
Here comes Nate. Exchange hands, but Break is down. Knock exchange with Octa too. But Team Secret Sowas trying to make a comeback for the team. What a jump just now coming up from Sowas with that UMP. But here comes a crush. Sowas just prepared himself for the entire crew of Alter Ego. Thanks to Sowas, Team Secrets get to see another stage to live again.
Wow, beautiful 2-man defense here by Team Secret, and they're just a oh, it's impressive by Team Secret. But now, let's see if Triple F can come up with an impressive run as Triple F defending his ground against O2. O2 jumper currently down, and here O2 will need to come in, and looks like they are winning this fight. They got a couple of knocks onto NK, but they are still not out of the blue yet.
Speaking of the Blues, a lot of teams seems to be tanking it here right now. Being gatekeeper is not going to be the best day ever for them. And Spider-10 can actually try to help Joker, but a lot at risk if he try to get out of his way, waiting for the straight car to fly over the side. It was a straight line for him to shoot them down. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up. The god was a bit too far, but they still managed to knock down and finish off the rest of O2 ESPORTS. That was a great spray by Spider-10, but unfortunately, it's going to be also Infinity taking away those points from the side, and O2 ESPORTS have to go down.
Yeah, I think that happened is TODAK. So they had a good position up against those two teams. But looking at PANDUM, now Circle moved entirely away from PANDUM, and now it has to end because FaZe Clan and also Sam9. Yuhai trying to find the right angle, jump shot with the ES. Will not find his target just yet. The molly is still active, so he cannot go inside the compound. Trying to gather as much information as possible, but the smoke is still active. He sees Mormon on the left side. He gets off baseline on the right, so now Yuhai is currently sandwiched, but he managed to get 1 knockdown at least. And now Mormon has to blow up.
Sam9, unfortunately, Mela coming back here, winning it over for FaZe Clan. Deb coming up from behind, backstabbing Mela. Without his information, without him knowing at all. What a nice comeback on the side of Sam9. That was close enough for the side of Mela to clutch it out for the team. But unfortunately, that one player, Dab, they couldn't spot him through those corners on the second floor, will be the bane for FaZe Clan right now.
And the blue will be the main for as well. Look at this. He needs to hike up. And the moment he did, Misery spot him out. And number 8 with 0 elimination points. So only 1 placement point for RRQ. And now we do have a Linux moving across. He sees wing vehicle. And that's going to be his teammate coming into the circle. And will be his marker. So he should be able to find a way in as the scouting work has been done.
Now, what other work they do have to do coming up from Team Flash is going to be trying to pick up every member that's swimming over the side. And for Team Flash, they make use of this bridge, knowing Infinity 3 touch just now managed to steal a couple of points away from the other teams. But unfortunately, the Blues will hit one of their members as well, so nobody can actually reach out to 3 touch. He will bleed out and left to dry. But Team Flash, can they actually finish off 3 touch without being stealed by the other teams nearby?
Yeah, so now it's like the point where a lot of teams are so close to potentially happen. And I'm looking at Infinity, the final member is hanging out the blue, managed to heal up, and we look at the map, he's up north. Circle shrink further down, and there will be a certain percentage of water in this circle. 7-9 depth, taken out by BTR. Batman, mauling down the member of TODAK, which is Cleon. TODAK now, one of the players currently on his knees, will need to be revived, and a lot of teams already in the circle. And with this kind of circle, it gives a good advantage to BTR if you think about it.
Yep, with a compound, plus they can see whoever try to pass those river. They are guarding and gatekeeping over the riverside as well, and can see if any teams will pass through just to swim over towards their side. And best place, they got a compounds, but downside, they don't really have those elevations, but at least enough to see what's going on across the other side of the island here right now. Spotting out a couple of players from Team Secret, and they'll be, you know, slowly being poked by the side of BTR and Team Flash at the same time. Now, that's going to be two-way war that have to be secured by the side of Team Secret to make sure they'll survive to cross over the other side of the circle. But it seems to be difficult, quite out in the open, and Gen Force take advantage with the smokes being popped out. Now, Team Secret, they have to tank the blue zone, or, you know, they just walk into their death. But it's going to be Gen Force finish off, seeing goes for 7-9 from the back.
Yeah, nice tracking there by Gen Force, and teams that did not stand a chance since they do not have the circle at all. Eliminated, and number 6. Now it's going to be 7-9, trying to get into the circle. But on the other side, we do have TALON here, blocking TODAK from coming in. And the members of TODAK, they're still on the outside of the circle, with the blue will be on the Iftar, will be knocked down by Linux. We do have still Real on the other side, will be spotted out by Axel, and his health is super duper low at this moment. Axel just to find the blue shot, but it's okay. At the end of the day, looks like Real have been taken.
Speaking of circle, ended up in no man's land. Except for TALON, they have quite an entry, free entry into the circle on the northern side, but they have to fight through against BDR. And speaking of teams coming up from south, it's not easy, but Team Flash can make it through since they don't have too much of competition coming up from the southern side of anyway. We're down to 4 teams here, once Infinity last play being eliminated just now. But it's going to be only 2 teams that is full squad. That's going to be TALON and Team Flash. 7-9 have the least amount with solo player alive, while BTR have a trio. But Team Flash will be scouted by Team TALON first, but unfortunately TALON, they're not alone. BTR is on the flank side.
Wow, also I want to point it out, TALON has 10 eliminations by now, but they have to make it into the next place. Circle. Yoru currently down, and another player, Gen Force, takes out Axel, 2 from TALON. It's on their knees, but Linux will be together with Axel, so he should be able to revive, while Zeus is monitoring the situation. Now Misery from the back will take advantage against BTR, but he has to move in. No! Misery went down to the zone.
For TALON, they have to fight their way into this. Not going to be easy, but Team Flash on the other side seems like a better odd of teams to get themselves the chicken dinner here. They got themselves already in control of the circle, and they're taking the most of it as well, with TALON barely can make a move because of how Zeus is watching and keep the eye out, quite a close eye on that. Goes to all he needs to do, just try to bait them out, but the blue will help them to do it. Now TALON, despite they got double-digit elimination, will be Team Flash to secure this chicken by the end of this map.
Yeah, it looks like with the party, they do have an advantage. Right now, they will be pinning down the final member of TALON, and that is how Team Flash will score the chicken dinner inside of Sun Hall. And Talon, they still brought home 10 elimination points at least, but for Team Flash, nothing can take away the chicken dinner for them.
Yep, Team Flash just having their debut here, starting off the day with a chicken dinner and Sanhok map. No alter ego in this case. Alter ego being finished off early on, but will the Vietnam teams to take up their reign in number 1 spot by end of our run for 6 maps later? But Team Flash has got himself 556 damage just by Zeus alone, but he only scored 2 eliminations out of that.
Yeah, I know, right? Did a lot of work, but probably stolen away by other teams. But anyway, they scored 4 eliminations, which is not the biggest number, but it's still so that's going to be 14 points for a Team Flash who is starting the campaign for today. And we're going to also check out our MVP, and of course, based on the damage, it's going to be Zeus with the 2 eliminations. The damage received 36% team contribution and a 21 minute 26 second survival time.
I mean, we have start off the day with Great VIP and Roy, but who knows, Team Flash are actually the one that has been sitting quietly, will score that chicken dinner, but we have to tally up the score later on when it comes to the overall rankings because of how Talon scored those double-digit eliminations. But don't forget about the other teams that actually put into a lot of effort in there, including Talon, of course. BTR and 7-9 last place survived so long, it kind of brought up their game number up to the top 4 teams as well.
Yeah, the fact that Talon is placed in front of Team Flash, so their total points are more than Team Flash has got the chicken dinner. But let's check really the best moments here when Team Flash scored their chicken dinner.
Twelve eliminations without a chicken, still score himself at number 1 due to how aggressive they try to aim for those numbers. When it comes to talent, seems like they are on the rise here of today's performance. And Team Flash is going to be Vietnam team as well for their coming back in the final week at 14 points with that chicken dinner. But unfortunately, that's going to be the only 2 teams with a double-digit score.
Yeah, so a lot of points pulled up by Talon. So we might see lesser points on page number 2. If we were to focus on page 1, now the Infinity, again, one of the highlight teams, at least they start off H1 in our side-out match with 7 points. So pretty decent for a map that is fairly difficult. But on page 2. Looks like MORPH is the only team to not collect any points. The two teams that were locked in Kampong, Crit VIP scored 1 point, and Royce got PP out of the members of Crit VIP. So there was a trade between them, and that was, by both teams ended up in page number 2, and we talked about it's a lose-lose situation for them.
But it's not so losing when it comes to the top 3 teams right now. Despite they're not playing so much for the Xavier, they're still on the top 3 here in Alliance as well. But 44 for the side of Alter Ego didn't score as much as we hoped for with their run just now. Seems like the first page of first page, not going to budge at all. But compared to the second page, here comes TALON on the rise with Team Secret at 9th place.
Yes, and on page number 2, so we're going to get MORPH starting their campaign today. So without any points, so naturally they'll be at 24. They'll have a lot more games to go. I'll probably be looking at teams from Group C a bit more this time. So on Group C, NKT is still on page 2. 21 points collected, so still a bit far off the mark with 5 points left at the 5 games left that they need to play. Looking at the course right now, they are probably that team in Group C that really needs to work real hard to try to catch up to at least get a good start, maybe in the last chance qualifiers.
Hopefully they can make up and make do with what they have, because we do know, I mean, we're down to the final week, right? I mean, I want to see every single team can actually make through at least one Super Sunday. Worst case scenario, at least once. But we have our top gunslinger this time, Break, making a shot at top 4 of our gunslingers. SOAS as well, 711 damage, 648 damage on the side of SOAS. 2 players of Team Secret and 2 players of TALON here. Next follow up, Misery and Yuri have 585 damage and 580 damage. So I feel like there's only 2 teams in this map right now.
Yeah, both teams with one of the more activeness on the map, I must say. Obviously, TALON, and these numbers do show 12 eliminations. Team Secret with the second most eliminations with 7. That's how their players got up on the previous chart. Following up is going to be SEPT, where they had a big fight or continuous fight from the Pinut area. They tried to move into the circle. They were pretty busy themselves. And Team Flash, well, the team who pretty much got away from all those fights to score the chicken dinner, scored 4 eliminations, and majority of it was the end, and they come in as one of the top 4 fraggers in this round.
Now we're done warming up inside of our Sunhawk map, which scored by Team Flash as their first chicken of the day and their first chicken of their week number 3 here, because they just entered in from Group B, and Group B scored a chicken. That's not going to be great for teams coming up from Group C who are going to have their last group stage here today. A wrangle might be the case here, because we do have Alter Ego, Ares, VOIN Donkey from the side, even TALON Esport in the side of Group C. We do know when it comes to Indonesian teams, they prefer this map over Mirama map.
Yeah, so at least, well, the power did shift away a bit from Alter Ego. I thought it will be like, the same story again. So there's at least that up and down, so it gives our overall charts a bit more excitement moving forward. But with Alter Ego, they could still come back. I mean, they are a powerhouse team as well, so not to be looked down upon. But of course, we will still be looking at like teams like the Infinity. They could still have last chance qualifiers, whatever happens. But if they're too low, even the last chance qualifiers might be difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw how they did last week. They were trying, but to put yourself under the pressure to get into last chance qualifiers is a bit more in a tight spot compared to, you know, you get straight into Super Sunday, especially when you are the only team among the only teams that did not step ever in Super Sundays at all. So on the side of Infinity, I think the best case scenario for them is try to push as much as they can when it comes to the remaining maps of the day. You just get into the Super Sunday to make sure 100% they get into the Super Sunday, or even close, like having those higher marks for their last chance qualifier for the points later.
Yeah, so whatever it is, right, whether they qualify directly or it's no negotiation for now, especially for the Infinity to really put in performance. TODAK as well, of course, because they have not been in the Super Sunday at all. But at least for TODAK, they're still kind of okay in terms of overall points. There's moments wasn't that great, but I always give a benefit of the doubt, especially when it comes to a match. But here are some of our predictions here, and for myself, of course, gotta put Infinity here, and I put in some of the bottom teams as we ended yesterday. NTSS could VIP, and they also must get into Super Sunday. How about your narrative?
I mean, like, Infinity is gonna be no-brainer for us because I feel like they are desperate enough to push themselves beyond their limit in this season or this final week. Saying this for the side of TODAK. I mean, TODAK, they are not safe at all with 5 more maps remaining. Barely got enough points in the 80s. So there's still a lot of work to do for them. They have to score around 40 more points or maybe 40 points by the end of today to have some placement into straight Super Sunday. But FaZe Clan, you know what, I just want them to take the trophy or just try to be a bit of a challenger when it comes to the final week here, because we know that FaZe Clan always up there all the time but never scored the trophy. So might as well just build the momentum before the grand finals, right?
Yeah, the uncrowned kings, we call them. So today is the start of the campaign. Of course, it's only game 1. And let's see how FaZe Clan will do. I mean, they are a very potential team as well. So do keep an eye on them and how well they will perform, and for them to have a good start in the grand finals, in which high chance they will be in is to be in this week's Super Sunday, so they will get maximum points. But I noticed that there's still some time for what the players from VOIN don't need to just spray on FaZe. Okay, not sure what sort of magic water is.
Maybe we're gonna get to see that. Also, when it comes to something that we get to see, maybe our final week it will surprise us with some amazing circles. Now, Sam9, I'm looking forward for that Fear and U-High combination that we lost them in week number 2. I hope they bring it back for when it comes to the final week here, because Sam9, I mean, they're definitely not safe either. They only got 1 Super Sunday last time. They are at the very bottom too. But hey, enough talk. Let's just show and get into the action of a wrangle.
And
with
Erangel it
Sorry.
is. And Erangel, we're going to start from the southern side, which is military base, going up to the northern side, and looks like it's towards the left side. I don't see Gaka Mountain on screen, and yes, it's going to be a sided circle, and without Vampire Esports, Primos will be open. I expect some teams to probably change their top spot to take on that spot instead, since I like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, we do know vampires always love to drop Primos. Since they're not playing, probably a team will want to try and take the luck of Primos to work things out, because how Vampire seems to be working out quite well. But speaking of dropping it differently, we do have quite a gas list here of SMB. I mean, when it comes to SM9, might as well they are just floating across towards the main peninsula quite early, but they are quite splitted out. For SM9, I don't know what they're planning here. Boo is the only one that's dropping inside of SMB, while the other seems to be scattered on the main peninsula. So maybe they have plan B or a different plan entirely when it comes to this week. But Team Secret, Infinity and BTR taking 3 teams into SMB. It's all down to the skill. If the circle happens to be in SMB, great. But if not, there might be some bridge camp going on from the southern side as well. Whether it's going to be the team from south themselves, try to gatekeep toward the right side of the bridge. That's going to be in the case of BTR, perhaps, if they got themselves those vehicles to just cross over to the other side of the bridge and wait it out Team Secret Infinity. But we do know that one player, which is going to be the IGL of Sam9, what is he doing in SMB2? Speaking of what they are doing, TALON's got himself straight into the vehicle, and there's one player of VOIN nearby. Well, here comes Car. I mean, like, the moment they drive out from those garage just now the side of TALON, unfortunately, didn't spot our Car yet. Great shot from Car coming out from quite a far distance. But he's trying to go for another one. He's being super cheeky, cute, but unfortunately, it's a bit too late now. Car, I mean, he got that chances to eliminate those players and got himself 1 point, maybe. But there's a chance he might be charged and rushed by the rest of TALON. So he doesn't want to take any risk too early. But on the side of TALON, they are definitely not safe, because Shunos next making misery miserable. Talon one by one being picked off, and unfortunately misery being finished off in an instant by Shunos just now. And Talon have to start as a 3 despite they got the vehicle, but that vehicle will trade off with their one of the members' life. Back to the side of Roy, that was a cheeky play and super cute, but hey, they made it through with 1 point eliminations. I mean, you cannot complain as long as you got yourself some points with no trade-off of the player. So that's high valuable information coming out from Car. We get to see him just scoping in and drop down a misery, and unfortunately for Talon, despite they managed to rescue on misery, he was low himself when he's being picked up. There's no first aid whatsoever for them to revive and reset his HP because they just caught the vehicle. And that vehicle cost the life of one of their members. So they should use that vehicle well, not to use it in vain. Next, we have Team Secret. And Team Secret will take this compound for themselves. No challenges here so far, unless some teams will want to surprise us. But I love the fact that Team Secret, we had seen GEEK on the rise last week, and then suddenly earlier at end of last week we have Trunk coming for the team as well. Now we're starting seeing more break when it comes to the final week. This is what we talked about before regarding how the team try to develop and adapt towards their surrounding will take some time. So Team Secret seems to be getting in a good momentum. A lot of the Vietnam team and the Thai team seems to be building up momentums, while on the side of Indonesian teams, I mean, like, don't bash me guys, but I feel like they had great momentum at start, but their adaptability towards the rest of the teams rising up seems to be some trouble hitting them down the sweet spot down there, including like even Alter Ego, especially for Boom. But unfortunately Boom is not playing, so we won't talk too much about Boom here today. Maybe focus on more towards Alter Ego. Naya Poliana seems to be just Team Flash right now, with Talon around across the other side of the corner. Talon, who lost misery before, seems to be hitting themselves with another team which have more resources compared to them. Well, we do know Zeus is pretty good himself with those CQC. I'm waiting for him to actually score himself a DBS, and Batman already got himself double rifles, including that AKM. But when it comes to ammunition-wise, that's not so much on top of Yasnaya Poliana. And Team Flash, they still try to build up their loot, but I have no clue whether they have any information regarding Talon's position.
So, yeah, so we do see a early elimination here. And Talon, they are at least doing okay today. Now for Roy, this team is not doing okay. So Zuros is praying that FaZe Clan does not stop by. So he's not pulling trigger discipline there by Shunos, as he was also one of the earliest to be eliminated in the Sandhawk match as well. So I'm pretty sure that he wants to attain a certain level of game time in this match.
Yep, I mean, well, we've seen trios work things out before. In some cases, like example, Vampires, or even some teams like even like Sam9, if you're in Yohide, when they're down to 2 players, they can actually make it more efficient rather than having four player full squad alive. So maybe the case of, you know, even in the side of Talon, maybe the last seems to be better sometimes. Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us later. But Infinity, we talked about the teams that really in the dire need of the points, going straight for those high grounds. But it's all about the next stage circle. Is it still going to be quite generous, or will it be just scammers all the way towards one corner?
Yep, we'll need to monitor. We know that in about a minute 30 seconds more. Now, what we do know is that the Infinity, they're going to start off by knocking down Toad. It's going to be a good start for the Infinity. A start that they continuously need to break through for this week. So, first blood for the Infinity, and Team Secret, well, in general, they're still doing okay, but they could still use the points. 35 points off, still off the 80-point mark by more than half. Also not the elimination that they want, but it has to be the elimination that they have to deal with.
Speaking of dealing don't forget about the gatekeeping. We did mention earlier on there's going to be 3 teams dropping themselves inside of SMB, and one of the 7-9 player, IGL Boo Boo, who already got himself inside of SMB as well. I think he got himself out, but unfortunately, Break, he opened fire a bit later. He was a bit too greedy, not focusing on one. He was trying to just focus on for the entirety squad of Infinity and let it slip through his fingers. Team Secret, no outcome despite their bridge camping here for the longest time.
But now it's going to be tables return to the Infinity. Looks like they stopped by here to try to knock out the other members of Team Secret. So now the ball is on Team Secret court. And Infinity, they're interested to collect every single point that they can get.
But Circle will shrink now. And in 7-9 already got himself as a 4. They reunite at their rendezvous point on the outskirts of Pachinki. But it's going to be Yasna and Poliana. Hence, that is why we see so many teams try to get across towards Yasna and Poliana. Maybe they know this sort of pattern of circle here. With Roy taking on the southern side. FaZe Clan, when it comes to the south, there's so many teams down there. Only one team coming up from north. That's going to be O2 Esport. But Talon might want to challenge O2 Esport across the lake of Yasna and Poliana.
This lake is going to be really interesting. We saw this kind of circle before, and it's very, very challenging, especially when you have that pot of water in between this circle. If it does go there, you might see some swimmers there later on. But for TODAK now, to the high ground of Mansion, and this is a decent spot for them to be in for now. They can look at like rotations of other teams. They do have this compound. It's quite a secure spot as long as they set the circle. But if the circle shifts, then obviously they have to move together with it. But moving, FaZe Clan moving on to Talon, and Linux is down.
FaZe Clan trying to finish off the deal that been knocked down before. Victorious, we're not willing to give it freely, just to 100% secure those elimination points. It's going to be treated like a diamond by each of these teams here when it comes to the final week. But Alter Ego might spot out Roy. Roy repositioned himself with information relayed by Card towards the rest of the roster, because they know for a fact, hey, we want to challenge Alter Ego, and Alter Ego pretty good when it comes to the terrain control. They will not try to challenge it up, make a U-turn, and go themselves indoors inside of compounds instead. But Alter Ego, there's only 2 of them up there right now. But they have some slight elevations advantage, so they might get used to, just gonna use their best terrain positions here by giving some pressure to a side of Roy.
Yeah, and the circle is big enough for them to open up that space, right? Just to gather information and also look at where it's going to be the next checkpoint. So that's pretty okay for them. And it's pretty good for Roy. I do like this position as well, or this key checkpoint. It has elevation around them, and they do have compound, and they can overlook some of the other teams around them because there's a lot of open space. In front of it, it's like the Yasnaya field. So it's a good spot that they have taken here. Now, Tika will need to decide on what is going to be the next best spot, as it looks like they left that a Novo side of the bridge and managed to make it across without being gate capped by the Infinity further. So this will give them a second chance in this game to see what they can do.
Infinity, on the other hand, well, make it or break it time. They have to force a fight to a side of BTR if they want to cut across the other side or center of the circle here. It's either they want to see the half glass full or half glass empty. If they can actually try to successfully attempt to take the inside of BTR, that's going to be a half glass full condition where they can score themselves for elimination. But the circle just seems to be moving away from Infinity. Now it's a must, a compulsory for them to take fights just to cut across into the safe zone.
Yeah, this area is small enough for teams to force fights at this point. Plus, we can also consider like the northern side where the river is at, and that area is totally unplayable. You might see O2 coming in through the north bridge back in, and that's about it. But not really going to stay there for long. But for GenForce, looks like we're going to see a knockdown onto him, and waiting for the follow-up. Iftar followed up of the GenForce, and BTR down 3 players, and that's going to be the first one for TODAK this round.
TODAK, try to push your numbers as much. Infinity taking down TODAK. Speaking of the 2 teams never touched the Super Sunday, they're fighting each other out. Only one will make it out alive. And Creep VIP taking on 7-9 as well. And KT happen to be bumping into 2 teams at the same time, but Infinity and TODAK has not finished yet. Free touch got finished off by BTR. Thanks to that, TODAK can actually try to survive a bit longer. But the rest of Infinity has arrived. 10k rushing in with the side of Logan too. Working things out as a duo. TODAK, unfortunately, they have some visitors from the back line too.
Yeah, Infinity would love to muscle away TODAK from the Sunday. So this is a fight that they will be interested to take. And so far they're continuing on. There's another member of TODAK close by. Okay, now we do have visual. Okay, 3 of them in fact is on the other building. So not too far away from the Infinity. But look at the circle. Both of these teams not in it. But they have a decent amount of exit point. Choose to just leave the mansion area.
TODAK repositioning to a sort of Infinity. Infinity did down to only 2 players. They did not revive the knockdown players yet, but they are doing it to a side of Tiger. And Logan barely got a reset. Here comes the nade flushing over to a side of Infinity, and they make it triple nade coming in strong this time, but unfortunately none of them seems to be connected coming up from TODAK. But Real, will he land one opening to other side of Infinity or not?
Whoa.
Logan dropped down a big one, and BTR still playing the third party from afar.
Yeah, XERXIA gave a bit of help to the Infinity, but TODAK still managed to secure that one last elimination onto Logan before TODAK went out with 2 points, and the Infinity only left with 2 players not out the blue, but at least they are having, they scored themselves 5 elimination points so far round, currently dominating, but now the next challenge is to go in. And last we saw BTR, they were looking at Mansion, and they will continue to monitor the movement of the Infinity.
Well, we're gonna monitor the circle first. It shrinks all the way to a side of Alter Ego. Split himself into 2 formation. 2 from the south or center, and another 2 on the north, which can be Rosemary and Octa possibly. And Alva will stay with another partner down there as well. For the side of BTR, trio war it is against TODAK and as well as the Infinity. South and side seems to be in the same conditions too. It's gonna be a lot of war coming up from the south, even on the slightly northeast of the circle.
And here we go, Team Flash, the team that scored the chicken dinner earlier on. Didi is in trouble with only 20k left. Wongi does have first aid, so he can heal himself up. Before that, he'll pop up that smoke. Tiger X will be eliminated by Gosu. With the Infinity, he only has 1 player left. And it's going to be 20k. No circle crossing the road is going to be another issue for him. And it doesn't help that the fact that Team Flash looking at him earlier on. But we move over to VOIN Donkeys now. Looks like they're busy with Peppy.
VOIN Donkey tried to revive, but Crave VIP making them a bit more busier with no room of a breather at all coming in for the rush. Crave VIP, the moment they saw 2 knocked down, they're going straight for the flush. The attempt, will it be failing or will it be successful? But Putra and the rest of Crave VIP managed to negate himself for nose explosion damage. They managed to reach it on 1 play. Razor's back on his HP. Never mind that. Vaxi knocked down on Razak. That was an accident after Razor managed to heal himself back up, but at the worst timing possible.
Oh man, I mean, this is going from worse. Imagine this, right? Look at the minimap. So many teams looking at them, and a third part happened. So let's see, how will they be able to manage this first? Zeta on the second floor, and yes, Vaxi together with him. Okay, Razak will be back up again as they bought enough time to heal up and also revive themselves. And Vaxi is going to go down, put a bit more on the good VIP. Managed to get that boy with the name.
Now the rest of VOIN Donkey, despite they had some blunder before, they managed to reset and get themselves all feet back on track. But for VOIN Donkey, all they need to find is a finishing touch towards side of Crave VIP. And thanks to MORPH, they can make it through for today for VOIN Donkey. And also coming up from the other side of the back line, VOIN Donkey being charged by Altigo from long range shot. We even have RRQ inside of this crossfire as well. And don't forget about Roy. Also keep an eye towards the side of Crave VIP. It seems like too many teams have their focus towards these 3 teams, Crave VIP, VOIN Donkey, as well as MORPH.
I know, right? This is pretty much like a huge war zone, right? With all these teams looking at each other, monitoring the situation, and could potentially come in more later on. But we move over to the Infinity. Looks like 30k still alive after that encounter with Team Flash. And speaking of Team Flash, they only have that 1 player. But now the big question is that for 30k to even come in, be hard for him. BTR have been gatekeeping this line. Only TODAK, but final member of Team Flash as well. No, TODAK is super duper low. Will he be able to heal up the time? That says no! And he will go after the blue.
Yeah, we're not gonna have TODAK today. We have definitely TODAK, but unfortunately, didn't survive as long. But for BTR, they're waiting for the circle to pop in less than 5 seconds. Well, still in between those river, or we'll move all the way towards south because the rest of the team are waiting and hoping it will be south and side. And yes, it will be. That's gonna be a long journey for BTR to cut across OT Esport. Then have to go through as well FaZe Clan as their gatekeepers here.
And the fight with OT BTR might be inevitable. Okay, so it looks like he's going to start off right now. Lapa trying to find that advantage. Nate tossing in the second nade as well onto O2 Esports. Cannot target just yet. 35 more seconds before the zone starts to close, so he has to prepare a plan B. But to make things worse, FaZe Clan behind these two teams.
BTR will try to take down O2 Esport. FaZe Clan, well, they might be the victim of sandwich here right now, but they can reverse the scenario if they try to steal it away. But Team Secret and NKT, here comes a bit of a clash between these two teams, and Team Secret seems to be knocked down by MORPH. Despite it trying to force NKT out, it's going to be another three-way party here. GEEK fought his way with a 2 double clutch down on Team Secret. And GEEK scored 2 out of NKT players, leaving with only Spider 10 to fight against GEEK. But can he revive Break first before this explosion finish off the rest? Oh, never mind.
Well. That is a third party there, ladies and gentlemen. From afar, NKT became the next team to follow through. Back onto the lobby and number 2 elimination points. We're back onto O2 versus BTR, and BTR start force out Fredo, who tried to go in for the flank, and he got eliminated just like that. And now BTR will need to go inside, kill up before he can. O2 have been eliminated without any points.
Seems like 3 or 4 teams back-to-back being eliminated. We're down to 10 teams at stage number 5 here. And these 3 teams still struggle to just get an entry in towards this side of the circle. Gatekeeping at its best, coming up from the side of Alter Ego, keeping an eye towards BTR, denying their entrance as well for FaZe Clan. But for FaZe Clan, they try to open up the angles, but unfortunately, are being pushed away by Roy, who's guarding over the other side to left, right, center. There'll be bombs and nades flying over the side. And Alter Ego will make sure they deny the entry of FaZe Clan and BTR at the same time. But the nade will break their formation if they will connect for the side of FaZe Clan. But no nade seems to be knocking down any of FaZe Clan members yet.
Well, maybe not. Maybe through Lapa, who knocked down one member of FaZe Clan. And Lapa has knocked down as well. So now it's only Zuxi left. Ventorius is on the other side, cooking up his name. Mela is still calling up. But before that, looks like it's going to be Zuxi finishing off Mela. And Ventorius will seek revenge for his teammate. BTR out with 4 eliminations.
Moment. Rosemary know what he's thinking here right now. Managed to just take the vehicle away and push over and just slowly waiting out for the next circle, which could be less than 10 seconds. Roy is closing in for their gap though. It's gonna be extra tough for Alter Ego to deal with FaZe Clan and Roy. We're talking about the entire crew of Roy still alive, but the circle will shrink. RQ in the pair. Got the last player of RQ still in the center. He's still being favored by the blue zone and being favored by the circle as well. But Roy taking a move against FaZe Clan. They're hammed down 2 ways.
Man, this zone is going to make things even busier. And Momon send the nade across, and Momon double knockdown through 1 nade. 2 from Alter Ego, now down. Off down on the left side, we need to find Momon is at Momon 10% of health. He does not have time to heal up because from the other end, it's going to Rosemary to land the final blow.
Alter Ego. Thanks to that, Octa can revive the rest of teammate with Rosemary score of 4 elimination. Yeah, when it comes to the board, a lot of teams score themselves as a 4. But VOIN Donkey take out the last player of RQ, which was Nepeko just now. And Semnen got himself not the best of spot, but at least he got himself the circle. But unfortunately, no covered at all, leaving Boo Boo Hoo to just try to reach out to UI. But the nade coming up from VOIN Donkey is just merciless. There's no room for UI to take cover at all.
Yeah, and Bobo still tries though. He's not gonna let his teammate pops out that smoke, hoping to get to U-High. While we look at Axel, Now trying off Alter Ego as he's still on the outside of the circle, and next is the final member of TALON. And he might his way through somehow, but a lot of eyes onto him. It's going to be hard for Axel right now. And fired on, it's going to be Hans for you. Axel down to 20% of health. He's healing up now, but he has to do it fast. He has to move quickly. And Octa, unfortunately, will say no to Axel, and TALON is out.
For Alter Ego, they still have to keep their promise against Roy, and they come back for them after FaZe Clan being eliminated just now. So it's going to be another fight between these two teams, perhaps, unless, I mean, for Alter Ego, they want to cross the street and straight over to a side of where Sam9 actually stand, because right now Sam9, they do have some slope of the terrain, but unfortunately it will not be long, because it's quite an open space. Only a couple of structures like rocks and those curvature of the terrain will just make them covered temporarily. If the other teams like Alter Ego seems to be spotting Sam9, they will keep dropping those nades like there's no tomorrow against Sam9.
Yeah, so Sam9 still not out of it just yet, although they are in the circle because of the amount of teams around them. But okay, movement here by Alter Ego. They saw the smoke by Sam9, and they're cooking up their nade. This is where it's going to be hard for Sam9. Pupuku moved away from the obvious spot, but the moment he moved, Alter Ego shot him down, leaving Yuhai alone now.
Alva, have an idea about the person who will be right in front of Rosemary, still bleeding out. There's gonna be Yuhai, last man standing for Sam9. Alter Ego, they will reset as a 4 since Yuhai cannot even jump up. He needs to pop the smoke as much as possible. At least he got tons of smoke within himself, right? But the rest of Alter Ego will not wait it out anymore. I feel like they want to just close the deal against Sam9, who also being interested, taking a bit of an interest to a sort of VOIN Donkey perhaps, who just sharing around the same compound as Great VIP. But Rosemary coming in, charging with the DBS. Nate's been dropped. Rosemary still taking the charge and linking it away down to only 1% HP. Yuhai knocks him down still, but then Nate's coming over from VOIN Donkey's side.
Oh, and you will land the final blow onto Yuhai, and then Sam9 will be eliminated. Rosemary will be saved. So Alter Ego back as a 4, and they have side for them to play with. Now we'll be anticipating the next circle real soon, but look at Southern side. It's going to be a lot of teams, 3 teams to be exact, in compound.
And we still have 5 teams left to go. Unfortunately, only one Crit VIP person is alive. It's going to be Iron Pro right in the center of Crossfire too. How did he hide himself so well? And Iron Pro steals it from the side. He secures 1 elimination coming up from the side of MORPH while they're still busy going against VOIN Donkey. What a bane and what a thorn beside a VOIN Donkey just now. They're being eliminated, they're almost being eliminated for MORPH as well due to Crit VIP last play Iron Pro, just making it difficult for these two teams.
Yeah, at this point, Iron Pro is like, shoot whatever that moves because the other teammates are gone anyway. Now he's still on the lower ground on another build, but he's trapped between 2 different teams. VOIN Donkey as well as MORPH. Flippy is picking up that nade, but he's putting a bit more focus on the VOIN Donkey. Okay, lobs the nade onto the other team, but Zeta will not receive the other end of it. So second time now, he's target onto the second floor, and beautifully done by Flippy to knock down Vexy.
Gorgeous. Next, you. With the scar spotted out the last corner where Crit VIP last player seems to be hiding such a long time. But we're going to have our top 4 teams with a full squad coming up from Alter Ego and Roy. VOIN Donkey technically still a trio while MORPH down to only 2. And Alter Ego already starting their move aggressively, taking the fight straight head on against Roy. Well, one player will have to take advantage against MORPH and VOIN Donkey too. Look at how the split coming up from Alter Ego. VOIN still gonna get their second round against MORPH.
Yeah, all in focus onto this compound right now, but Razak failed to react quick up, and Flippy took advantage of that, and MORPH came out victorious in this compound. But the bad news right now for MORPH is that they do not circle. Now it's time for them to cross, but they have 2 teams in front of them that they need to get lost with.
Roy shredded almost his entire helmet. That's gonna be Shunos. They put a bit of a pause against Alter Ego just now. It's not going to be the perfect timing. They might wait it out for Alter Ego to start the initiation of the fight first. While waiting out for MORPH, unfortunately, the circle will move away. We're heading down to stage 9, the last stage here for this round of map. And the blue zone will close to the side of MORPH and FAZE. Have to cross that open street with Alter Ego's eye watching and Roy keeping a tab on the side of MORPH players.
Well, looks like Ego will not be putting too much focus onto the other side. But oh, Alba 7 actually got flippy. So that means MORPH right now has only one active player. But they're also splitting their focus with Roy as well. So Alter Ego managing two teams at the same time. Well, Roy probably putting a bit more focus on the Alter Ego, but they're on the lower side of the ground. So geographically, the Ego, they do have the advantage. Now we're out of stages after this. We're putting stage 9. That's when we'll close entirely. And looking over at the southern side, okay, big moves here. The members of MORPH cut across it into the middle, and Tuyo will go down.
On the side of Shunos, his AUG pretty much running dry from its ammunition, but good news for Roy, they still have a shot with a lot of nades still in the pockets of player. Last I've seen, they had 14 hand grenades prepared and not being used yet. So they're waiting for the best timing to use it against Alter Ego, perhaps since they do have those advantage of elevations of grounds. But that one particular player of MORPH, I mean, can try to steal away those eliminations from the side bench, but unfortunately the blue will eat him alive first, and the battle between Roy and Alter Ego already commencing.
Oh, here we go, flipping, not able to flip through the bullets of Rosemary, as MORPH will be out and free. And now it's between Roy and Alter Ego for this chicken dinner. It's 50-50 right, since both of them have a full team. But when it comes to geographical advantage, Alter Ego has a little bit more of it.
Speaking of more, same goes for hand grenades. Roy still have it more than Alter Ego, despite Alter Ego had those slight advantage just now. But Roy, now there's going to be a flip of a coin and a change over time. They're trying to get themselves a better compounder, better terrain to play with. But Rosemary, there's quite an open area and space. But Alva knocked down on Shunos. Here comes the push. The other side flanker of Alter Ego already start to move. Where the side of Rosemary hunts for you, going in for the push as well. They come out from the flank side. And that was a flawless chicken dinner coming out from Alter Ego.
And not dropping any points to other teams as well. So this is Alter Ego repaying back from the sign-off match that they did not particularly well, especially against Team Secret that time, coming into Europe with a chicken dinner. And with this chicken dinner, they will push them up significantly and will put them in a very good position in the overalls when it comes to this.
But we have to tally up the scores when it comes to elimination by the end of the day, because just now we don't see a lot of glimpse for the other teams. A lot of them finish off whether they try to transition themselves into the circle, be eaten up alive by the blues. But the least damage received is going to be by Octa. But damage wise is always going to be Rosemary. He almost received 500 damage himself, 4 eliminations. Almost 1,000 damage out there, but when it comes to the entire crew of Alter Ego, every single one of them pulling off their own weight with the damage dished out.
Yeah, and the MVP Rosemary himself did the tanking with that amount of receive. He did the damage with almost 1,000, like what you said, and came up with the eliminations. This is a perfect round for Rosemary himself as an individual performer, and a 24% team contribution. 28 minutes, 18 seconds survival just to wrap things up. Overall, Alter Ego did very well by not dropping any points to other teams.
But don't forget about MORPH and VOIN Donkey as well. We almost had a full Indonesia finale for the teams just now, but Roy made it through. But despite they had some difficulties with their grounds just now, Roy did play long enough for them to give a bit of a challenge to the side of Alter Ego. And despite their hesitance, unfortunately, that cost them that chicken dinner too. But for MORPH and VOIN Donkey, what a rivalry. Just to rewatch and relive the moment of our Alter Ego chicken dinner. Let's watch it together.
Alter Ego shared South Pool with FaZe Clan, but they moved in a little bit later, and towards the end, the circle did favor them by pushing itself towards the left side, and Alter Ego combined with the firepower, bringing them 12 eliminations and a total of 22 points with the chicken in this round. But we do have a good amount of teams with a two-digit finish. MORPH, Roy, and VOIN Donkeys.
They're playing aggressively this time for Infinity as well without any placement points. 7 eliminations across the board here just now. Just shows how much effort they're putting into it, how much thought they actually put into this round of map to try to push their numbers. But unfortunately, some teams will have to end as a 0 down there. That's going to be O2 Esports. And speaking of O2 Esports, they're definitely not safe either when it comes to the Super Sunday.
Yeah, not at all. And today, of course, is their first day in the campaign, so they do have games, but they need to also catch up on the points if they want to continue on directly Sunday. But looking at the overalls right now, so VOIN Donkeys push up to number 1. Of course, Vampire Esports, they are not playing, so they'll be looking at just telling themselves that, just wait till we're back. Alter Ego went up as well with that chicken, so they're number 3 right now. But these area Alliance, they're not full, so obviously they cannot gain further points. So that is, as of now, the top contender on page number 1. And of course, we'll be looking at number 8 onwards as we move towards the end of tomorrow to see who will be in Super Sunday directly.
Yeah, my eyes locked into the teams on the second page, probably coming out from Group C, and one of them will be Crate VIP is close enough to be pushed down to second page. I mean, I wouldn't worry for the teams that just played here today. We're coming up from Group B, of course. But when it comes to teams coming up from Group C, the one that actually pushed all the way to a second page, and KT, seems to be the only teams in Group C that have dropped down to the second page here. We have to go back and rediscuss regarding NKT's gameplay, because when it comes to week 1 they were great. Week 2 they start to diminish when it comes to performance wise, and final week we don't see any of NKT can actually, except for fighting against Boom, of course, yesterday's match. But other than that, not really a lot of things happening on their side.
Well, there's a lot happening here with Rosemary as he's compared to Vexy. And Vexy did put in a good performance yesterday, but for this match, Rosemary is superior, especially in the eliminations department. He scored 4 as compared to Vexy. That obviously comes in the package. And but Vexy, if you kind of think about it, with 1 elimination, he's still able to come out with 769 damage. That means he did a lot of work for the team. Hence, that translated to his assists as well as team contribution. That's a lot more than Rosemary.
But it's gonna be no surprise for Alter Ego with that kind of tattoo and also that kind of performance for them to actually not be in the top frag. Of course, they're gonna be one of the top, and it will be number 1 spot for them at 12 eliminations up there. VOIN Donkey with Vax's performance, and with on the rise with Zeta as well as his partner. He always just so reliable for these two duos to work things out for VOIN Donkey. MORPH is on the rise. Singers for the Infinity. I love the fact that we get to see some aggression coming up from the Infinity right now, because if they don't try to push their double-digit eliminations and score the chicken here today, it might be super difficult for them when it comes to tomorrow, because a lot of heavy hitters gonna come in back for tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. I do like the fact that the Infinity, they are active, at least in the 2 rounds that we have seen, right? So if they can continue on, who knows, they make a surprise entrance into the Super Sunday, whether it's through last qualifiers or whether it's directly, you know, whichever way it is, as long as they can make it, that's fine. But I do like, and I agree, I do like what I'm seeing with Infinity as well. They are being active. They're not just playing it passively, just waiting for the ball on their lap, but they are looking for opportunities. And this is what a team that desperately in need of points to be in Super Sunday is supposed to, and I hope that the Infinity will keep this up.
Yeah, the Infinity, what's lacking from their side based on their past performance prior to this week, it's always about rotation. And when it comes to firepower, we never deny that a lot of the players of Infinity do have high caliber of firepower, but when it comes to closing or rushing into compound or closing a fight, seems to be slightly messy here and there when it comes to probably communications behind the scene because of how things seem to be scattered about for the players when they're forced into fights or being ambushed or even trying to close up a fight here. And but when it comes to defense, sometimes they are pretty okay. But it's just during rotation, we don't see like everyone on Infinity's side is going to be on the same page. It seems like some of them will go a bit too far, a bit too early, then the rest of them that be picked off at the back. So that's going to be for the side of Infinity. But it also depends on the circle heavily, right? Sometimes the circle do play a big part. I mean, luck. We had the interview, it's all about luck.
Well, that is what FaZe Clan would think right now. Well, maybe not, or maybe yes, because as the 2 rounds that we have played, FaZe Clan hasn't been showing the best of FaZe Clan yet. So there could probably answer if asked again, it's like, oh, well, why aren't you doing like how you did during the Super Sunday? Luck. But to a certain extent, looking at how the situation has been for them for the 2 rounds, the circle at crucial points did move away from Japan, so it became rather difficult for them. But it is part of the game, right? You still have ways to be able to overcome these sort of situations. And FaZe Clan, being one of the teams, we expect them to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, like, FaZe Clan always going to be the teams that are on top of the other teams, and they're one of the high-tier teams in like a top pack of teams, you know, when it comes to firepower-wise. But when it comes to closing up the entirety of the Grand Final trophy, that's where we get to see them have some blunders here and there. I don't know what is going on for FaZe Clan. I mean, whenever it's Grand Finals, they have some issues. But when it comes to League or Group Stage, it's a no problem for them to bounce back. Yes, I agree. When it comes to bouncing back and surprises to the very last minute, they can do it. But Grand Final-wise, it's just, that's going to be the only issue for the side of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, well, not wanting to sound doom and gloom for FaZe Clan. I mean, the Grand Finals is this week, so gotta give them a break there, right? They still have this to kind of build up to it. And looking at their current points, we'll definitely see them in the Grand Finals, so at least that's the first step. And then the following steps, we'll see what momentum they'll be able to bring from this week throughout. And since they just started today with the first 2 games, so they still have a good handful of games for them to find their momentum again to carry on to next week.
And speaking of the Grand Finals, right, so far we can safely say FaZe Clan going to be 100% in the Grand Finals for now. And especially when it comes to teams in the top 8, I can assure you, I feel like they're definitely going to be in the Grand Finals here. But the one actually at the very bottom, a lot of them having only won Super Sundays before. Starting from 9th place, Team PANDUM, they had that one-time Super Sunday. They are at 9th place with 58 points. And KT had twice for Super Sunday, but they dropped to 10th place because of how less a point they gained for their 2 Super Sundays. The one that actually super scary here is going to be the teams that only have one-time Super Sunday, but they scored so much in that one particular day.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So the Super Sunday conversation where I believe will be the main topic, or this main topic. So if we look at like the current situation, like NKT, starting to fall behind a bit. And let's remember as well that they actually played yesterday, and with current average performance, if they continue on like that with the remaining 4 games, unless they come up with something big, because the golden number is 80 points, right? They will need themselves for the last chance qualifiers in order to get into Super Sunday, and that can be a very scary since it's the final last chance qualifiers. You never know what teams will do.
Yep. And speaking of the teams that we don't see them doing so much yet, it's going to be some, not like I mentioned before. I'm waiting for that Firenze UI combination that happens to be one of the spotlight when it comes to week 1, or even slightly the first half of week 2, but then it seems to be not working out. I don't know what happened, but we might actually see them again because we're right now dropping ourselves into the second Erangel of day number 2.
Well, the Erangel before the break, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. So far, we have not seen any substitution happen yet. So we might see it later in the break. But before we head on to that, we gotta get through this round. And this time the flight path is going to be a bit more balanced as compared to starting from the area of Starboard, Kameshki, all the way down to the Primos. And majority teams should be able to get to their regular drop spot directly.
Yeah, I agree. And every team can drop wherever they fancy based on the flight path. Seems to be quite generous this time. But when it comes to the circle, that's where it gets super tricky. Now, we don't see a lot of Milta Circle, except for yesterday, of course. We had Milta Circle as our end of yesterday's Erangel run. But when it comes to today, which part of Erangel we don't really see too much? I mean, like Quarry, you did ask for it before, but we never get on top of Quarry. Nearby Quarry, yes, but it pulls all the way back to Gatka Field.
Well, if I would have a wish list and to answer the question at the same time, I probably will pick Power. It's all the way towards the right, it's stuck at the corner, and you have a lot of water in many phases of the circle. And because of that curve, I mean, it's still somewhat there, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But if you go all the way to Milta Power, it's actually a very, very challenging circle for these teams, and there was a lot of early fights along the way as teams rotated.
I agree. Since the flight path slightly skewed towards the left side or the west side of a map, so there might be some chance of early collisions in between the teams just to cut across to where Milta Power's at, but we might have a chance to end it up on top of Prison too. Now that's going to be inside of the circle. We're going to have to wait and see stage 2 and 3 to clarify later, just to confirm where the circle will be super interested in. But BTR did drop himself just nearby towards one of TODAK's scouters. So I think that's crucial information aside of TODAK not to cross path with BTR, just to avoid those unnecessary conflict.
Yeah, so early conflicts is sometimes things that you don't do unless you have like a clear reason or a clear advantage. So that's how we can see these teams ignoring each other. Well, plus when it comes to loot, not that well stopped yet. So it's more of like, okay, let's get the loot, and not only like loot utilities, but also vehicles before we consider other fights to happen. But looks like BTR teams are really not giving in an easy time to rotate around, but they should be fine as they go up to this high ground, these trees into the building perhaps.
Golden Brazen, they got ambitious spray with the AKM with an iron sight. So I don't think he can actually get anyone at that point, but at least he tries and give them some warning shots so BTR won't crash into his compound. That also give away his positions too, but at least BTR definitely lose their interest towards the side of NKT just now. But when it comes to the most healers out there, the doctors, we'll call out for FaZe Clan Mormon, UI, O2 Esport Kid, and we had that one last player of I think it was VOIN Donkey perhaps.
Yeah, it was. The numbers are very close as well. And when we look at throws used, looks like the numbers are quite far apart in numbers there. I would also like to see at this moment that team do favor Erangel as of now, especially after that last round, right? Somehow give us an idea of okay, this team has a high potential out of this map. And the last time we saw one of the high numbers here for Erangel is going to be via esports, but they're not playing here today, so I guess that's a relief for these teams to, based on the stats at least have a better chance without Vampire coming in.
Yeah, speaking of Vampires, I mean, I'm pretty glad they're not playing here today, because yesterday they were practically a monster team. There's nobody to stop when they are taking a bit of berserk run throughout the entirety of the map, bulldozing every single team's back-to-back, and even have a back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday. I mean, I don't know what they will offer us tomorrow. We're going to have to wait and see. But when it comes to today, right, another stat that I've been waiting for my whole life and career in PUBG Mobile is going to be one stat that I'm looking forward to. They still haven't put out. Do you know which one is it, Cloud?
My mind reading sense not working right now, probably because of the Magneto helmet. But what would that be?
I mean, we talked about this before. One of this stat was the most knocked down players, not getting those knock like we had those sad awards, is the one that the players that always get knocked down. Who get the knockdown the most across all the maps, every single map. Because sometimes we see a lot of them happen to be a scouter, right? Like, example, some players like Sem9 is always, back in the days, UI get knocked down quite a lot last season. The first one to get knocked down every single time. So I want to see when it comes to this season, who will actually be the target for all the teams out there?
Yeah. We did talk about that. That does ring a bell. So, like, how many, not, how should we define that, right? How many have you been knocked? Okay,
How
I
many times
guess
you've been on the
grammatically that
knees?
would make more sense, right? Like, but I guess we can fine-tune that line just to make it like a simpler line to come out in a stat. But that would be pretty interesting though. And if it's broken down like to teams, right, that would immediately like, you're always the culprit, like in every team.
True, I mean, that's also a good step for the players to get swapped out as well if they need a refresher sometimes, just to have a change of dynamics. But, you know, it would be fun to see who's always going to be the first victor to be on top, I mean, like on his knees every single time after he land into those maps. Maybe by map segregation, it would be great too. The most knockdown, the most easiest or the earliest knockdown players in Sunhawk, in Miramar, even in Wrangel, they're fun to watch too. Maybe in the future, perhaps, we get to see that sad stats. Speaking of sadness.
Yeah, stats. Yeah, that would kind of make sense as well. I wonder on the back they have that data. I'm pretty sure they do. So hopefully, yeah, like what you say, right? One day pull that out. So again, ladies and gentlemen, every season we're coming up with new ideas. So if you see it somehow in the future, you know where it came from. Okay, we're gonna claim it every season. You know, the conversation always happens here on the English broadcast. So you know where it came from. Something new.
I guess we asked for zombies. We're getting that Metro Royale on this weekend. It's going to be the last group stage 2. If you guys seems to be missing the old legendary players, the golden days of G9, and even we have Goddard and Martin of Illuminate the Murder, they will be playing back in those Metro Royale mode. But next we have Zero, the one that interviewed early on. Seems to be charging down to a 7-9 dab, but Yuhai made some damage control from the back of flank side too.
At least Yuhai is not going to add to that sad knock stat that you mentioned earlier. This time it's dab. But his other teammates, okay, they're going in for it, okay, but safe. But the MORPH might want to try to counter, okay, the movement for MORPH right now. Yuhai is going to be the one to be holding hands with Deb. MORPH surrounding both Yuhai as well as Deb. I wonder how they're going to get out. The POCO will provide cover fire by knocking out Zera.
But it's going to be VOIN Donkey across the other side of the map. Entirely different team. But when it comes to MORPH versus M9, unfortunately, the 3 teams fighting into the blues. And it's going to be including VOIN Donkey. Got knocked down on one of the players early on. And this might be overstaying themselves in the blue as the other teams already crossed their path on top of the Medusa intersection, right on top of Mansion, Prison, and Farm.
Oh, so I want to point out that Kenny is actually playing, so Fearon's taking a break. Welcome back, Kenny. It's been a while. And let's see how will MORPH get out of the situation. The blue is on top of them, but they will go all in on 7-9. And that member of 7-9 is in the building still, dancing around. Jump shot came in, and Zero to land it in. And MORPH wins the fight against 7-9, set out with 1 point.
Now, I would say right now, out front, I am in disagree with this lineup of 7-9 because we saw how Firen and Yuhai combination was so great alongside with Dap as well. And for them to swap in the second week with Loyu and then coming into this final week at Canny, I mean, that's quite a risk for 7-9, isn't it? We talked about how they missed Super Sunday, Super Sunday week number 2 was pretty much significant loss for their side. And now, taking a bit of risk, another roster change when it comes to the final week.
I guess that's what we see on screen, right? And it's apparently true. But yeah, sometimes what the conversation is behind the scenes. Unless, again, we get another interview. So, interview, Winda, do you know what to ask right now if you ever get 7-9 on screen or on stage. So that's something that I guess we're all curious about, because I do agree, if you ask me, looking on screen, having Viren in the lineup seems to bring better returns. But ever since they start swapping in like Loyu, now they're swapping Annie. I mean, if you look at the points, it's not that great.
I feel like Viren is one of the players that cannot afford to be swapped out by Semna. I'm going to have to wait and see later on the second half today. But Team Secret surprised by Alva sudden attack, which is going to be the ambush out of just the corners of the rocks and those slopes just now. Well, Alter Ego, I feel like what they're playing for this week is all men by themselves and all men for himself here. They are spreading out quite thin among themselves, which is quite far from for the other support, a cover fire from the back to help if they're being knocked down. So everyone try to get the most eliminations. I assume that's going to be the main objective of Alter Ego here today.
So Alter Ego, at least they're doing okay, 66 points. So all they need to do is to a certain level of consistency and they will be okay. But right now we also look at this circle. So I'm not going to get my Milta power circle, but we're going to get a Medusa intersection. So this common circle across multiple seasons, and a lot of teams should be very familiar by playing this. There's like the ditch, there's like some high grounds, and but the biggest challenge with this kind of circle, because it's like so many interconnecting roads. So at some point, crossing the road will mean something that teams will need to make. So that's going to be the challenge with this kind of circle.
Yeah, especially with this kind of circle, they have to make sure they stock up a lot of those moves in case they need to cross over the other side of a street. Because if they want to cross over, we do know how open the view can get for the teams out there due to how flat the land is in between those streets. But they might got themselves some pits and, you know, covered by the terrain and a couple of structures like rock and trees, but it won't be enough for them to cover themselves as long as they need. But for FaZe Clan, it's okay for them to stay low for a bit here right now. They've got themselves quite a number of utilities to be used for in case of a rush. But for some teams, they prefer to play those elevations around the rim of the circle, including this mushroom tower where BTR seems to be crowding himself on top of shelter, going towards Alter Ego players. Now we do know Rosemary will not sit quietly. If he does see a target moving, he will try to just shoot down everything that moves.
Well, same goes for BTR as they spot out NKT below them and Enk right in front. And looking at the spread of BTR with the circle, they're just making sure that the flanks are checked as well. So great move by BTR, good preemptive to check here as they spot out Rosemary, who fired a couple of shots. So at least they have an indication that, okay, somebody's up there. So if you want to move, prepare to fight, or just don't go there. And so they have options of like, okay, if they were to force into, it's either to go up north, prepare fight against Alter Ego. If they go front, then it's going to be NK. So it's more like pick your poison kind of moment here, especially coming to stage 4.
Now we have to watch a bit of replay what happened for Sam9, where the team got eliminated in an instant in the blue zone with the help of VOIN Donkey as well from the back just now, fighting against one of Sam9's player, making them so distracted. But MORPH, look at the taunt we just see. That's a big taunt towards the side of Sam9, the first team to be out. But for NKT and BTR, this is what I worry for BTR. The moment they open fire against Rosemary just now, that gives away the position, and they heard those fires before even Rosemary got tapped down, which means BTR are fighting two teams at the same time. So that means opportunity for Alter Ego to be into this kind of crossfire as a third party if they just wait it out.
Well, here is Go 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 by BTR now, realizing the circle is still pretty big, so there's still space. Might as well take the advantage to be in the circle before the Ego, and that's where BTR make their first move. NKT still by the rim of it, the Ego on the outside. BTR actually shot straight into as close as possible to the middle circle, and now they're surrounded by RRQ and TODAK. But because they found this shelter area, so they'll be fine for now.
They maneuvered themselves way into the bunker area, knowing the fact they're still inside of a circle by the end of the day. They're going deep into the tunnels here, making an exit out on the other tunnels end. So for BTR, this might be a surprise attack to a sort of TODAK if they're not being careful for their backs. Even RRQ perhaps.
Yeah, so RRQ is close by, but I guess pretty comfortable in the middle of the circle, so they would still hold on to the position. No big reason for them to make those risky moves yet, but maybe the risk might come from O2. They made a long rotation all the way from north, and now there's the right side of the circle just to bump it into our team.
Yeah, but I'll take him be spotted out again by a different team this time. I think Alva calling out for help, but here comes a rush. A jumper coming in with the DBS. Ring around the Rosie. He goes around the rock, and that's a finish done deal. But instead of OTE Sport finish off one player of Alter Ego, but will they respond back? I'm waiting for Alter Ego to make a push.
Oh, well, this might response here, but looks like response came from Fredo to knock down Hans for you. Octa is on the other side. He's still active, but it's going to be hard for Octa to come in to help his teammate unless they clear off the entire squad of O2. Amazon sees Octa really low right now. A jumper just had to do the drive-by, and now Alter Ego is only down to Rosemary.
He's going straight towards the side of TODAK, knowing the fact the rest of the teammate cannot be revived by OTE Sport. They're not stopping their firepower yet and keep spraying towards the team that seems to be passing by. Next is going to be NKT, but no time to reset to even revive their teammate. Shots coming up from the inside of the circle all the way downtown. BTR, they took the fight back into their hands.
Wow, okay. Nice advantage taken by BTR, and Octa actually denied himself to the blue, so the point is probably not even to O2. Okay, I'm getting confirmation. Okay, O2 has 4 eliminations, yeah, so it's still given anyway. I mean, they did a lot of work and dished out a lot of damage onto him. Anyway, for Alter Ego, they still survived this thanks partly to BTR. Rosemary is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, he got himself safely inside of the circle just now, playing this by himself. So on the side of BTR, I think he spotted out Rosemary. That's where last we've seen him cutting across the other side of the corner. But Team Flash is taking a head-on confrontation again more, but didn't see Jaws from the back. He picked them back and Karma hits. Jaws surprises them from a surprise attack off angle. Team Flash now in shambles with Great VIP joining in too.
Ooh, 3 teams to duke it out on the left side of the circle, and we might expect him to join. Look at the minimap. Another team's passing by. Zero goes down immediately. The moment he arrives at tower, now our boy needs to win the fight, and our boy got it. Beautiful DB play by our boy to take out Flippy as well.
It's not done deal yet for him. The Blues start to hit and he's pretty low himself. We're talking about stage that will eat away the HP. Yeah, Great VIP, a boy. Man that actually stands around the mushroom tower. Can he hold against Zeus? He's pretty good at CQC, but the other way round. Where the shot coming out from?
Oh, you actually got some help. Okay, waiting for the elimination feed to roll, but round no time for us to observe that because our boy will need to get out of this sticky situation as the Infinity will be looking to take down our boy. Lobs nades into the but Jaws is actually not in the smoke. He's behind the tree, so he will be away from all these nades.
Thanks to Rosemary as well. He got 2 eliminations out of nowhere. That's going to be Rosemary Esport by himself to carry out the task for the rest of Alter Ego. Now, Great VIP, our boy shredded almost his vest entirely with 1 more hand grenade and 2 more smokes to go. Can he cut across the corner? He spotted out Jaws. That's the last member of MORPH that making such a trouble for Great VIP just now. But MORPH, down to that last play, he needs to reposition because the rest of Infinity will share the direction as he wants to get into the circle himself.
Well, we'll wait for that to roll as it moves FaZe Clan up against TALON with Yoru inside of the bunker all alone. Surround members of FaZe Clan. Mela still has the time to heal up, and Onzen will keep an eye to Yoru. Yoru is still stuck in the underground. Look at the elimination feed. Look, Infinity is stuck with a team secret. 2 players down as Tiger is back, and FaZe Clan on screen right now, still pinning down Yoru to go.
We saw that, Mela. It's okay. Nobody's judging you. Miscalculation helps us all the time. But Mela just now deflected his own grenade. Well, on the side of Infinity, they seem to be in trouble of smoke, and he might be choking them down if they don't try to move. VOIN Donkey coming up from the north west side. Team Secret have to fight against Infinity. Infinity pretty low themselves with different angles, guarded over by so many eyes. Infinity seems to be smothered by two teams at the same time, and they are down as well.
With only 2 points this round for the Infinity, so 16 points collected. Secret, on the other hand, is dominating 5 elimination points at FaZe Clan. Looks like they picked up another point, eliminating Misery. Yoru is still alive inside of this bunk. Now, it's not going to be that easy for FaZe Clan to spot him out. But we move over to Team Secret. Now, K is being rained down nades by VOIN Donkeys.
Lucky those nades tossed by VOIN Donkey seems to be bouncing off and over tossed by inside of VOIN Donkey just now. With the micro Uzi, Vaxi tried to just push in, but the smoke up vehicle will not serve him that much longer anymore. VOIN Donkey, the shots coming out, it's gonna be GEEK just fighting for his own life, but unfortunately he doesn't have enough hands here to deal with the rest of VOIN Donkey. Where's the cover fight we've been waiting for? That last play of Team Secret being charged by BTR and VOIN Donkey at the same time. GK, can he still be saved by SOAS?
Oh, look at the circle now. It's away from VOIN Donkey, and Team Secret is going to be big, especially for VOIN Donkey. At least Team SOAS in the circle. So now VOIN Donkey had to cut across, but before that, they will make sure they pick up another point out of Team Secret. Now SOAS all alone in the shack, inside the storeroom, against the potential 3 from VOIN Donkey. They crash in.
Yep, they definitely will try to crash in with their vehicles next, but it's down to SOAS. If he can actually perfectly well time his hand grenade, he can just take these 3 players of VOIN who try to charge towards a small shack at the same time. But I think they're oblivious regarding his positions here right now. And SOAS, unfortunately, his rifles are running low as well. 20 reserve ammunition will not last him enough for the entirety of stage 7 later.
Yeah, I know, right? And plus, there's still so many players to overcome. Unless he gets win in the close quarters combat, then he can loot up and restock himself. If not, it's going to be pretty tough for him to go on. But it's going to be tough on the right side as well. I can imagine the potential of staying with Circle moving away from the bunker. And all these teams that we can see here on screen will all need to move there. And there's so many of them.
SOAS still hoping that nobody will actually gain any sort of information where he's at, but he's cooking up the nade. He might actually exploit his own location if he open fires or even toss that nade over to a side of VOIN Donkey. Because right now they have no clue regarding his position. But for Roy though, this is going to be a tough climb. We talked about the bunkers before. It seems like FaZe Clan is inside of a tunnel too against TALON.
Oh, Yoru right now against a 1v1, and Yoru spraying with the UMP, but then again, the follow-up jump shot came in, and Yoru is eliminated after a long standoff. FaZe Clan came up victorious.
This might be a long fight here since we have a multi-terrain inside of the tunnel, or will it be the underground fight on the surface area where VOIN Donkey tried to just cover the entry into this bunkers? Yeah, but Razak, I think he's tossing his own nade to explode it and take a bit of damage down there.
It doesn't look like it, and lucky enough for him because he's the last man for VOIN Donkey. If a big one happened, then we know what clip is going to go on to social media. And Razak is still alright, okay, so calm down, fans of Donkey. It is still okay here, but because he's all alone, there could be a potential of other teams that have to take over this area instead.
VOIN Donkey Razak can play it safe and play it patient, but unfortunately there's a lot of teams on the surface area as well. Nate's coming in from FaZe Clan, but BTR making them busy inside of a tunnel too. Now, whether to want to go deep into the tunnel or not is down to BTR. They're going to swap towards their shotguns, or they will try to just force their way out. Razak is waiting from the outside. He knows that these guys are starting to climb up the stairs. And here comes a nade, and it will be perfect. Cook. Not really. A bit too short when it comes to the timing of the toss. Razak tried to flush them out. He got one. Can he charge in yet? Not now. He's still got plenty of hand grenades. Down to only one left after this toss, and that's gonna be none. He tried to secure the elimination, but unfortunately, it's quite deep inside of a tunnel.
And looks like he's definitely not going to take that risk since he is the only member left. But Mela BTR instead. I mean, they were just sharing the same underground earlier on. BT know that FaZe Clan was behind them and FaZe Clan took advantage. I wish we could see a replay of what happened underneath there.
Definitely need a replay, but here comes TODAK crashing into where VOIN Donkeys and the Razor's waiting around the corner. He's gonna play the ring around the rosy, and they go down. Phil attempt of push coming up from TODAK. I mean, Razor be holding this by himself. He's solo-handedly dealing with two teams at the same time.
Yeah, all he do is come up with this illusion that there's a full squad here by putting a lot of pressure on the FaZe. But as we wait for that the standoff to continue on, we move over to Roy. Toss now down thanks to RRQ, and RRQ who have been quiet the entire. Now we see them in action, but Razor will get the knock onto the member of RRQ.
Seems like RRQ finally lasts longer this time, despite they had a really rough start of even week number 2 here. Hopefully they can make a comeback when it comes to today. But here comes Nate exchanging hands with GEEK knocked down by Fnatic. Follow up with those nades. They will try to just finish off with a long distance nade tossing here by RRQ, not willing to head over for the face up confrontations. RRQ playing it safe against Roy.
Oh, the nades have not stopped yet, trying to get Porsche on the other end. But at the same time, well, no other contenders, you gotta think about it. Okay, they have Roy in focus, FaZe Clan in the bunker, so they're not gonna have any part of this. So RRQ, they pretty much have focus on to Roy now.
Nate's hoping to finish off GEEK. Snape getting on Shunov. Slowly they chip down one by one of Roy players. We're waiting for FaZe Clan. Will they try to make an out? But back to a sort of RRQ. Close enough. That last play of Roy still survive regardless of how every single corner will be swarmed by those nades. He tried to make do with what he has left. But unfortunately, back to a side of Kai. Here comes the charge. RRQ trying to surround the corner and close things up against Roy.
Here we go, all in right now, the final play here for Roy. And they know exactly where he is. Super duper low right now. RRQ will wrap things up. No car, he got one knocked down. But then again, the POCO will be picked up. Not going to be an issue for them as RRQ will retain the full team.
Now on the side of FaZe Clan, they cannot even pick out due to Razor's positions here. But I don't know how much he got left on Razor's hand when it comes to the throwables. But RRQ, they definitely know exactly where the other fight's going on, so they might swarm this place as a team. And Razor definitely not going to be safe. He has to deal with FaZe Clan and RRQ at the same time.
Wow, and Mela, the moment he came out of the shelter, took out Razor, and RRQ will continue on as a third party. They see Mela. Mela gets knocked out by some more to go for the side of FaZe Clan. RRQ should be able to wrap things up. And RRQ, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while, but they are back with a chicken dinner.
It's been a while that we saw RRQ bouncing back. They quite down in the drain when it comes to last week, but finally see the light at the end of the tunnel with this chicken dinner. They definitely will refresh their mind and have better dynamic with a better full confidence for their next push. They're definitely not celebrating here right now, but I think they're more than satisfied with their performance just as we finish with their chicken dinner.
And they know the mission is not over yet, but at least it is for this round. And they scored themselves 7 eliminations at this time. A decent amount of points, so 70 points collected by RRQ, and it's well spread across the teams. And our MVP this time, obviously we're going to prioritize that. And Snape is going to want to claim the MVP this round for RRQ with 2 eliminations, 721 damage, 439 damage received with 36% team contribution, and a survival time of 26 minutes, 47 seconds.
I say every single player of RRQ actually played so well in this map here just now, slowly taking their patience, and they say patience is a virtue, and it seems fruitful on the side of RRQ. And speaking of Snape and Alsar, these two players always swap around when it comes to map rotation, but I personally want to see Snape and Alsar and the POCO to be in one lineup. I mean, like, no offense, they're Fnatic, but I feel like I want to see this lineup and dynamic for once. But don't forget about the other teams too. FaZe Clan, VOIN Donkey, thanks to Razor, they lasted long enough, and also MORPH coming up in the very last minute too.
Yeah, and fans of VOIN Donkey will be glad for the performance. Despite their full squad time is only 8 minutes and 10 seconds, but they still last that long. So great work there by Razak to even hold down FaZe clan for the longest time. Just that towards the end, when Mela showed up, he took out Razak, and that's how they took VOIN donkeys. But let's release our best moments here before we head on to April.
A comeback time for the side of RQ despite their quite a loss last week. Now they're coming back stronger here with 7 eliminations. Baby steps in the process. Definitely more than double digits here. It's going to be 17 points of total. Not more, definitely just double digit, but FaZe Clan at 14 points of total. VOIN Donkey balancing out placement points, elimination at 10 points of total, but MORPH, no placement points, no problem. They score almost enough to have the chicken by themselves.
Yeah, and it's like 1 point away from a chicken dinner scoreline. KT, one of the highlight teams here that we want to see if they're able to make it through that. They score 4 points, at least they're on page 1. But on the other end, so for TALON, starter of the day, not too bad, but this round, it's a 0-point round for them, and the only team to not gain any points at all. Some of the other highlight teams like Crappy, 3 points, the Infinity, 2 points. Even like O2 is points. TODAK 4 points is fine because yesterday they did okay. So we will need the overalls right now on how everyone is at, because at the end of the day, it is about the top 8 at the stage.
Yeah, but speaking of top 8, definitely we are looking at the last Super Sunday who will actually squeeze in, especially coming out from Group C. They need to make do and make the best use of their last day group stage run here. And so far, VOIN Donkey will be at number 1 with 83 points. There's almost 20 points of a gap, but Alter Ego pushing their numbers up. Vampire's not playing it today, so of course they'll be pushed down. But when it comes to the next teams coming up from Group C, it's going to be TODAK. Slowly be pushed down as well. And TODAK, they never get themselves in the Super Sunday. It's important for them to finish off the day around 80 points.
Yeah. Either that or they have to do very well in the last qualifiers. And on page number 2, looking at some of the teams here, the Infinity so far 16 points. Not the best of numbers there, so it's the thing that they need to work out on. Other names here, NKT is still stuck on page 2, 27 points, and games are running out for NKT. Well, unless they come up big with their remaining 3 games. If not, it's going to be them saying hello to the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, I have to grind for another day, and not just that, when it comes to getting into last chance, there's a big amount of pressure behind the players that they have to, wrap their head around it. Psychologically exhausting for the players after such a long run. When it comes to getting into the marathon, now it's going to be the last sprint of that marathon right now. And the players, when it comes to their stamina, are they exhausted by now?
I'm pretty sure they are, right? I mean, on week number 3, and every day is a new day with a new set of teams, so there's a lot to think about. It's not like, oh, you're playing the same set of teams every day, so you kind of like just fine tune here and there. Now you have to readapt every single day and then play them in 3 different maps, obviously, so it's a lot to think. So I'm pretty sure the fatigue will kick into some teams as of now.
Speaking of fatigue or not, we do want to know some players that been rotate in and out for the other teams, but we're going to have to wait and see of the second half of the day whether they're still going to keep their starter lineup, especially for 7-9. Questionable coming out from how they swapped one of the most valuable player, which is Ferren this season, to be out to the bench side instead of letting him play in the final week. But will they actually try to put him back in the main roster after we're done with our break, which is going to be in the next few seconds, of course, because when it comes to second half of the day, that's going to be where the major swap's about to happen.
Yeah, so we have not seen any swap yet or any substitution, so expect more to come in the south later on. That's normally where a lot of teams could start to make that change, make their swaps in coming into the second half here. So it's something that we can anticipate as well. And I just see how would things change with Ferren coming back into the lineup 7-9. So far, we have to see Ferren here today. With their current performance, it is definitely something 7-9 might want to consider. But let's see if they actually do so, coming back from the break and taking one right now. We'll see you guys after this for the second half.
welcome back after the break and back again with me, Windy, as your host. And joining me on stage now, we have the mental coach from BIGETRON. Please welcome Coach Andrew. Hello, Coach.
Hello.
So, Coach Andrew, as we know, BIGETRON hasn't been performing optimally for the past 2 weeks. And now, with you on board, what are your specific duties to improve BIGETRON's performance?
Basically holistically. So physically, mentally, but also spiritually.
Oh, okay. And I don't think we need the translation. Okay, and next, I want to know, will you still be here accompany BIGETRON until the grand final, Coach?
Okay, you can translate.
Maaf. Jadi agak dan gimana tadi Bin?
And I want to know, like, will you still be here to accompany BIGETRON until the grand final?
Coach Andro bakal tetap di sini sampai grand final.
Iya.
Yes.
Oh, great. And I want to know, Coach, what kind of treatment or approach do you usually apply to BIGETRON to help them to get back to their best form?
Metode apa yang biasanya Coach Andro lakuin buat bikin anak-anak ada di performa terbaik mereka untuk pertandingan?
Holistik. Jadi keseluruhan. Seperti yang tadi saya bilang, fisik, mental, spiritual.
Holistic, just like what he said in the first question. It's like for the spirits, for the mental, also for the spiritual.
Yes, and I want to know, like, how do you see BIGETRON for today? Is that, like, you notice something different in BIGETRON performance?
Absolutely, yes. But tapi ya memang butuh inilah ya, butuh perkembangan lah. Sorry, Pan, gue potong lo lagi. Semangat.
Ya nggak apa-apa. Ya, as
Go ahead.
gimana tadi Coach? Nggak konten.
Can you repeat, like, the answer again, Coach?
So yeah, I think secara performance wise, it's improving, but we have still long ways to go. We're getting there, process step by step.
All right, and it's still like 3 matches for today, so good luck for your 3 matches.
Thank you.
And among the current BIGETRON roster, is there any specific player that needs special attention or treatment from you?
Ada pemain yang butuh metode khusus nggak biar mereka bisa performa optimal di timnya?
Ya saya percaya semua pemain itu spesial, jadi setiap pemain saya treatnya ya unik secara karakternya masing-masing.
Yeah, I believe that every players have a special treatment in their own way. So every different player have their own unique method to make them perform optimally.
All right, so depends on the player. And lastly, how is your collaboration with Coach Ken in BIGETRON? As we know, considering like you both have worked together in national teams.
Ya, jadi gimana menurut Coach Andro kerja sama Coach Andro sama Coach Ken? Karena kan Coach Andro juga udah kerja bareng di timnas.
Ya, kita kerjanya cukup baik secara kolaborasi dan itu kerja tim. Walaupun kita pernah kerja sama di timnas, tetap butuh waktu, butuh proses juga untuk kita bangun chemistry kita.
My collaboration with Coach Ken, even though we work together in the national team, it's still different. So we still need to bond, work well together as a team.
Yes, and teamwork makes a great team. So good luck for 3 matches more for BIGETRON. Thank you so much, Coach Andro.
Terima kasih.
And now everyone, let's get into the highlights.
Well, at least someone remembered they need to get paid. You don't get to see it all the time. The translator gets trolled.
I feel bad for Espan. I mean, he's a very good friend of mine as well. It feels awkward, like, do you even need me here? But it's like, but I love the interview somehow, the quirkiness and a bit of awkward situation. But at the same time, it's a nice angle and insight coming out from Andrew, which going to be one of the coaches' line. I think it's going to be more towards mental coach outside of BDR because he mentioned about a holistic approach for the players' side too. It comes to spiritual, their motivation, their mental state. It's everything being put into a factor here.
Yeah, so just to give a bit of background to Andro, he is actually from a basketball background. And coming into esports, PUBG Mobile is actually his first gig. So he's not an esports specialist, but he is more of a mental performance specialist that came from a sports background. So he does bring a different approach to the game, and we can see that with this different approach, BTR is doing not too bad. But when it comes to the numbers here, the team that is not too bad inside Iranga among all these teams is going to be FaZe Clan. They're still up there.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, I think one of the best contenders against FaZe Clan is going to be usually Vampires. Since they're not playing it, this is going to be the opportunity for FaZe Clan to push their numbers up. But don't forget, when it comes to playing with the Circle, RRQ, one of the teams that you should watch out as well.
Yeah, and also MORPH and TALON. So we got a lot of Indonesian teams up here, and every team with their respective chicken dinners as well. So I expect some of these teams to do well in the final Erangel, a match for today as we come back from the break. And if we were to recap again today, so far Team Flash is got the first chicken dinner inside the Sandhawk, followed by Outer Ego in our first Erangel. And the Erangel before the break, it is RRQ, and it's been a while. So we're gonna head on to our final Erangel match. And will it be the Indonesian region scoring 3 in a row?
Yep, dominating over Erangel. We do know when it comes to the Indonesian region teams, they do prefer Erangel over Miramar. But there's also FaZe Clan down there they should look out for as well, because they might actually try to chase their points down there. And speaking of chasing points, right, we have to highlight the teams that is not safe at all regarding a Group C. Don't forget that Group C will be playing their last day today, and this will be their last Erangel run during the group stage before some of the team will be pushed down into last chance on Saturday.
Yeah, so some of the teams that we'll be looking at are like Crit VIP, NKT even. The last we saw, they're on page number 2. So it's not the end of the world by the end of the day, of course, but it'll be nice if they can go through and get a day break. In fact, well, if whoever goes through, they will basically get 2 days in a row break because they will not be playing again tomorrow. So that'll be pretty nice for some of these teams. Who knows, they might go for another hill hike somewhere around that area. But with the numbers that are currently collected by Team NKT, in order for them to have a chance of going through, the golden number of 80 points and above needs to be met. And with 3 more rounds to go, they have to start it off big before they can really look forward to the last chance qualifiers.
And we have to go big. We're talking about super numbers, including might actually try to break the record of MORPH with the most eliminations. They're still going to be the holder for those records until today. And it was a week 1 performance coming up from MORPH with 22 eliminations. That's going to be still the golden number that all the teams should eye out for a big run to flip the coin over, right? Now, speaking of the teams that are really in the need of points, I agree. NKT will be one of the Group C teams that seem to be at the very bottom. And when it comes to the gap of the teams at the bottom, especially like even 9th place like TALON, still have a lot of points to go through, including Create VIP, even Team Secret, VOIN. If they're not in the 80s by the end of today's run, well, they have to say hello again for last chance later.
Yeah, including the team that we see on screen here, right? The Infinity as well. But at least they still have tomorrow, whatever it is. And as of now, they are doing, well, can be better. I mean, so far they have collected 16 points. But at least from a qualitative performance, we do see them a bit more active on the battleground. So as long as they can keep up that activeness, who knows, they can come out with a surprise, or if not, have healthy amount of points as they head on to the last chance qualifiers, if that's going to be the case. But we also expect some of the swaps to happen after the break, and Seda is going to take a break instead, and Mineral is going to come in.
I mean, I don't disagree with Mineral swapping with Zeta, but we're talking about Zeta, one of the most important player alongside with Faxi since last week here, contributing so much for the team. For them to swap out here right now, I don't know about this. But when it comes to Alter Ego, they're having some swap as well, major swaps happening. But for me, oh wow, we have the veteran back here. iShot is here to take the shots away, maybe.
Yeah, and he is going to be replacing Kid for maybe the final 3 rounds. We'll need to see how long he'll be able to last here. Also, one point about Boeing Donkey, because right now their points are pretty healthy. So if they want to like keep their bench fresh, it's also a good time for them to start to deal in some of the players on the bench. And not only for O2, for TODAK as well, we're going to see a swap here. So Real is going to step out, and 9 is going to come in, a player that came in through the academy lines of TODAK, who played in the PMCS recently. And also newbies, welcome back to the lineup.
Yep, Create VIP. I don't know. I mean, like when it comes to each player of Create VIP, everybody can pull the same weight and have very similar dynamics, regardless whoever actually plays. But I do want to see who's actually the lineup for Sam9, because I really hope for him will actually play. Sam9, they're not in the sweetest spot yet, but they are in Group B, so we might actually have the swap tomorrow instead. But we're gonna have to wait and see, will there any other major swap we might miss during this players camp?
Yeah, the fact that the camera is not panning over to 9 in about 10 more seconds, so it's likely they'll be keeping the same lineup, and Viram will still be taking a break this time. No further swaps it seems, as we'll head on to our final Erangel match for today. Let's go.
It's gonna be the last Erangel run for Group C here today. Before they're gonna say hi to Last Chance or straight towards the Super Sunday, or just have to grind later on Saturday again. But we have a very slightly north of flight power, very straight indeed from the left to the right, from the west to the east. Will drop himself into Lopovka, but high chance it might be SMB Circle too, because whenever the flight path slightly favors the north, SMB seems to be in around the corner when the circle pops.
And you know what else is around the corner? It's also other teams to chase RRQ when it comes to average Erangel points. Not too far away from each other. Everyone's like a less than 1 point gap between each other as you roll down until Team Flash, who has the lowest average points inside of Erangel. So this is some of the interesting stats for the teams to reflect on. And since we are playing majority of the day with Erangel matches, so something for them to work on if their names are not on the top.
Speaking of the top, now we definitely have the same names up here. Rosemary Nabego coming out second. I think when it comes to Vampires, they're probably going to squeeze up there one of the players too. They're not playing it today. And Onzens, there's also Onzens Rosemary. Onzens actually put up a lot of stats, but when it comes to the circle, we probably gonna not have Medusa intersection again, but maybe slightly just on top of Prison perhaps, or maybe just Medusa intersections once more.
Well, my hopium will be on to Milta Power. So this is second chance. If let's go there, it will be great. Very challenging area by the edge of the map. A lot of open space. Inside Milta Power could probably house like maybe one or maybe at most 2 teams, and that's about it. So it will be very crowded if the circle does go there. And of course, if the circle pushes towards the edge of the map, they will force a lot of teams to fight each other early as they need to rotate in. So it will be a very exciting circle if that happens.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see stage 2 and 3 if your wish will finally come true. But for Alter Ego, they're not really on top of FaZe Clan just now, going around across hospital. And we do know FaZe Clan do drop himself on top of Jogopool. So we're gonna have to wait and see for the other teams. Will they actually bump into each other out early? Or will some teams will have to say goodbye out as well? That's gonna be Infinity now. Infinity definitely in B group, so they have another day tomorrow. But for Alter Ego, this is where they start to push their numbers. They will not be playing here after tomorrow, so they want to make sure they have more than enough points, and the points will start now to go for Hunt coming up from Rosemary.
Yeah, Rosemary edging towards where Logan is at. So it's going to be really interesting to spot out Logan. He does have a good, suitable weapon. Whether it's close quarters, whether it's mid-range, M4, DBS. So far, so good for him. So he's gathering that information, but he seems to be turning back. Maybe thinking to himself that if he moves any further forward, then whoever is at hospital might be able to spot him out. So this is a spot that he will hold out for now by the other end. And hopefully Logan comes into his sight and maybe he'll be able to take advantage of it.
You know what? I feel like Rosemary slightly expanding his skills here when it comes to his role in the team. He's playing as the scouter these days a lot. When it comes to this week especially, I spot how that Rosemary have been playing a lot of Scouter to try to gain intelligence and trying to get some information regarding the team that he is really interested to take in a fight. And then if he feels like their position is ideal to commit towards those push or those rush, that's where he starts to call the rest of the team to follow up. So it's down to Rosemary to engage with any team that he's interested in. They're going to let him go wild. But at the same time, I don't think that he wants to engage now because it seems like position-wise, he's not getting any knockdowns yet. But we do have some stat across our monitors and screens here right now. RQ Snape. I love Snape, but I want to see Asa, Snape, Nepeko, and probably No Mercy in the lineup.
Well, looks like we're going to get 3/4 of that since Fnatic is still in the lineup. But of course, Snape is the highlight right now because he was the MVP previously. So M4, Scar L, favorite weapons. We see this to be quite a trend here with players who like to play the either close quarters combat or even like the medium range. And one thing is that these two weapons, they use different bullets. So that's why they can like have different sets of bullets. So in case one weapon runs out of bullets, they can swap onto the other set of bullets with the other set of weapons. And when it comes to like even the control, the recall, Scar L and also M4 is not too far apart. So that's one of the reasons why we can see the trend of the style of play that suits certain players. And in this case, it's going to be Snape. They carry fairly similar weapons for the most of the time.
I agree. It means that they love those long and mid-range fights. Maybe trying to steal away some knockdowns by other teams playing as third party from the side bench. That's always going to be the case. If you see a player that carrying DBS, is probably going to be the entry fragger and will play just for the push. But when it comes to the other teams that we talked about pushing their numbers up, it's also going to be FaZe Clan. Yeah, FaZe Clan, when it comes to grouping, they are definitely in Group B. So for me personally, I feel like FaZe Clan having a great start here when it comes to their debut in day number 1, the final week 3. But you know what? I want to see them. They're always in the grand finals, but can we see them lift those trophies when it comes to this year or this season?
Well, still a bit too early to tell. If you ask me, I guess we'll that conversation we'll have a better idea in the grand finals later. Now it's all about like just gaining the momentum and objectively getting maximum points coming to the grand finals. That is also one of the reasons that they must be in the Super Sunday. But being a team like FaZe Clan, they have the capability to do so. Of course, they have to translate that. But speaking about capability, somebody's capability of driving here needs to be checked.
I mean, like, he didn't bump into any trees. Maybe the uneven terrain or slight bump on the road kind of caused the flip of the vehicle just now. But at least they safely landed themselves around the compound. And good enough for their luck, there's no other teams passing by. On top of just 9 Poliana, last time we saw there's 2 teams, Talon plus another team before. But maybe due to the circle itself that forced the other teams that coming out from the northern side. And I want to say O2 Esports. We do know iShot always behind the scene with the players of O2 Esports, but when it comes to playing back into the scene here, can he actually pull it off?
Yeah, so we haven't seen much of iShot in action this season. So let's see if he's still able to bring it to the table now. And of course, looking at O2's position, they're the only team right now with a single point, which is 7. So they need to buck up because O2 is also one of those teams that if they don't make it into Super Sunday, and if we were to look at their current Super Sunday standings, they're actually on the outside of the top 16. So a must mission for them to be in this week's Super Sunday.
Yep. And can they actually get those numbers up within that one Super Sunday? There's also another question. I mean, Alliance did it before, same goes for PANDUM. But for NKT, they're not safe either. I mean, NKT, they have to go big, like how we mentioned before. This is going to be their last run of Wrangle. Unfortunately, they didn't connect any of those shots coming up from Spider Tan. And seems to be still not connecting by far. Twice he reloaded AUG. None of them seems to be even grace any players of SEM9.
And Circle? Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there, right? We're getting there.
Close.
But it's corner enough for these teams to start to like take necessary fights because we still have a a decent amount of water in this circle, so that's lesser land to play with, and sometimes you don't want to play in those open areas by the end, at least for this stage, because coming back in will be a bit difficult. I expect a lot of teams to be in the Lumberjack Hill, so expect teams to like try to get that as high ground as possible, so that's where a lot of the clash points will happen.
Speaking of clash, we have early clash against BTR as well. That's going to be NKT Spider 10 finally got their go time and an entry in, but can they secure this one out? NKT, they can wrap things around with their push, but they almost got knocked down for Joker. But the rest of BTR, where are they? Why are they not sticking as a 4 just now?
Well, probably they're doing that split since Milta is their regular drop spot and there's a lot of compounds, so they're taking that approach of like covering different areas to gather information. But the high ground where the Lumberjack area is at, as what we kind of expected as well, a lot of teams would hit here, and this is where we see FaZe Clan now facing off with TODAK, as well as other teams that are also passing by.
TODAK definitely gonna make a U-turn, realizing there's too many teams around the Lumberjack area. I agree when it comes to this high spot and high ground. Everybody fighting for such a high value spot here to farm those eliminations from above. But Hat Shorts, that was a clear shot inside of FaZe Clan. What a sharp tap coming out from inside of FaZe Clan. But Roy will be in the way. So FaZe Clan, they have to deal one team at a time. There's gonna be two different teams to two different angles as well. And Roy start to crush towards that side. Well, TODAK's leaving. I mean, there's definitely opportunity for the side of FaZe Clan to just take a bit of step back, but TODAK seems to be interested since they have new contenders coming in too.
Yeah, and Zeus knocked down for the side of Team Flash, and that is by the hands of TODAK. And TODAK now sticking on the lower ground instead, monitoring the situation, and Zeus finish off by stolen by the Team Secret. Okay, so a little bit of a steal there. As for TODAK, monitoring the situation on top where Roy is at, and they're surrounded by multiple teams right now. Expect more fights to happen as Yuhai will be the first player from 7-9 to be eliminated.
Left, right, center. Right now, FaZe Clan nowhere to hide. Team Secret on the low grounds across the other side of the road. We have also Team Flash just passing by the other side of the road as well. But unfortunately, FaZe Clan will be eliminated quite early. I think I probably jinxed the teams when I actually mentioned them too early on. Taking the Grand Finals Cup. But you know what? It's not done deal for Roy as well as TODAK here, because we talked about Team Flash. Pre-VIP is even in there. And don't forget about RQ, who happen to be might be interested in the same direction as everybody coming up from the left side will thin out for the crowd by the end of this map.
And with this circle, it would be hilarious if it does go to Milta Power at the end, because at this moment, the closest team is BTR, but they're not truly committing to Milta Power yet. Everyone's trying to get that high ground advantage. Some of the teams that come in a little bit later would realize that, oh, the high ground must be super crowded by now. So let's take our time, allow the eliminations to flow, and maybe we'll find some space to try to wiggle it.
Yeah, I mean, like, let them cancel each other out. We actually do have the upper hand in this case. Just watch them fight and we wait for the chicken. That's going to be the case that actually sitting this quietly. Roy taking on MORPH. We do know that Creep VIP nearby. And VOIN Donkey, do they want to be part of this crossfire too? Because they can. They can actually backstab these teams from the back. But the question is, do they have even the ground and visualization? Because VOIN Donkey, if they're not being careful, there's another team creeping in towards their side from the back.
Wow. Speaking about creeping, right? Our observers, we need to creep in onto so many teams. You can see the elimination feed running right now, but yeah, and it's all over the map. I can truly understand. It's going to be hard for us to catch everything. But we're going to catch Guang here as a fighter member of Team Flash, sharing the same area as MORPH. But one nade set across, and another counter nade that cut down Guang's health to 50%. And for MORPH, the fact that they are popping up the smoke, there could be a potential that they might want to rush in.
Guang perfectly well timed. That's going to be flipping down to 40% of health. But for Guang, he's not going to go down easily. Still fighting for his life here. Open upgrading with another nade to the side of MORPH. But MORPH already tossed another one. Guang chipped down to 50% of HP. That's high damage coming out inside of MORPH. One more nade. It's going to be done deal. Guang will deny himself. Overcooked, deliberate, or just bad luck. But we do know he will not be willing to give his blood over to a sort of MORPH.
Okay. Okay. If we do have a player cam that would kind of tell us the story of like, is that deliberate or did he not mean to do that? But I guess at this point we won't know unless Kwang explains himself. Another interview that probably we can bring onto the table. But yeah, with that elimination, then MORPH will have the entire area for themselves. So they'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely giving away freely. We thought he still got a fight in him, but unfortunately, he just denied himself like that. That's a bit of anticlimactic ending there for the side of Kwang. But back to us O2 Esports. We do know they have iShot playing here this time. How things will be different on the side of O2 Esports?
So they might see their first challenge against Team Secret, but let's check out the circle then. Okay, so this road separates the lumber mill area and also Milta Power. It's pretty interesting. 7-9 is the only team inside of Milta Power. And I noticed that Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego rotating from the southern side towards Milta Power as well. So we might see 7-9 versus Alter Ego there.
Yeah, Alter Ego Rosemary taking such a spread against his team, but so was knocked down O2 Esports. No gun, no problem. They're gonna take their vehicle to run the players down. But GK such an off angle, making it difficult for O2 Esports to rush towards the rest of the members of Team Secret. GK tossing the molly, tries to bait Jumper out, but he needs to deal with Jumper only right now. But unfortunately, the circle will shift. So like it or not, Team Secret, this is an inevitable fight between them and O2 Esports right now.
Oh, wow. Big nade by GK. That kind of moved that vehicle. Jumper, counter nade onto GK. It does connect a bit. And Jumper finding another angle. Okay, takes that high ground, moves away from the smoke area. But Jumper did take a bit of damage as well. Amazar is going to come in from the other side. But Amazar, the moment he arrived, Break took him down. But Break naded up eye shots instead with his debut.
It's going to be some trade-off between these two teams. O2 Esports left with 2 players. Same goes for Team Secret. It's still going to be equal odds of fight between these two teams. GK might spot a couple of players, but he definitely hurt those vehicles coming over this side. Try to block himself with his own vehicle, avoiding him being run down. He's going to be ring around the rosy, and we go. iShot taking the lead, and Jumper coming up from behind. Still a splat on GK, leaving Team Secret down to only 1 player left.
And now it is O2 moving into the circle before they got caught on the outside. Eye shots, just making sure the back is clear. Jumper is in as a marker, but Trung is there though. So Trung scoping down from afar. Eye shots will secure that elimination point onto GK. So O2 right now, 2 elimination points in the bag. As Trung, position compromised. They know that he's there by the edge of the circle.
He's been tailed hot by O2 Esports player here. There's no way out for him unless he tried to go for a swim, but Infinity 3 touches are already waiting there. Next, it's going to be back towards those high ground fights between Greek VIP and RQ. They scored a chicken here for RQ, but the peg was on the ground. Another great snake from behind. And it's going to be VOIN Donkey as well. They've been hand down 2 ways at RQ. How to swing this?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, too many angles to cover, but too little eyes to look at. So look at the mini-map as well. It seems at the topic of looking, more colors actually coming through this area. So expect more fights to happen. And this compound is still pretty valuable since it's within the circle.
Yep, everybody fighting for it. And Roy is super interested in this fight as well. That's going to be Talon from the back. Mineral going for DBS. Finish off the last remaining members of RQ. But there's no time to reset. They're still licking their wounds. And Roy happened to be creeping around the corner. And Graveyard going in for the rush. But Talon coming up from the outside. Speaking of which, it's a graveyard up here.
Oh, absolutely. The nades are still raining in from the outside as well. Vexy from the outside fires in onto the building, hoping to hit his target, and our boy will be knocked out by Vexy as he passes through that window. Vexy goes in. That's a signal for him to find the other members of Crit VIP onto the left side. He needs to reload. Vexy now will be knocked down after he danced out with Newbies. Newbies will collect that point, and he will collect another point out of Mineral as well. Newbies stood tall after that fight.
And the one that winning over this tango fight is going to be Talon, who just approached from the outskirts and from outside, and they finish up the rest of Great VIP, and they scored 4 eliminations across the board, yeah. But for the teams that are being eliminated just now, at least Great VIP scored himself a 4. Same goes for VOIN Donkey. Everybody got the same amount of eliminations, but unfortunately, when it comes to placement point, it's gonna be none. But we're not done yet. Their kill feed is going crazy up there with Alter Ego against Sam9, and there's also MORPH against another team as well.
Yeah, the fight inside Milta Power is what we anticipated earlier on. And as the circle kind of shifted towards the higher ground, Milta Power will need to be vacated. Sam9, they got out of it, and they'll be able to pick up what have fallen teammates. So Kenny will be back up soon. Bobo Hu still inside of Milta Power itself, but since he has his teammates together with him on this high ground, he should be able to get there safely as he has his own vehicle.
Yep, Sam9, their rotation, early rotation, picked them well, not giving them too much of contention when it comes to this compound here right now, where they're at, around the edge of the shoreline. But we had Drunk for a long time. He still survived. For O2 Esports, they still try to take him out from his hiding spot. It's not going to give it away. But for Roy, it's still going to be against Talon. But Talon do have those elevation, and it will actually open up a space for them to go for the rush now.
Oh, they got Shunos there. Nice long-range nade. And now Talon will come in. Triple F will be needed down as well by Satar. That's a grenade elimination there. As they look for more, Misery comes in with the DBS. He gets one more to go. And he got 2 of them. GK behind the rock. And GK needs to face off against 2 members of Talon right in front of him. And the numbers just overwhelm GK. And with that, Roy have been eliminated.
Same goes for the side of O2 Esports. 3 teams out in an instant here. Not even 5 seconds that we can actually wait things out. And there's going to be a lot of teams going out. But Trong saved by the Infinity. I mean, like, O2 Esports, the only team that knows exactly where Trong is right now. But since they're being out and be taken out of the equation, yeah, it's going to be Trong to survive another stage of a circle. For how much longer? We have no clue. We're going to have to wait for the next stage.
Yeah, so next stage will come in about 40 more seconds, right? And I believe it will force more teams to move from here as they are really close to each other. Thanks to the road as well, so that doesn't help those teams. But of course, that gives us extra entertainment as viewers. NKT on the lower ground, but they're sharing the same area with Satar on the other end. And Satar, he is the last man for BTR. So Satar will be playing more of a defensive role now.
Alter Ego on the move. They will crash into MORPH with smokes and try to splat them down with a run over. But Micro Uzi, it's been a while we actually see Micro Uzi. It's going to be the Mushroom Throw in up contention here. But the nade greeted up by Tuyul just now, putting that advancement to a hold for Alter Ego. But they made it through anyway. Octa managed to knock down on another player. Flippy down left, but Flippy still fight back. And Flippy cannot survive thanks to TODAK. Alter Ego survived for another stage, yeah.
Are you kidding me? Toda indirectly helped out the Ego to survive that. And now Satar wish he had a bit of help as well, as NKT will be coming onto him. Satar with the DBS, he will love this sort of close quarters combat with this weapon. And Satar dancing around, he gets the first knockdown to Spider 10. He will finish out Spider 10 before he goes out to the hands of the other members of NKT.
NKT licking their wounds, but here comes another new contender. Talons is on the rise with 8 eliminations already. They're on the hunt. They are going berserk for those numbers, even aggressively flying with their cars. Yoru trying to just corner down. Misery knocked down by Joker's nade. It's going to be Yoru finish off Joker right now. Where are the rest of NKT? The gods still trying to fight against the remaining members of Talon. Will this going into shambles for Talon? Right now, they're almost close to double-digit elimination. And don't forget, Toda across the other side of the street might steal away those eliminations from afar.
I know, right? Toda is just looking at this and finding opportunity. But the God! Neither the Yoru! Okay, the God could put up a big clutch here against Talon, but Misery's back up, so it's going to be a duo against the God as the God now rushes in. He does have an SLK, and now he will fire on. But the God fired back by Linux and KT. As much as they try, they fail.
Gone down in coldness of the abyss. That's no more for their wrangle. But for Talon, they try to reposition all the fallen members here, trying to get themselves some rescue mission ongoing. But Infinity, will they go straight into Talon or just gonna fight against TODAK? Well, TODAK take themselves those compounds. We're down to only 5 teams there. Surprisingly, Trung, despite they lost so many members early on, he survived one of the longest across this map.
Yeah, he's gonna ninja his way to the final circle. Look at the current situation. Infinity wish they could do the same, but TODAK says, nope, we saw you and we will take you out. Infinity, number 5, 2 elimination points. But TODAK, 10 elimination points now. They are unstoppable.
I'm looking at the double-digit team as well. That's going to be Talon on the rise here. TODAK and Talon. Seems like the teams with T's are going to survive longer. Don't forget about Alter Ego. They have 2 players still remain on their lineup. Or the nade. Was it the nade or the smoke? It's going to be the smoke perhaps. But TODAK, they try to get an exit out in case if they need. But they got themselves a compound and even a circle. They don't have to do anything because it seems like the lesser side of a circle will be across the street where Talon and Alter Ego seems to be sharing.
Yeah, and if TODAK gets the next stage circle, then it's a perfect scenario for them to wrap things up. But we're going to keep our focus onto the other side, the lesser area, as how you mentioned it. Alter Ego, 2 players. Whoa! Calm down, Nita, calm down! Trung was just being chilling there.
It's brutal and cold from Iftar, but he's not gonna give any space at all whenever it comes to eliminations and numbers. Every single point will be treated as a dime when it comes to final week. But Alter Ego left with only Octa and Rosemary. Can this deadly duo of Alter Ego make a comeback for the team? But unfortunately, they have to cross double road down there. Not even just one, it's 2 road. And for the side of Talon, they barely got enough space as well. The Blues will start to close in any time now. For TODAK, I mean, definitely it's going to be theirs to take here for the chicken, but can they take advantage when it comes to this crossfire between these 3 teams?
Yeah, to neutralize things, if they don't get stage 7 circle, then it will be a different conversation. So we're going to get a visualization onto it. But it looks like they still have that circle. So TODAK has absolute control right now. All they need to do is, like what you said, stay chill, let these 2 teams probably cancel each other. And by that time, they will need to get across. And that's where TODAK, with 4 players that needs to only look at one direction, they are in the driver's seat right now to wrap the chicken dinner up.
Yep, all they need to do is just wait out for the explosion sounds coming up from both teams. Knowing that their throwables might actually dry up by both teams, that's where TODAK can actually go in for the push. If not, they might be miscalculating with the nades that will greeted them in reverse. It's going to be a toss of a coin here between these 2 teams, TODAK and Alter Ego, when it comes to who get charged in by TODAK first. But it depends on how TODAK can actually wrap things up too. The next stage will head into stage number 8. If it closes in between this very small street, then we might have to see TODAK forcing the battle out just to be inside of this triangle love story.
Oh yeah, I know, right? And that will be pretty fun. I wouldn't mind seeing that though, frankly speaking. At least it gives us a bit more excitement towards the end. And we still have stage 8 circle to see if that potentially can happen. But Linux is going to start it off by putting TODAK on the handicap by blowing up all their vehicles. But it could be their barricade, depending on how the circle goes. We'll know that in about 15 more seconds, as Talon is now planning their route. They're parking their vehicle as close as possible to the road so they can rush in if needed.
Mini 14 6x scope ready up by Misery, and so they start to build the bridge of smokes, knowing the fact they might actually have to get out from the compound. But for Talon, they don't waste any time at all. This is high risk, high reward move coming up from Yoru. If they can actually score this any side flankers of TODAK, that gives them an opening to reposition against Alter Ego as well. So this is a fight they must take and must open up their wide spread for the side of Talon. It's a must do depending on Yoru. If he actually can pull it off, that's a big win for Talon.
And now the ball is actually on TODAK's court. So whatever that we discussed earlier on, it seems to be happening now, ladies and gentlemen. TODAK will be forced out of their building, forced out of their comfort zone. And they are prepping up for it, cooking up the nade. So now this vehicle is smoked up. So they have to make a quick stop somewhere in the middle. And they're able to get into the circle. Okay, there's a couple of trees that they can use. But Cleon, knocked down by Linux the moment he tried to get in. And the other members of TODAK right now in the line of sight of Talon.
But Axel have to watch out for Alter Ego players as well. He might get jabbed from the back. But for TODAK, it's a bit too late. The moment the circle shifted, the Blues hit them as well. So now 2's knocked down. 1 out of 9, he might be rescued by the rest of the team that's nearby. But for Cleon, there's going to be a long shot for the rest of the team trying to reach out to him. So 9 be finished off by Linux. Now, for the side of Talon, they definitely conquered and dominate over the circle with their spread just now. Well, like I said, high risk, high reward. That opened up so many angles. But they cannot just neglect the presence of Alter Ego.
Oh, here we go. Smokes galore here. And it's a haze down on the road. Yoru being shot at by Rosemary, but not able to land the shot because of the smoke. Misery knocked down Octa. So both teams are being managed right now by Talon. Talon is the one in between, so they're the one sandwich. And Rosemary took a bit of damage and have been eliminated thanks to Linux. And looks like Alter Ego is out. So now Talon only focus on the TODAK.
Here comes the push. Axel will give some cover fire and support to a side of Yuri. Yuri knocked down on legs as well, leaving with only 2 players. Cleon knocked back down again. The moment he tried to heal himself up. And Iftar now being forced by the blue zone as well. He has to jump up. He has to take the fight anyhow. Try to actually score one more, but that DB has plays. And Talon, when it comes to being patient, when it comes to take some big risks by Yoru, that actually plays so well regarding the situation, despite they have very lesser land to play with.
Wow. What a turn of events, right? You mentioned it right, like less land, and they had to cross the road, and there's a lot of factors that were against Talon, but looks like the storyline flipped. At some point, it did look like TODAK was going to get it, and then all of a sudden, the 8th circle actually shifted away from TODAK's compound, forcing them to come out, and Talon was prepared for it. And look at the numbers
my
here.
God.
How many eliminations
16.
is this? 16 eliminations!
Are you kidding me? And this time we have to give the MVP for Linux, but my personal MVP is going to be Yoru that opened up the angle in the very last minute for TODAK to be decapitated till the very end. But when it comes to damage-wise, Linux definitely get those knockdown elimination, and he's well deserving for the MVP too. And when it comes to damage received, he hides himself so well.
Yeah, only 53, man. And as he hid himself away from the flying bullets, he still scored 6 eliminations for himself, dished out 902 damage, 38% team contribution, and a survival time of 27 minutes 40 seconds. So Linux has been definitely the key player. He's been showing up on screen a lot. He takes interesting angles as well. But the entire team worked well. That's why all of them survived to the end, and they did not lose any points.
Yeah, working like a well-oiled machine. That's going to be Talon on the rise here when it comes to the big fat chicken dinner with the double-digit elimination. Definitely going to score 26. And how much when it comes to the overall rankings, we'll have to wait and see. But also TODAK, another team with a double-digit elimination. That means there will be plenty of teams might ended up with 0 later on. We will have Team Secret and Alter Ego as well. But let's relive the moment and rewatch the highlight of Talon's amazing chicken dinner.
Talon from Yasnaya aim towards the highest ground possible around the area of prison, slowly move down as the circle shift to score the chicken dinner. 26 points by them and a whooping 16 eliminations by Talon. But Dora did very well too. 11 eliminations, 17 points collected. Dora Langa.
Yep, but it's down to the 8-stage circle that makes such a big difference regarding their circumstances for the team. And Team Secret scored himself 8 eliminations up here for top 4 closing in. It's going to be Alter Ego at 6 points, but NKT also scored himself 6 points, but they favor more towards eliminations. But I kind of worry for a second page. Roy, no placement points, no problem, still scored a 4. Couple of zeros down there, including FaZe Glam. I'm sorry, I might jinx you guys, but yeah, it happens.
The jinx happened to overflow to Team Flash with the final self-knit by Kwang, which we are clueless about, and hopefully we get some answers later on. But RRQ came with the chicken dinner before the break, came up with only 1 point this time, and hopefully that's not going to be a trend for RRQ. As we look at the overall points now, Talon is at 69 points.
Yeah, I feel like Vampire's being pushed down. Their hands definitely itchy looking at this placement push them all the way down to 4th place. But what a domination by these top 3 teams coming up from the Indonesian region. Alter Ego climbing up to 2nd place as well. But when it comes to Talon, 69 points, 10 matches done. All the Group C seems to be pushing the numbers up. But unfortunately for the teams that are actually still in Group B, I mean, like, oh, it's no surprise, but on the side of OT Esports, they just crack into that 10 points here.
Well, at least NKT is out of page 2, so welcome to page 1 for NKT. As for the other teams here, okay, so it's mostly teams that have played either starting today or they're not playing today. So these are like the teams that have not catch up on the amount of games left. So there's always chance for them to be on page 1 with the amount of games that they respectively still have. But for Linux, definitely Top Gunslinger here as the MVP.
And I love the fact every single player we have here is going to be having a very different hairstyle. So Linux, number 1, when it comes to 650 damage, is going to be Misery next. Talent players have them double down up here. While we have Iftar TODAK with 600 damage as well. BTR Satar still squeezing in the very last down as the 4th player.
Yeah, and all the eliminations, at least almost half of them, pulled up by Talon with 16 and Todak with 11. So that's 27 eliminations just by these 2 teams, followed by the next highest team, which is NKT. So that's quite a big gap here with 4 eliminations. And then we have Crit VIP with 4 eliminations as well, with Newbies in the lineup in this round. And Newbies did come out with an interesting performance earlier on. It was just that his house where he was at was just overcrowded.
So we concluded our run of Erangel. We have to say the Indonesian region team seems to be dominating across Erangel map, but will it be the same year when it comes to Miramar next? Now when it comes to the other teams, we assume there will be some swaps, hot swaps between the players that specializes in Miramar too. So I'm looking for those players to come in now. But when it comes to the grouping stage-wise as well, don't forget Group C will have their last run here today. This is the time for teams like Crit VIP, NKT, TODAK, Team Secret, Roy Esports, Talon, VOIN, Donkey and Alter Ego to push the numbers till the very end. And speaking of which, probably 80 is still going to be the safest benchmark to get into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, for at least 2 seasons now, and also whatever that we have here, 80 still seems to be that golden number that the teams will need to aim for. And Tora, they are edging closer to that. And imagine if Tora gets directly into Super Sunday. It is their first Super Sunday this season, and they qualified directly. So that's quite a big news for Tora. And they are on route to there with the remaining 2 games. Mathematically, it's still doable for Tora. So let's see what they can come up with. And I'm liking what I'm seeing for Tora. It's a significant change after 2 weeks. At least if they could get into that one Super Sunday, it would give them some level of hope to be in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, because some teams that actually get in every Super Sunday, unfortunately, BTL, one of them, did not score as much as they hoped for. We talked about maybe like in the 20s, 19s, or in the teens or 20 or less than 10 points. in one Super Sunday. So that gives so much hope for the team that might actually have only one Super Sunday to just gamble it with, to get straight into the grand final. There's a slight chance into it. PANDUM did it. We saw how Alliance did it, pushing all the way up to the 50s. It's not impossible, but it's quite a big of a pressure. It's a very big pressure, mountain of big pressure that we're talking about for the teams that only have that one last chance for their first Super Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, definitely pressure, because yeah, it's all down to one last Super Sunday. Another thing is that the silver lining is that based on the week 1 and week 2 Super Sunday, there were many teams who actually only played one Super Sunday. So that also gives them that level of hope that if they were to only get into one Super Sunday, it could be enough to go through. And if any team does do that, then it will be the first time after multiple seasons with this new format that a team that actually went through to grand finals with only one Super Sunday. And it's looking pretty possible just because of how many teams did not make 2 Super Sundays. There were so many teams only one.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to this season, it seems like the race into the grand finals a bit tight, and I feel like this season is going to be one of the tightest seasons we ever had the entirety of 2024. If we compare with the first season of this year, it looks a bit of a gap seems to be in between the teams of we can see some high tier teams, a middle tier teams, and a bit of low tier teams when it comes to the firepower, and things start to build up during the summer season. And then when it comes to the fall season, yeah, things change so much when it comes to the teams that we never under the spotlight before. We don't talk about them too much. They seem to be on the rise and give such a great challenge, even the top teams up here.
Yeah, it was even mentioned like in the first interview today, right, about how tough this season is. But we're going to see Viren. But it's going to be a very different swap this time. They're going to swap out the IGL Boboku for Viren. So, interesting move. It's also the first time that Bobo is actually taking a break this time. And Alter Ego is also making their own change with reintroducing Hans for you, and in the absence of Opta.
I mean, we talked about Sam9. They seem to be lacking IGL. But with Abuba, I want to see how things will turn around. Got Tani coming in from the side of Infinity. Can things change for Infinity? They need the points here. We do know how they are so desperate right now for the points, because right now Infinity, well, they're still in Group B, so they still have tomorrow, but they need to push the numbers as much as they can. Also, when it comes to, thank you so much, I think Arik is listening to us. We're finally getting my lineup, my dream lineup for RQ here. Can they actually do it and make it work?
Well, now it's time for this Choo-Choo's dream lineup to actually prove it to Choo-Choo that she's right. Yeah. But we're going to see also a swap that has been not been done for quite a while. Leon Fufung, yeah, is back here in the lineup. And we also feel Hans Chill in the absence of Zapsi this time. So 2 academy players just to freshen things up for BPR.
But remember, Hansel actually do play a big role when it comes to 2 weeks prior to this. He did so well that we talked about it during the interview as well, right? And he actually can match up to the par of BTR players.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing more games than Leon Fung. Yeah, it's going to take a while there. But we'll take some time to practice as we go through our games. Let's get on to Mirama then.
With this map including 2 more maps to go, then Group C will have to settle with whatever score they manage to get by the end of today. The flight coming up from the southwest side going up northeast, which is going to be ended up on Al-Azhar, but I don't want to talk anything about the circle here because the circle hates me in this map.
Then we'll leave it as it is, right? Yeah, we'll leave it as it is. Sometimes if we don't mention, then sometimes it will just turn up. So I'll just end my sentence there. But looking at the flight path, it's pretty nice. Everyone should be able to get their regular drop spot, unless if any team wants to drop somewhere in between just to grab a vehicle first, then we might see a tussle. But with this kind of live map, normally we will see a peaceful starting. But also to remember that this is the first time this kind of shuffle of groups of teams that will be playing together in this map. So a potential clash might happen as well.
Yep, very different dynamics indeed. And when it comes to rotations, they have to revise for all the teams out there as well when it comes to Miramar map. And speaking of which, we had a very scrappy Wrangle map in the last one. So I assume some teams will still have the adrenaline rush right now when it comes to this Miramar map, especially when it comes to multiple entry into this sort of circle. Quite a generous circle. Thank you, not Los Leones, but we might actually ended up on top of maybe the old friend power grid or even the common water treatment.
Yeah, and a lot of very tall, high grounds around the area of Cradle Fields that could be some of the focal points for these teams, and teams who drop around that area might want to go up there as soon as possible because it gives them a good vantage point. And I would expect some teams to be taking that. Of course, if you're up there, one thing is that yes, you get the advantage of like the view, you get to see like teams rotating, you have the option of whether to shoot or not. But if they overcommit in shooting, then sometimes ammunition is going to be hard to come by, since whoever that you get down, you can't loot. But teams are aware of that by now, and they will be conservative enough in terms of their ammunition if they're up there.
I mean, I don't know, will they be conservative enough? Because it's going to be the same case repeating itself every single time we walk into Miramar map, right? But the end of the day, when it comes to the last stage, it hits a lot of stage number 9 these days when it comes to this season too. So when it comes to Miramar map, a lot of times we ended up barely got enough ammunition by the end of the day, despite starting off with like almost 300 over ammunition at first. Because of those high grounds, they're trying to take and overcommit themselves. Yes, that might be the case. But Lennox, the last MVP round with 1.1 average elimination of scores. Here comes his preferred weapons.
Yeah, the typical M4 Scar L combo for a player like Linux, who is able to come up with a lot of damage, and normally these kind of players with high damage output, they would prefer these weapons because obviously you get to spray, you get involved with fights more, and that's a pattern with this sort of players. So this kind of combination it suits the play style of Linux, not playing normally that long range per se. And sometimes with those kind of plays we do see a mini 14, but with Linux, okay, it's still sticking on the trend of the same Scar L M4 sort of combo.
Yeah, I think one of the many reasons, because there's so many third party when it comes to engaging fights. Whoever try to go in with a rush with the DBS always get picked off by another team by the end of the day. They never get to win so much because of how the other teams will treat those noises, will treat those gunshots from afar as their compass to actually navigate through the map. And that's why they start to wait it out, you know, because it's always going to be playing it smart instead of playing it cool, playing it like a superhero. It's all about how you conserve your resources and not jeopardizing your own team at the same time.
Yeah, because one way to kind of jeopardize, quote unquote, is also to like you run out of resources and you keep asking your other teammates for resources as well, because you can trade resources obviously, and that's where like your teammates might like, okay, I have to give it to you because you need it as well, and that would lower down the overall resource for the team. So sometimes being conservative is important as well, and knowing when to use and when not to use is something that the teams will need to gauge as they go throughout the 20 plus minute, around 25 minutes or so round of every map.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's definitely one thing that they should put in mind here. After like 3 weeks long of almost running out of ammunition almost every single map, when we hit stage number 9, I think we have too many stage 9 these days, not so much in last season. Maybe due to the rotation and the firepower of the team seems to be, you know, a bit more up to par these days for every single individual skills for the players too, despite some of them are quite new or coming up from academies. They definitely groom the players so well when it comes to, you know, preparing themselves for the PMCL this season. Everybody wants to close this year with a bang And it shows so much, especially with PMGC points at stake.
Yeah, that's also a big consideration as well, right? On why they should also move to the Super Sunday and also obviously the Grand Finals because of that reason as well. And speaking about moving, so we did talk about like this high ground area just by the creative fields. Logan is waiting. Fearon probably doesn't have a clue that Logan is there, so Logan could surprise him. Okay, hold your breath, people. Hold your breath. And Logan,
Rise!
that is Fearon making his debut.
Oh man, Fearon. Oh, I feel bad because I was looking forward for his performance in action here. Unfortunately, it didn't last even 5 seconds for him to be taken down in an instant by Infinity. Logan, actually, it's all about whoever gets here first, right? If you actually be one of the players that seems to be taking advantage of the high grounds, and you talked about the ammunitions here. When it comes to Logan, he didn't have the best reserves. We always have around like 300 over ammunition for the side of RRQ, especially Asa, who love these high grounds plays. But for Logan, I don't think he wants to stay long where he's at. But this is quite interesting parking coming up from the player 7-9.
Okay, you don't get to see that all the time. Okay, a seesaw car. All right, okay. Somebody needs
We
to
call
check
it
their
Jongka Jongkit.
license. Yeah, Jongkang Jongkit, or yeah, the for our international audience, it's it means seesaw in Malay language.
I mean, you can play in the playground, but probably not in the battleground right now, man. It's not the best place to play that.
Yeah, that's a thing. There are other options in the game mode, right? Like
Yeah.
yeah, like the house homeland, for example, where you can have your own playground but not hear people. It's probably getting inspiration for that, but yeah. But honestly, that was kind of creative though. You don't get to see that all the time.
Yeah, I think they're trying to take the vehicle out of that awkward angle because it's smoked up to the point that they're really trying to blow it up because of how they want to just use it. But it's just incredibly rough and tough. So I assume they're just going to leave it and abandon it and don't want to waste any time. Since they lost Fearon since the start, right? So they need to make do with what they have left and not waste time trying to take a vehicle out of that awkward angle of parking, of course.
Yeah, and wow, okay, hardship circle. Ooh, away from the high ground or crater field. So Infinity, time to come down. O2, don't even need to think about getting the high ground. Might as well focus on getting into the circle. A lot more flatter land as compared to the first circle that we saw earlier on. And this is where a lot of teams on the right will be migrating because of the hardship.
Yeah, speaking of the hardship, means a lot of collisions too between the teams that's transitioning into this circle. But it's still stage number 2 though, so plenty of land and space for them to share. And we might have across one mountain to the other long shot fights between the team just to tap it out and just give some warning shot across while they trying to navigate themselves inside of center. But around Picado area, we just have VOIN Donkey. I have to say, VOIN Donkey today has been on fire. I feel their aggressiveness just by watching how proactive they try to find their targets.
Yeah, and it brought them 87 points as of now, so they're pretty comfortable up there. So they can pretty much do any sub that they would like. And with the remaining 2 rounds, it's very possible for them to gain more than 100 points, and that's definitely way comfortable for them. But FaZe Clan, they wouldn't mind a few more points as they started off with VOIN Donkeys.
I feel like I should not compliment any teams here today. My bad. Feels like my mouth is really running over for the teams here. FaZe Clan, despite they had a last map was super rough and barely actually got any points, they ended up with a 0, and now it's gonna be comeback time for them. But we do know they prefer this map over Wrangle. Can they make use against Potato here? Potato, when it comes to dropping the nade, he actually do it pretty well, but Mela cooking it up. It's gonna be a trade of hands, but nothing seems to be connected to the side of Potato.
Oh well, Potato still holding on to the second floor. FaZe Clan looking for their target, as Potato is the only one in this building. His other teammates are back up, but they're on the other building though. FaZe Clan now waiting for the smoke to subside, or at least looking for an advantage. Still on the ground floor though, so there's still time for his other teammates to come by. But they also need to be careful of the off angle like Onsens and also Mormon on the outside. So that's also one of the reasons why VOIN Donkeys is calculating that move. They are popping up that smoke, so they could rush into save potato at
Ooh.
any time, but they have to make it quick now.
It's gonna be Mormon being the man and opening for the start of FaZe Clan. Don't forget, Crave VIP is watching as well from afar. Now we wait for the third party coming up very soon as well. FaZe Clan, they try to go in for the rush. Their attempt to take over this compound will be visited by another team. TODAK, we can see them around the corner. Definitely heard these explosions here just now. But for FaZe Clan, it seems like they cannot spot the rest of VOIN Donkey players. So they will take their own time here. Speaking of time, it's not on their side, because the circle will shrink, and Crave VIP definitely super interested with their conditions.
Crit VIP coming from the outside of the circle, probably monitoring the situation, but looking at IM Pro, some movement, looks like they are more interested in getting into better spots in circle instead. But we're back onto the fight. That FaZe Clan looks like they got another knock onto VOIN Donkey. Mela taking a bit of hits, down to 50% of health. Gets into the building, goes in for a close quarters combat. The door is still being mollied, and FaZe Clan, all of them are inside right now. Vintorious will go down to the hands of Mineral, as Moment will be the next one to fall. FaZe Clan down to 2 players left, but they managed to defend against the other members of VOIN Donkey.
Now for Onsens, he tried to buy time for the side of FaZe Clan members, which is going to be Mela to pick up a moment, because TODAK, we thought it's going to be Creek VIP coming in first, but it's going to be TODAK that's super interested in committing to this fight. Well, at least they managed to reset as a whole team now, despite they only have 3 left. Some casualty, but it's not heavy enough that will take them out. But for TODAK, the entirety of TODAK is already here. They're going to come in with 3-1 formation. One from the flank side. It's going to be Lynx reaching out this compound first.
Yeah, coming as a third
Wait,
party.
what?
Ooh.
What?
Okay, that was
That was Cleon!
That
Wait,
was,
what?
Oh, wait, what? Now 9 on the Cleon? Guys, are you kidding me? I mean, I know you don't like each other, but that's not the time, guys. Because Moment
What
will
is
say,
so
oh, you don't like each other? Cool. But I like you, and I will take you out.
What is happening? TODAK, they got scared by the footsteps by their own teammate just now. Cleon being targeted by his own teammate twice in a row. What is going on? That's going to be the loss of TODAK as well. Feel like Onzen's questioning what is going on to his TODAK team. What is going on?
Totally unexplainable. I mean, it feels like they just don't like each other for some reason. Maybe somebody didn't take out the trash or something.
Why Cleon?
Well, probably he was the one who did not take out the trash. I don't know, right? But FaZe Clan will be the one to take them out instead. So yeah. That was an interesting one by TODAK, and they will still remain at 64 points.
We're not done for the fight yet. Team Flash and Zeus taking those high grounds, trying to gatekeep MORPH, denying the entry in, and that's going to be the loss of MORPH as well. 2 teams out, but what a blunder. That's definitely going to be one of the best blunder highlights when it comes to this season. I'm sorry. That will definitely under the spotlight of the best blunder. You guys can actually clip it and put it as a meme.
Yeah, you gotta beat that at some point, right? So I don't know, man. This is that's an insane one. And you gotta think about it, right? TODAK has still like points to collect, like to reach that magical 80+ number, and now with that elimination, they have to score chicken dinner next to be above 80 points.
What a sabotage down there. I wish we could have the interview with them as well. We want to know what happened. What's wrong? What's so wrong with Cleon to get so much love from a teammate itself, despite they have to fight against FaZe Clan just now? But the circle shifted. We have to move on. BTR got the center. They might actually scored the compound as well. The last time we've seen this kind of circle where BTR is holding their grounds, that's going to be one of the sweetest spots they can actually have.
Okay, yeah. I'm moving on now from TODAK. Sorry guys, see you guys in the next round. But the DAP is going to see O2. Okay, Fredo, I shots, knock, and now they will need to follow up against DAP. Fredo pretty low, but the other members of O2 is here, and DAP all alone, not able to fend off the follow-up by O2, and he'll be knocked and definitely eliminated.
Fredo, all he needs to do is just finish off the knockdown players. It's going to be, it seems funny for, you know, O to esports to go against M9. especially their old teammate as well. So it's going to be a bit of a rivalry between these two players. Yeah, speaking of history, can he try to knock down on Jumper? Prelo himself, that's going to be the last of him. And UI, can he take some, taps and also connect those shots towards his old teammate as well?
Well, this will be an interesting one, right? You've called it out, right? His old teammates, eye shots, Fredo, Jumper, and you need to make it work against them. So at this moment, looks like he will be the final player standing for Sem9, and if he goes out, another 1 point round for Sem9, bringing them to 14 points only. And he doesn't have the circle, so the odds are against him.
You know what irony in this case? Sem9 fighting against O2 Esport, but the one who will actually take the win is going to be a team secret.
Oh.
Wow.
I see the connection there. I see the connection there as well. Yeah, it's like, hey, we're the new team secret, and we're the ones on top. Points don't lie, so they have the biggest laugh so far.
I definitely won't see that drama if that's gonna happen. But we don't see anywhere nearby Team Secret players. But we're gonna have to wait and see, will they pop their heads in the last minute. But Infinity taking advantage of the rotations of O2 Esport against Sem9, which is gonna be UI left. Mazel, will he try to make an opening for Fredo to follow through against Sem9? But RQ, it's gonna be Asa. Will this lineup of RQ make things work?
Yeah, this is where Chuchu will be most interested to see. But if Asa is alone in this building, being rushed in, he needs backup, but his teammates are finding it quite difficult. Okay, at least some movement here by RQ to hopefully be able to save Asa. Asa buying as much time as possible, but he has 10% of health, like hoping for Team Flash to not sniff him out. Okay, Zeus is on his way though with the UMP, but Zeus needs to reload, giving some time to Asa to recuperate himself, but he's not healing up. He doesn't have the time and space. As now Asa will just go for the heal, but nope, no time for him.
Oh, Kwang got chipped off a bit due to the Bobby Kid Molly coming out. Here comes the Reservoir Q. Snip coming in. That was buying so much time on the side of Assault just now. He managed to hold it by himself. And this, like, the setting up of trap by RQ, despite they coming in super late, seems to be a success story. And the POCO will be knocked down, but that's going to be the end of Team Fletcher. We'll have to reset. That was a coincidence trap set up by RQ, honestly.
Yeah, and the amount of time bought by Asa is insane. Great work by him. He wasn't knocked at all. So, I mean, yeah, coincidence trap? I'll buy that.
Well, I have to give credit for Asa. It feels like this lemon actually works. So, I mean, like, probably going to be a coach one day, who knows, right? But back to the side of Infinity, the teams are in the dire need for points. But overpicking will actually punish him so hard. So they have to approach O2 Esport carefully because these two teams barely got inside of the safe zone.
Yeah, O2. The last we saw them, they were fighting against Sem9 on the outside, so they're kind of like chasing the zone. But they rotated from the north now, and they're moving towards the left side of the circle, trying to play a safer route to hopefully avoid fights. But they're not going to be able to avoid this with the Infinity, as the Infinity is starting to move as well. And O2 is in front of them, so they could potentially clash again. But hey, it's actually BTR and MKT. They got them.
I mean, like, UI being finished off by O2 Esport. His old teammate BTR will do the job for him instead. Speaking of rivalry and history, there's so many interconnecting history between these teams, right? But we're not done with the high grounds yet. Roy got himself in the center of the circle, and they got himself quite a high ground. Those elevation will give them such a vantage view from above. Question is, do they have enough reserve? Those SLR won't last long on Roy.
Yeah. Looking over at their weaponry, at least they have other options. I mean, 4x scope on NM4 is not too bad as well. So they do have options. But looking at where they are in the circle, maybe it will last them this stage. As long as they're conservative enough, they should be fine. Or maybe, because there are other teams close by, right? They really could eliminate like the closest team and continue to loot and restock themselves. So that would be a pretty good option for them.
But how do you want to hold your trigger discipline here, knowing there's so many food down there for you to eliminate? If you can farm up those eliminations, that's going to be tough discipline on the side of Roy. With what they have left, they have to reserve as much as they can for the very last fight too. Because stage 6 will hit very soon. And we have RRQ trying to clear their path to get into the circle. Well, last time we saw they were fighting OTE Esport. Right now, not really, was it? But it's going to be Alter Ego next. We've seen Alter Ego going crazy and berserk in this map. Will they go it again?
Yeah, and they're at 75 points and not too far away from the magical number. And they're still alive with 10 teams left. So all they need to do is, well, mini beast mode, and they'll be able to like pass through that 80 plus points with one more game to go. Talon's not too far away as well. They still have a full team, so to point that out too. But we have not seen them in action yet, so they could come up a bit later when the coast is clear and they take advantage of this. Okay, we get a good view of where they are. Talon somewhere in the middle of the map, Alter Ego on the northern side. So this is, I would say the interesting point could probably be Alter Ego to cut across, because FaZe Clan has that high ground against Alter Ego.
I mean, good luck whoever's not actually on top of the mountains where Talon, Roy, and FaZe Clan's at, because they sharing the same mountain but different angle and different level of the mountain itself. And whoever tried to cross just to get into BTR, basically Roy, Talon, and FaZe Clan right now is guarding for BTR. Whoever tried to get into that compound will definitely get shot down. And next, speaking of Alter Ego, they stopped their move against RRQ. The whole crew of RRQ seems to be having some hard drive across this terrain.
Yeah, RRQ having a tough one because Alter Ego is there. And Alter Ego, look at this terrain, right? They have that elevation against RRQ. On the elimination feed, looks like we're going to see Crit VIP in action against Team Secret. Roy as well against Team Secret. And actually, they stole that elimination point away by taking out Trung. So, Crit VIP, too bad they did not get that one.
Well, speaking of which, a lot of teams seem to be fighting for their transition as well, including NKT. One member got knocked down, but we're talking about Alter Ego still get their eyes locked for RRQ. Next is going to be the Battle of the Mountain. Team Secret and Talon. I mean, left, right, center. There's also Crave VIP on the other side. Team Secret, they basically cannot even breathe. The nades coming up from both sides. That's painful. That's brutal way to go.
Yes, many smokes as they pop out, but it won't stop the incoming Crit VIP. But they knocked out Iron Pro. Okay, that's going to be a start there. GK is going to be the final one for Team Secret. New piece, navigating around the smoke, puts himself on the lower ground, evades the molly. GK is pretty low, and GK will finally be found out. But it is Joker who actually got him.
Those shots across the other side of the street coming up from NKT, but next RRQ going against, it's Rosemary time. Can he actually do the beast mode up here? And seems like Alter Ego can take the whole lineup of RRQ. They rush, they go all the way out to finish off RRQ just now.
And also flash news, Alter Ego, they are at 3 eliminations now, so they're at technically 78 points. And they started the gameplay on points, by the way. So that's 74 as of 79 as of now. For Talon, okay, so they do have Crit VIP on the left end. Across them is going to be NKT. Pop up that smoke as well. And some of the members of NKT, they're on the outside of the circle, so they will need to move forward. This is where there will be a lot of open space, and they'll need to make use of their vehicles to create barricades later.
Speaking of barricade, they definitely have no barricade for Talon to greet the warm greetings coming out from Crave VIP. But like I mentioned before, well, there's a lot of safeguard on top of those mountains. But BTR, they still get rushed in by Alter Ego because it's Alter Ego. Rosemary coming in with S12K. It's going to be Alva next. Going to be a bit of a trade with Genforce as well. But Boychill is there to spray things over. BTR, within seconds they gone down to only one player left, and Alter Ego only have one player to trade.
Yeah, and they got a very, very good spot in the circle. They should still get the next stage, and they will. This is a good rush in by Alter Ego, and it paid dividends to them, not only in the form of eliminations, but also in a strong position.
They don't think twice when it comes to making their move coming up from the side of Alter Ego. Whether we all go in, we don't go at all. That's the case here. And that's no doubt, no hesitations. But BTR with Leon Pafrank left. What can he do? He's put out a couple of players of MKT across the field, but if he keeps firing towards their side, that's going to give away his positions too. So you have to play a bit much more safer by just hiding himself a bit much longer and maybe get a better placement points.
You know what? Speaking about safe, I am keeping my eyes on the right side. It's definitely not safe there. These teams on this high ground. But Roy still has the circle though, so they can still hold on to this very, very nice spot. GEEK pretty low, but he will heal up. Not going to be an issue. He will have that space. But TALON as well as NKT, they don't have that much luxury. GEEK continue to put pressure on the teams on the lower ground as they try to move away from the line outside of Roy.
Speaking of Roy, they don't have the luxury to just freely tap it out as well. Now we talked about their reserve. That's going to be their main concern. Their ammunition running dry. Despite there's so many targets down there, they can't do a thing. You have to figure out how to replenish their resources. But for Rosemary, there's no stopping this beast. Oh my god, he keeps getting it going. How do you even shoot from below upwards?
I know, right? He's already at 5 eliminations and now someone has an idea that Leon Pufunk is behind this haystack. Lobbing nades onto Leon Pufunk and he's still able to evade them. Okay, but for how long more? They know he's there.
That was almost a perfect nade. I mean, there's no stopping this guy when he's on beast mode. I don't know what's going on, but he knows exactly how to swing and where to swing as well. But the players start to finish off some of the players that have been gatekept for the longest time. GEEK, I mean, your ammunition pretty much low himself. And he tried to drop a big one, might hit on down and finish off Misery Porsche as well. Great VIP, can they steal away from the sidelines?
Oh man. But speaking about the sidelines, I'm looking at the circle next, whether they still have that sideline or not. Oh, Crit VIP, they have to move forward towards TALON. TALON is the one in control right now on the lower ground, and on the high ground, Roy still has that circle. They'll be able to hold on to that still. Now the biggest challenge for Crit VIP to cut across.
Great VIP, they still got around the corner, so it will kind of avoid the visualization on top of Leon Pufang. I mean, like, there's gonna be a Pufang time, man. It's done deal. Hans for you, and also Rosemary, this deadly duo. Everybody have to be worried about them right now because there's no stopping them. Despite Roy actually do have quite a comfortable view from above, but Rosemary just know how exact angle to shoot them from.
Play that funky music. I just had to say that. But Roy is still playing the music up here as they are pretty cool. As long as they got the circle, they'll be pretty nice. But like what you said, right? It's crazy how Alter Ego can find those angles to keep knocking down members of Roy.
He's like a Terminator machine, you know, like the movie Terminator. That's just how scary it is. But for the sort of Roy, they're not alone anymore. There's gonna be a new team coming up from above, which last I saw it's gonna be possibly TALON or Crit VIP. It's definitely gonna be Crit VIP. But for FaZe Clan, they got quite a view from above as well. The warehouse, well, it's not completely have a rooftop, so Moment, if he can drop a big one, he might put a stop towards the crazy run of Alter Ego at 9 eliminations right now.
Ooh,
wait, what?
What happened? I have a lot of questions there. I mean, he had the space. The blue wasn't really putting pressure onto him, and that happened. And Boichi would say, "Oh, it's raining men. It's raining." And then he got Boichi just like that. It's like, oh, thanks. This is what we call like a money do fall from the sky.
That was a golden nade. Here comes a follow-up double knockdown with a double finish off. What a nade by Alter Ego. Hunts for you. That was a crazy golden nade. Oh my god, Alter Ego, despite he has to cross the street just now, just to get into the warehouse, and even naded down the place at the foot of the mountain. Now, how can they take Moment down? Moment got himself quite a good angle up here.
And after all that, Crit VIP actually scored no elimination points. That is ridiculous if you ask me, with the amount of work that they had to put in. But looks like a Roy. Well, okay, we're at stage 9 right now, right? So at some point, Roy will be pushed down, but it's a matter of who will make the first move. And Roy, okay, they're playing without Shunos here. Card needs to be extra careful as he gets knocked by Hunsford. How does Alter Ego find these angles?
I mean, like, Mormon's definitely helping here as well, and the Blue Zone definitely forced the players of Roy to just jump down. But Mormon, unfortunately, those difficult angles will make it some effort for him to finally take Roy down. He got very minute space up there, very little space for him to play around, so he might be spotted out by GEEK with that AKM. But for Alter Ego, unfortunately, Rosemary have to do this. Boychi have to do this by himself. No more Rosemary, but hands for you leading up.
GEEK?
Mormon greeted
No!
up by GEEK with that AKM. Now, can Roy scores the chicken dinner with a very little amount of utilities left and even ammunition?
Well, this is going to be really interesting, right? I think Boichi is going to get it. Look at this. Roy has no space, but hey! They got it before they were forced to jump down! And Roy scores the chicken dinner after they were pressured by Alter Ego!
Finally, after such a brutal way to not entering the last Super Sunday, we get to see Roy smiling back with a chicken dinner just now, despite they hold their grounds the longest. But unfortunately, the resources did not allow them to just spend it away.
Man, yeah, I mean, they were definitely running dry up there because as many eliminations as they got, they couldn't loot. But look at the eliminations, right? Okay, so it is, let's see here, 9 eliminations by
yeah.
Roy. Junos, he was one of the earlier ones to be eliminated, so he could not score eliminations before he went out. But at the end of the day, he could count on his teammates to come up with the chicken dinner, so that's all cool.
And I think he's actually got the most loot out of these all the other 3 players, because the throws he actually used the most out of all 4 of them. But GEEK, I mean, like, this, the play when it comes to the play that do have huge potential to be as strong as a top contender like Rosemary, Tony K. It depends on the next season. Can he still perform as consistent as he does this season? It depends on that for the next season. 1,024 damage, 588 damage received, but 4 eliminations. I think everybody pulled their own weight for the side of Roy.
Absolutely right. And we also have to give it to Alter Ego, who was so annoying to Roy. Like, from the lower ground, they kept getting knocks onto Roy, so Alter Ego is definitely up here, did a lot of work. FaZe Clan as well, and NKT, gotta give it to them. They were able to survive that long, especially FaZe Clan with a full squad time of about 11 minutes, 33 seconds, but able to make it that far. So big up to FaZe Clan as well, as they will still continue to collect points throughout the day. Of course, they want to get a direct entry into the Super Sunday. But let's release our match moments here from Boys High Ground.
Not gonna lie, I was looking forward for the players' cam reaction when a blunder happens, but we didn't get that. I was hoping for TODAK and FAZE blunder just now. We didn't get it. It's fine, it's okay. Thank you, observers. But Roy's got themselves the chicken. They definitely pushed themselves up at number 1 due to their placement points. But Alter Ego, they went crazy the last minute at 13 eliminations. Another team with a double-digit eliminations down there is gonna be FaZe Clan as well.
And they equalized the amount of points that Roy got this time. So great work by Alter Ego. They were very, very busy right below Roy. And for the other teams here, okay, NKT 8 points. So it's okay for them to score these 8 points. At least they keep themselves on page 1. But on page 2, we do have the Infinity here with only 3 points. But the other teams that did not collect any points at all, it is Team Secret as well as TODAK with 0. And we all know how TODAK ended up with a 0.
Cleon. I feel bad for Cleon right now. I really want to know how he feels because 2 times in a row, that just shows how agitated the players are when it comes to the final week, right? Even the footsteps or their team members kind of scared them off in the very last minute, making them so jumpy. But despite Vampires not playing here today, they still maintain in the top 5, but the bar has been standardized up here. Alter Ego at 94 points. They might breaking into triple digit later on. A lot of Indonesian regions up here, including TALON as well, but most of them coming up from Group C, including Roy, push up to 4th place.
Yeah, and Roy with 70 points now, looking pretty nice, pretty good for Roy after that chicken dinner too. So yeah, 1 more game to go, and they seem to be on track still. Page 2, okay, page 2 we're gonna get all the teams with 6 or 5 matches. So 2 weeks back to them, that's why they're on page 2. Whatever it is, they still have tomorrow to play for. But teams like at the very end, like SEM9, like O2, who are playing today, they need to work out something, especially for O2. We look at their placement points, 0 placement points, so they're only depending on elimination. So survivability is something that they need to work out on.
Well, I mean, like, if they can score more when it comes to eliminations, probably just stick to their guns. But again, when it comes to head-to-head, I love this comparison. I mean, this is going to be the rise of GEEK this season. I want to see, can he match up to Rosemary in the future too when it comes to consistency? Because Rosemary, his damage output compared to GEEK is pretty similar elimination-wise, and team contribution, even assist, is very close. But Rosemary, one of the most stable, consistent player and individual across any season. Can the other teams or individual like Roy can put up with that?
Yeah, and he actually contributed half of Alter Ego's damage, almost half that is. 2,651 total damage in this round, followed by FaZe Clan with 2,129, and GEEK himself contributed almost half to Roy as well with 2,114 in total, and we have BTR there. And ladies and gentlemen, in case you just joined us, so far the day have been dominated by 2 regions in terms of the chicken dinner on the board. So it's either from the Vietnamese region or from the Indonesian region.
Yeah, but who will close up the day? We're down to either it's going to be, I don't know, Malaysian teams, or will it be Tides, or another different team entirely coming out from the region that we mentioned just now. But speaking of which, Cloud, we're back to it. Support. I'm not worried about Talon. I'm not worried about Alter Ego. I'm not worried about VOIN Donkey, of course. They are in Group C, right? But should we have concerns over TODAK with 0 points? Just now we talked about 80 points. It's going to be the standard, the golden standard to be in Super Sunday.
Yeah,
They had a great run.
Yeah, until that happened. Yeah, until that happened. Well, okay, they're 64 points, assuming that they don't make that golden number of 80 and above, right? So even if they go to last chance qualifiers, they'll be like, okay, they'll have the red carpet walk in. You know, we have a good amount of points, and we're pretty chill. As compared to their other team, which is NKT, that with the amount of points that they've collected so far, great, they're on page 1, but they last we saw them, they have like 40 points, which is just okay. Walking into the last chance qualifiers would still be somewhat scary for them.
I feel like, would it be enough for their last run here? Because there's so many conditions that have to be met to be met up with NKT's position here right now, right? They cannot be eliminated early. They have to make sure they have 80 more points. And speaking of which, you have to be slightly more aggressive to score those eliminations to just be in the 80s. Because they cannot play as how they been like there are some aggression coming up from NKT, but it's sort of a pick and choose situation. Like they don't push all the way out to really get the numbers up.
Yeah, NKT with about 48 points is almost impossible for them to reach that 80 up front. So I guess right now NKT's best bet is just to focus on getting as many points as possible to get a comfortable start in the last chance qualifiers. That is NKT's objective. Whereas for TODAK, they can still, if they can come up with a chicken dinner with good amount of eliminations, they can still meet that 80 point above mark for TODAK. So that's the difference between these two teams. But whatever it is, right, both conditions are pretty much the same objective. You still need to do well in the final round.
At least we have a good glimpse, even though we have a very heavy topic to talk about here. At least MORPH seems to be very light-hearted and merrily getting into the last map of the day. And for the other teams though, FaZe Clan, I mean like I think that was definitely a blunder based on how their reaction here right now. Not even Mormon is dancing like his per usual self after what happened to was it Ventoris just now that seemed to be in the accident?
Well, whether it's Ventoris or not, we are sure that iShots is done for the day. So it's leaving it back to Kid now in the main lineup. Hey, we're cool. It's back, but this time he's swapping out. They're swapping out Juhai to put back the IGL. And for me personally, definitely 79 Newton, solid IGL, and Bobo is their best bet. One of the players that they cannot remove from the lineup. So glad to see him back.
Yeah, I think they're trying to work things out for their lineup here. But BTR seems like they're trying to do the same as 79, trying to find the perfect starter lineup for tomorrow. Because tomorrow they cannot afford to test it out anymore. They're trying to find the best synergy between the players, and when it comes to their mental and mindset as well, when it comes to especially communication during the game, of course. They try to push their best efficiency tomorrow. So they have to sort things out right here, right now for the last map of the day.
Yeah, so it will be really important for them to have a good start tomorrow as well. Because you also don't want to leave it to tomorrow, because some of the heavy hitters will be back, like Vampire Esports, who have been amazing this week. So going up against them in the same map every round tomorrow would not be that easy. I mean, just based on what we saw yesterday as well, right? So this round will be important for a lot of these teams. Let's head on to our final match, which will be in Miramar, and see whether TODAK can make that 80 plus points. Let's go.
We're back for last run of Miramar here today. When it comes to the flight path, this time we're going to have it very skewed towards one side, which could be down south all the way. Will the circle, we had northern circle yesterday close to its oasis, so if we're going to have the last circle pretty much similar to yesterday, that's going to be fun too. I mean, we want to see oasis, it's been a while.
Yeah, we almost got an Oasis the other day. It went all the way up north, but it slightly moved down just south of Oasis, which is pretty okay because we don't get that kind of circle all the time. So absolutely fine with that. But with this flight path, if we look at a whole north circle all the way up, Oasis, Torre Ahmada, maybe even Campo Merida, a very rare space to get the circle. This flight path, it will be challenging for a lot of teams.
My eyes locked to a side of NKT players right now. They're spreading out to Valdemar. FaZe Clan as per usual. They drop spot. Infinity on the left side. Alter Ego taking down south all the way. We're waiting for the circle to pop. I want to see any hot drops coming out from the teams here. And especially RIQ. I mean, I love this lineup. Definitely I can see improvement on the side of RIQ. But it was Alter Ego and their, you know, raging mode last time, so it's difficult to fight against. But we're gonna have, is it gonna be truck stop again?
Okay, common spot, I must say. And look who has the best spot. VOIN Donkeys drop straight into the middle of the circle. Actually, not many teams are on the right side. A lot of teams are on the left side. But that will of course be exciting for us because that will force a lot of teams to move. But we're going to get TODAK here very, very early on in the area of Los Lunas.
Okay, this time they're on the same page for TODAK players. That was a nice synergy synced up, moving as a unit for TODAK, Lynx and Cleon just now. I feel like Cleon definitely don't believe too much in with 9 because he knocked down by 9 before. But Lynx did a lot of work against him too in the last round. But at least they already made up for their misunderstanding, I assume, with this better performance and better synergy as a start.
Yeah. If they mess that up, I have no words to say, right? So yeah, they have to make that one happen there. At least they managed to get that one starter point. Okay, so now we're counting the points now for TODAK. So TODAK, okay, that one elimination will bring them 65 points. Okay. But I have a feeling that the points are being hidden because we don't see the eliminations. But anyway, we'll probably check that out later. Because right now we're going to check out GEEK, the MVP from the previous round, with an average elimination of 1.1. It's okay stats, and this is more than 1. But he do like Mini 14 as well as an M4 combo, so different than the ones that we've seen before this.
Yeah, a lot of the MVPs nowadays playing these two weapons for mid-range and long-range fights to get those eliminations. Probably still away, a couple of knockdowns by the other teams from around different side of corners or quite a far angle as well. But speaking of which, just now GEEK's average damage output, if you compare it with high-tier players like Tony K, like very well-known individual players, not taking his credit away though for GEEK, the average damage dished out by every single map by Tony K and even Rosemary is 500 over. That's going to be the golden standard for the players. They're aiming for the best MVP all around every single season.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be on a different level altogether, right? And
Yeah.
both of them did say in the interview that, okay, they want to be the finals MVP. So, since they have that ambition, of course, coming in strong with those numbers is going to be important. And it will be an interesting race, right? Even like for us, we don't get to see like real-time data of how they perform. So it will be quite exciting to see who will be the FMVP. Not to worry about both teams getting to the grand finals. They have enough points for sure. So it's more like the hit-to-hit later on that we don't get real-time on, that just has this excitingness behind it.
And speaking of excitement as well, I do hope one day for next year, especially 2025, we have a new contender competing against Tony K and Rosemary. Now, who would you name first? The name that will pop your mind first when it comes to the closest individual that can compete against these two individual players?
If I were to put out a name, it'll probably be Adit Luke.
Good name.
He has been popping up as well for Alliance, and also him individually have been doing a good performance for Alliance as well. So if like among the Alliance lineup, right, like he would definitely stand out as the top fragger for the team. So I would put out Adit Luke. Do you have any other name?
No, I personally I feel like that's going to be one of the best selection for the next one in line. But for me, probably I want to say Nepeko, but he didn't seem to play as much as the other players too, so it's pretty difficult to put him up there. So I agree, yeah, probably Adik Luke will be, or K-Luke, the other players call him as.
Okay.
Probably the best next contender, yeah.
Oh, okay. When you say K-Look, I was thinking of like, okay look. It's definitely more than okay. Definitely more than okay. Yeah.
If you know the app, Cloak, maybe you get sponsored by that one day, who knows?
Yep, they're not sponsoring our show, so anyway. But where was I getting to? Yeah. Okay, I was about to talk about like Adi Look and his name change, right? So
Yeah.
over the years, so I did ask him this. I say, Adi Look, why do you lose out the word Adik, right? So for the
Yeah.
benefit of our international audience, the word Adik means little brother. So he says that he's no longer Adik. So but if you were to put in Abang Look, which is big brother Look, it sounds weird. So he just put it as K Look. And that
Go
was
for
his answer.
Upa then. Upa Look.
Opa Look?
Well, I mean, like, you can
Oh.
never know until you try, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Why not? Why not? Yeah, why not? Why not? Who am
Yeah,
I to
speaking
judge,
of-
right? So why not?
Speaking of Oppa, I agree with some of the commentators. The comments out there. VOIN Donkey logo did actually do remind us of Oppa Gangnam Style singer.
Oh no,
So I
sigh.
agree.
Now I can't
He
unsee
looks-
that.
Now you cannot unsee it anymore. I mean, like, it'd be pretty cool if every single player of VOIN Donkey actually started out the name with Oppa too, just because.
Oh man. But also for the benefit of everyone, right? So the picture that people say looks like Psy is actually it's an actual person.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you know about that. It's an actual person. So by now he's like this big influencer in Indonesia. So he's partnering with VOIN, and that came up with VOIN Donkey. And just to put his face there, you know, that would be like a legacy that he leaves. Like, you're not gonna forget how I look now.
Yeah, not just that. It's pretty awkward whenever the banner, if VOIN Donkey actually scored a chicken dinner, is a big face of him up there as well. It's like he's the hidden sixth player, which seems to be the secret weapon, perhaps, for VOIN
Maybe.
Donkey. Who knows? Actually, we'll try to do that.
I mean, not too bad. I mean, if I were to pay for a team, right, I will put my face on it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You would as well, right? Like
No,
like,
definitely
VOIN
not. I
Choo-choo.
don't. No, I'm not gonna
VOIN
put my face up,
Choo-choo.
man. I don't like my face, but yeah, you welcome to do so. Please do.
Yeah, VOIN Choo-choo. It doesn't sound too bad.
Nah, it's
VOIN
okay.
Choo-choo chicken dinner. Yeah. It rings the
VC
bell.
instead of VD, yeah.
Yeah, VC. Yeah. See, you're getting it right.
Yeah,
Right,
but speaking
that's a
of
plan.
getting it, BTR, we had the mentor coach interview before. We're gonna have to shift back towards the circle, which gonna be the rotations between the teams on the quite interesting entry into the circle too. We might have a bit early skirmish here, quite a scrappy fight between BTR and Team Flash, moving in the same direction too.
Yeah, though it's already stage 2, so interesting enough, we're gonna see more fights now, and we're gonna start it off here with Team Flash as squad. Okay. It wasn't that deep.
It's enough to give some damage still, but at least he didn't actually get knocked down entirely, so it's still gonna be a okay. If not, that's a lot of blunder in the last Miramar match. That's the first time we've seen the biggest blunder throughout the entirety of the tournament. I don't know what to expect in this map now.
It's okay. Kwang is no stranger to blunders. Just putting it out there, right? I would still presume that was a blunder because he was putting up a fight at the start just for like the end to be the anticlimactic hashtag Irango match in case you guys missed it.
I just hope that's not going to be the case of Team Flash, but they definitely will try to fight back, challenging BTR from the slopes of the hill. They're taking over the compound by themselves. Batman definitely a bit disappointed and sad that they will be taken by BTR right now. They want the compound for themselves around St. Martin. It's going to be one of the quite a value compound as well. But other than these two teams, they might actually put it at a stalemate, a draw for now. Nobody willing to make a move first.
Yeah, still mighty. Oh, we're gonna do. Contrast's gonna do that on the weekend. Yeah,
That's
just
a different
reminder.
mode, bro.
Yeah, so it's a good time to also promote the Metro Royale mode. So in case you guys missed out on the Metro Royale, do tune in earlier before the PMSL Battle Royale starts, and you guys get to see a new game mode altogether. So that's something exciting, something refreshing for everyone to watch, and of course to support the English channel because we love you as much as you maybe love us.
Maybe. There's a big maybe there, guys, just in case you don't know. But yeah, I agree. I mean, like, Metro Royale definitely going to be fun to watch as well, because I love the fact that they put in all the legendary, like, veteran players actually playing Metro Royale. So if you guys missed those legendary players, they actually will be in there as well. But it's going to be Graveyard / Power Grid, where we do have those high grounds of St. Martin. That's going to be a high value mountains. Infinity got it first. Now, can they defend it?
Ooh, this is gonna be fun, right? I'm looking at like 7-9 close by, Talon on the other side. Infinity is gonna be needing to keep their eyes peeled, but we're gonna have fights on the northern side. Here we have Team Flash here, still with BTR. Team Flash full team, and BTR as well. Sata on the other side, Batman tries to take him down. And on the mini screen, we have TODAK in action as well. One of the highlight teams for us to watch as Iftar will get hunts for you.
Wait, we have another contender around the corner, not just BTR Team Flash right now. There comes another team, just gonna crash into at the perfect time when the crossfire happens and the flash coming in as well. Team Flash Batman getting on Satar, but the new team coming in to just join in is gonna be O2 Esports. But Batman, look at the cover. Jumper is taking the flank side as well, but the indoor fight and the CQC is still going on between these two teams.
Yeah, and still fighting. And O2 wants a piece of it, but the name by Mazal came from the other side to eliminate BTR just like that. Oh Mazal, what a name that was!
Speaking of party pooper, they definitely just popped their heads right at the perfect timing where the rest of BTR are still bleeding out and being knocked down by Team Flash before. Now Flash definitely disappointed, but we have a new competition coming in as well. Hello to RRQ, welcome to the Crossfire Battle.
Well. Every team wants to take this area. Understandably, it's one of the key areas with this current stage at the circle. But the fight needs to end first. And O2, now they have complete control of the other building. They want control of the next building where Team Flash is at, while No Mercy is monitoring the situation from below.
Now I'm waiting. They want to get into on top of St. Martin Mountains and try to guard this by themselves because of the circle condition kind of centralizing around this area as well, alongside St. Martin's Mountains. But we do have O2 Esports and also Team Flash seems to be in the center and might get sandwiched down there as well. And speaking of sandwich, I don't know what happened to Alter Ego, but they pretty much in trouble here, down to only 3 players and barely functioning vehicle too.
Well, because of that, one of their players got caught out and it's going to be hunts for you out. And Kenny will pick up the point. 7-9 now, at least starting off with a point of their own. But Kenny got countered by God2D from the Infinity.
Yep, right on top of St. Martin Mountains. This is going to be the teams that try to farm out eliminations based on their positioning on those vantage point. But Sam 9, they have to deal with Altigo Rosemary, who's still alive. Boy, chill on there. Then look at it, he's coming up from behind. I don't know if they have any clue about this, but unfortunately, the fight coming up from RRQ, O2 Esports will have to put on hold with Team Flash. Because right now, RRQ a bit busy against MORPH. Even the circle will not favor the ones coming out from the northern side too.
I know, right? It moves down to the lower ground, majority at least. At least for the Infinity, they're still able to hold on to the high ground, but they're going to share it with FaZe Clan. As they look at the northern side, 7-9 now do not circle RRQ. Now they're busy with MORPH. Tuyul is currently down on his knees. He said the other members of MORPH not near, so they're going to focus on to get into the circle. So too bad they have to let their teammate go.
For Sam 9, they just finished off Rosemary. That's going to be the last member of Alter Ego. But hey, they're definitely going to be in the Super Sunday for Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego. It's all about getting the numbers up to triple digit. But can they still do it with only 1 player remaining? Rosemary pretty low himself. Down to 30% of HP. Heal back up to 80%. But we do know Sam 9, when it comes to something that they really want, they will try to overstay and overcommit sometimes. Despite the blue zone is getting nearer to its side.
Yeah, and they took their time though, but at least it paid them dividends. They caught 2 elimination points for themselves. Now, the challenge is to come in. And last we checked, there are a good amount of teams around this area. One of them is going to be the Infinity on that high ground, as Bobo spot him out, so at least that gives them an idea. But we're going to move over to the other side of the circle. We have Team Secret and NKT.
Seems to be sharing the same thought and same idea to get those high grounds from the southern side. At least they don't have too much competition to get those high grounds, except for themselves. These two teams can cancel each other out. But there's also another team coming up from a very far corner. Infinity right on top of Sam 9 right now. Team Flash, they're still taking the wounds of RRQ and just put salt into it. RRQ, after they fought against MORPH just now, unfortunately heavy casualty on their side too, and cost them quite dearly when it comes to utilities. And that's taken advantage on the side of O2 Esports. But look at the scuffle on top of this. Everybody seems to be jumbled up together.
Yeah, and RRQ is probably the happiest right now since they have part of circle control. So everyone has to fight each other to get into the circle right now, assuming that they want to go through this high ground. But I don't think they have that much space nor options, so they have to go. But look at this. Another challenger is passing by on the right side of the mini-map. So it will be interesting to see this kind of mix.
It's going to be a massive fight, a wild fight indeed, between like what 4 or 5 teams perhaps at this point. Team Flush, I mean, you get to have to go down from your high horses, including RQ as well. They're taking a fight in the blue zone. There's a couple of teams also being knocked down by another different team, MORPH included as well. And they're the one taking the fight from afar. And RQ trying to fight back, but Mazel, but wait, what this Team Flush goes to? Who eliminates a lot of RQ just now?
Okay, interesting. Oh, but wait a second. Guang on the lower ground right now, going up against Kid. That Kid will win the fight. That 1v1 with SLK. But take a Guang, Zeus out by the zone. Batman out by Fredo. And the Team Flash falling apart. But Gosu got Fredo instead, so a bit of a trade there. And the elimination phase going wow, including Zero. Got a hand onto O2.
Yeah, O2 and Mazel will try to pick and choose whether to go for eliminations or go for the teammate. He definitely go for the teammate, knowing the fact that others will not be saved by him on time. But he spotted out more players just now. Unfortunately, I have to give it away to just revive on his teammate. But Mazel will not give it away freely yet. He will not let them go. But O2 Esports, they are taking a bit of a risk here with barely enough utilities. Not even the Troubles enough going to be on top of Mazel. But at least Jumper do have some more to span it over to a side of more perhaps.
Now it's Amazal and Jumper, the duo that has to get into the circle. But looking at their space in front of them, it's okay. But they do have a challenger on the other side, which is FaZe Clan. Alter Ego out, but with the points that they've collected, wouldn't be too worried about Alter Ego now. They're fine. They wouldn't mind an early dinner.
And they can take a break. I mean, they have tomorrow off day. They're probably going to just plan their vacation. And speaking of vacation, no time for vacation for Sam9 that drift after the punctured tires. In the middle of the crossfire as well. Worst case scenario just happened to 2 members of Sam9 and everybody tried to chip in their bullets to steal away those eliminations. At least Cleon managed to secure one. Can they secure the rest remaining member, which going to be IGL? Just swap in for Sam9. It's to make it difficult for him to just knock down, but wait, a 3-way war, 4-way war.
Oh, and Iftar got a bit of help, and thanks to his teammates, Sam9 will be eliminated. And TODAK now collected 5 elimination points. But we move over to Team Secret now as they arrive into the compound where Roy is at. But it's only GK left as Roy has a full team here by the edge of the circle. And for GK to pull off a big clutch here is going to be big if he can. But he's going to start off by taking out 2K.
And Roy trying to come back. GK being surrounded entirely by Roy right now. Can he actually pull the clutch and a big play? But Shunos will be there to help to finish off GK as well. But the nade make it difficult. GK! It's gonna be Helton and Roy. Wait, what? Okay. For the sake of the better for the team, you know? For the sake of the better of the team.
Yep. But now they have to come up with another better for the team. Up against Crit VIP. Porsche will be knocked down, leaving only Kai alone. And Kai's go up against the other members of Crit VIP. Now they will be on to him. Looking for the final member. Newbie's going for a wrap around. He does have a UMP in hand. And now Kai's surrounded by Crit VIP. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They know that he's in this building, cooking up this day. Toss onto the left side, but he's not exactly there. Kai's pretty low, and the final blow will come from Iron Pro.
I hate to break it, Roy. They were desperate enough to self-nade their own teammates due to how clustered up the situation. They were right on top of each other for the players here as well. They don't have enough options than just to drop the nade for the sake of the points. For the team, that they being eliminated, of course. But FaZe Clan next is going to be against Infinity. Now, we do know Infinity needed more points than FaZe, but they are not too much of a difference when it comes to comparing the placement of the overall rankings.
Yeah, so... But at least, right? At least they still have tomorrow to play, so that's okay. But... FaZe Clan, they do have that circle advantage. They're not too far away from this circle. The circle shifted to the ground. FaZe Clan still has that high ground to play with. So it's a small advantage for FaZe Clan. But they have to defend against the Infinity. And the Infinity, they are the team in dire need of points to make sure they go into Super Sunday.
And speaking of going Super Sunday, I'm like VOIN Donkey definitely gonna go to the Super Sunday, but they need to figure out how to get out from the compound, because the moment they try to cross the street where they're not being favored by the circle here, same goes for Crit VIP. Now is the best time because the other teams on top of those high elevations seems to be busy against the other team that seems to be trying to take over that compound. So this is the best time for them to cross the road, but for VOIN Donkey and Crit VIP, they're probably going to collide with each other since they're walking into or probably run into the same direction.
Yeah, so this will be interesting, right? The blue will force them to go there. Just like NKT, forced to go towards Talon, but they don't have the manpower. Joker will be down. Triple F is going to come in from the other side. Spider 10 is on the high ground, providing long-range cover fire support. But Talon, at least they have the man advantage after they get that one knock. The God will be knocked out by Yoru as well. Finish off by Yoru immediately with the DBS. And Yoru receives a nade by Triple F. As Triple F will not go down without a fight. He needs Spider 10 together with him. Spider 10 to come in to provide further backup, but Triple F will go down.
Forced broken formation here by the side of NKT, despite they got some knockdowns, but unfortunately no eliminations and can translate into 1 point there. Talon, they taking triumph for their victory over NKT. That's going to be the last being eliminated by a different team perhaps, or the same team. At this point, it's going to be a lot of three-way war. But Cleon taking a charge to the side of TODAK. Unfortunately, the back line seems to be falling apart. Cleon can breach through, but the support fire coming up from the rest of teammate will not be arriving anytime soon.
Yeah. Lynx is kind of busy as well. So Cleon is on his own up against Talon. And that's going to be an easy cleanup here by Talon. And they will pick up the next point. 4 elimination points now for Talon, as they still have the edge of this circle. But it's time to move up.
Speaking of moving up, numbers up for TODAK and Infinity both scored 5 eliminations. Especially Infinity, they got themselves high grounds. But FaZe Clan just shut them down from above. And we have another new team coming up here when it comes to those high grounds. Unfortunately for Infinity, they have to resort with what they have. They have tomorrow still. But OT Esports last 2 players, Jumper and Mazel, finally reach up to the peak of this mountain. But question is, it's going to be the next circle. Will it still favor some slight of these high grounds?
Yeah, this is where teams will be clutching their hands, hoping for the circle to favor them at stage 7. TODAK out with 5 eliminations at number 7, so that's going to be 70 points, not the magical number that they were hoping for. So, but at least if they do go to last year's qualifiers, it's a very healthy number to begin with. As we look back at the circle, we'll review that in about 5 more seconds while VOIN Donkey open up their space by knocking down Onzens.
2 of them knocked down by FaZe Clan, to his side of FaZe Clan right now. Vaxi might overpick himself. I think probably Crit VIP that's firing him back, or even Talon at this point. But Vaxi, he's pretty good when it comes to tapping with the 8 times scope with his Mini 14 just now. Taking a perfect angle, but unfortunately Mela will be revived back. But fortunate enough for FaZe Clan, at least they still have a trio on top of all the other teams that are not being favored by the circle at all. When it comes to circle, shifting away and Crit VIP touching it right now.
Yeah, time to get down, boy. FaZe Clan, that is. And they face the toughest challenge right now since all teams are in front of them. And they're hugging on the walls of this hill. So it will be quite a bloodbath here as they'll be forced to move down by the blue. As the blue will start to close right now. We'll see stage 8 real soon. Talon waiting on the lower ground. Same goes with Crit VIP. FaZe Clan, we need to find an opening. While Jumper from O2 is on the other side. We don't see Amazal yet. But he should be not too far away. Okay, now we do see him. He's on the other end.
It's all about ammunition now for FaZe Clan. They still have plenty, but for the side of VOIN Donkey, we talked about how they should have left those compounds early on. But at least they got a better, save when it comes to the circle. But Talon will resort to push in anyway. They have to go the other side with Crit VIPs, and they just come charging with those fire weapons, just taking a spray with their rifles, not even taking out those DBS or the S12K, not even using a shotgun, but they need to deal with FaZe Clan right on top of them, and Crit VIP, this gives them some space and time to revive their teammate.
Yeah, but the blue is not giving space and time to FaZe Clan. Okay, Momo's taking the vehicle down, so that's a safe out there, and then Amazal surprises him. But Mela is taking his time, holding on the right side while the route is open for him. Amazal waiting at the lower ground. We can see him together with a member of FaZe Clan. Crit VIP will be eliminated by Talon. As now we look at Mela. Look at the damage that he's receiving from the blue. He could be knocked out.
Yeah, he's definitely knocked down by the play zone itself. Nobody can actually save him. Too far to reach out by Venturas and Mormon. They have to work out as a duo. And Maisel, on the other hand, already spotted out by FaZe Clan members. There's going to be some barbecue going on down there with that Morley. But for Mormon, FaZe Clan, he's taking the charge to go for the lead and rush to a side of Talon. Now they have to remember there's VOIN Donkey across the other side of the street too.
Amaza, look at this. He is proning there. Staying as quiet as possible. Looking for placement points right now. Sees the final member of O2. Ventores, nailed down by Axel. This is Talon moving in onto the other member of FaZe Clan, which is Mormon. And he's on the lower ground. Talon, they do have the high ground against Mormon. Mormon still staying as quiet as possible. Talon don't really have a good view of Mormon yet, but Ventores is crawling towards the team. He's hoping to be revived.
But he might actually just expose Mormon's position by that crawl though. That small shack would take some covers on VOIN Donkey Shazam. So it's going to be safe for them. It's going to be an open space ending here when it comes to stage number 9, of course. It's down to whether the Blues will finish off those Highlanders or the Lowlanders first. Yoru taking charge and trying to find every nook and cranny cleared up or not. But Jumper still survived long enough. Linux, what a perfect nade just now by Talon, dropping right on top of them. That gives Jumper the placement points more this time.
Yeah, that definitely is a three-pointer there. Beautiful, perfect nade. Talon, they still don't know that Amazal is here. Amazal is still staying as quiet as possible. He still has that circle. He can hold on to this stage while monitoring the situation. Okay, is he going to pull the trigger now against Yoru? Okay, not yet. Trigger discipline because he knows that he's alone. If he pulls the trigger, he reveals his position and he could be eliminated.
Yep, they're definitely oblivious regarding his position, including VOIN Donkey. They have no clue about where Muzzle at right now. Talon, they are in shambles. They try to cross over to us where VOIN Donkey's heads at, but Muzzle finally tried to steal it away from afar. He's given up his position the moment he popped out, and he tried to finish off the job by himself, but Linux seems to be right on top, and they prep up the nade. Whoever tosses out first will get the eliminations here, but unfortunately, nothing to connect between these two, but the Blueser will take Talon away.
And Amazal, he survived to the second place right now. Let's see if he can pull off a big clutch here against VOIN Donkey, but all eyes on Amazal as Amazal will be eliminated by Razak and VOIN Donkey. It's as if the points are not enough. They still want another one, and they will wrap the day with a chicken dinner.
The Uppa team here wins the chicken dinner by the end of today. This is definitely going to push themselves up to the overall rankings. Will they take over Alter Ego just now? I feel like they just did. And when it comes to Muzzle, that was so close of getting those chicken, but he got tricked. He thought both players going to be in the vehicle, but there was a nice brain game coming up from the side of VOIN Donkey nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely right. Let's look at the points here just to illustrate their performance this round. Okay, so it is 6 eliminations by VOIN Donkey. Not the biggest, but they're not in desperate need of eliminations. They scored the chicken dinner, which is a big bonus. So great round by VOIN Donkey. And if you look at the stats, all the highlights here are towards Vexy, except for the damage we see, which is by Mineral, who came in as a sub today. So our MVP definitely is Vexy.
This is going to be one of the top potential players to actually pull out a Rosemary or a Tony K one day perhaps. Another name that we should mention multiple times in this season. He got himself multiple MVP by now for VOIN Donkey as well. At 884 damage, 3% of headshot. That's not really important because what's important is how much he contributed towards the team. That's going to be 40% on top of everything else.
And we also got to give it to O2 Talon and FaZe Clan. O2 Amazal's second place run. That was definitely something that brought them up here as one of the teams to watch. And speaking about what to watch, it is the highlights.
And that map just now just concluded the run for Group C when it comes to the final week of group stage. Now VOIN Donkey play a class above than all the rest of the Highlanders just now, scoring himself 16 total points with 6 eliminations, pretty much tied up with TALON at 11 eliminations at 16 points as well.
Yeah, and 0-2, thanks to Amaza's brilliance of securing the second spot. They're just 1 point behind Talon and VOIN Donkey with 15. And we're FAZE Clan with 10, so it's a pretty decent round for FAZE Clan. TODAK with the 6 that they have collected, so they will not be making that magical number of 80 and above. But on the other page, Outer Eagle, they're okay, they're fine. But for NKT, 0 points, BTR 0 points as well. So these two teams, well, NKT out of games, see them in the last chance qualifiers, but for BTR, they still have a chance tomorrow.
Yeah, for BTR, they're definitely going to push their best for tomorrow because we talked about their points when it comes to Super Sundays. They never missed any, but when it comes to the overall ranking points, it's quite concerning still. And speaking of the team, they're still not really in the great spot. We're going to have to wait and see to tally up the scores because we talked about the 80 points. That's going to be the golden number. Most of the team at 12 matches done. Down to NKT, they at 12th place, and this is their last run of the map. Great VIP 45 points, 41 points NKT. Team Secret as well, they're definitely going to go to last chance here. But when it comes to the teams on the first half of the page, is TODAK going to be okay and Roy as well?
Well, they didn't make the magical number based on our previous data, right? So it's pretty scary for both Roy and TODAK. And I can't imagine if another GEEK fam happened to Roy again if they do meet in the last chance qualifiers together. But we will of course continue to observe that because GEEK fam is going to play again tomorrow. As of now, Team Secret is at the borderline, but they're out of games, 53 points. Alliance and the rest of the teams, a lot of teams below them, is able to catch up easily by tomorrow when they start to play again. So Alliance, FaZe Clan, still with games to play. Pace 2, well, obviously all these teams have only completed 6 matches, so we'll be seeing them again tomorrow.
Yeah, at least for Infinity, they have a better start here. For tomorrow, it's going to be 30 points in total, so they definitely have a better shot when it comes to getting the Super Sunday hopefully straight up this week, because we want to all the teams to actually get a taste of Super Sundays, right? At least once.
Yeah, I know, right? There's only 3 teams who have not. TODAK, let's see, TODAK, PEA, and the Infinity. At least TODAK are looking pretty nice now. So for PA and the Infinity, well, there's still a lot more work to do. So looking at the Infinity, 30 points collected so far, so not even at least the halfway mark of the golden number. So tomorrow will be a big push for the Infinity for them to get at least that top 8 spot. If not, that's always last chance qualifiers.
But as per usual, you know, it's never gonna complete our day without looking at our Rosemary version 2.0 of Charlie Chaplin. And then there you go, you got the new handmade dude. And also when it comes to average damage, he's still taking the lead at number 1. But average elimination, he's dropped down to 3rd place. But we're gonna have to wait and see for tomorrow and later. Will they try to take over this damage or not from his hands?
Yeah, because tomorrow we have Tony K and Rosemary. Aha, okay. Interesting. To be compared again. So that will be something of an interest. Or maybe some other names might pop up as the Day 3 MVP. So there's going to be something for us to see. So, but of course, like what you said, a day without Rosemary is a day without PUBG Mobile.
But tomorrow we won't be having Rosemary, but Tony K, yeah, because Alter Ego will stop their run here because they are in Group C. So we're probably going to have still Rosemary by the end of the day because if somebody else can take the numbers, it's going to be Tony K, but we're jumping for the interview.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our final interview of the day. And now, joining me on stage, we have 2 different players from 2 different teams. Please welcome Alter Ego Alpha and also VOIN Potato. Hi guys.
Hello.
Alright, so first, Alpha, are you satisfied with today's performance of Alter Ego?
Apakah kamu puas dengan performa Alter Ego hari ini?
Kalau dibilang puas masih belum sih, masih di angka 70% lah. Karena masih ada struggle yang miss dari kita sendiri.
Yeah, if you're asking if we're satisfied, not yet. It's if we put in number, it's around 70% because there are still some struggles that we need to fix. So we want to perform better.
Ya.
Alright, so next, what do you think about Alter Ego being called the backbone division or Indonesia like divisi tulang punggung? Like anything you want to describe that like by netizen?
Ya, Alfa, jadi netizen itu bilang Alter Ego itu divisi tulang punggung bagi Southeast Asia dan juga Indonesia. Nah, apa pendapat dari kalian?
Kalau dari pendapat kita semua sih dibilang divisi tulang punggung mungkin bisa jadi iya juga dikit. Nggak sepenuhnya juga kita divisi tulang punggung karena ada divisi lain yang maksudnya tuh ada prestasinya lah. Jadi mungkin dibilang netizen itu kita divisi tulang punggung mungkin lebih ke arah gameplay kita yang akan membuktikan kalau Indonesia tuh masih bisa bersaing.
If they say we're the backbone, it's not really because there's other divisions that actually have really good achievements as well. So if you call us really the backbones of the division, yeah, our gameplay will prove it to you guys.
Oh, great. And could you name like the teams that could be the backbone division as long as Alter Ego?
Kamu bisa kasih nama tim-tim yang bisa jadi tulang punggung juga nggak kayak Alter Ego?
Kayaknya di timku sebelumnya sih, VOIN.
It shall be fine.
Is it because like Potato is beside you, Alva?
Itu karena Potato di sebelah kamu ya?
Bisa jadi juga ya. Karena kan lebih ke ibarat Potato kan habis bawa Indonesia tuh sama Alter Ego back to back kan. Jadi bisa aku bilang jadi penggendong juga. Pendukung.
Yeah, possibly yeah. Because Potato used to be with Alter Ego bringing back-to-back champions to Alter Ego. So yeah, we can say that. VOIN as well.
Alright, and as we know, like since your PMGC points are hard to beat, can you name like the 3 teams like you like to see with you at the PMGC?
Karena bisa dibilang poin PMGC kalian udah susah banget buat dikalahin ya. Kalian bisa nggak ngasih nama 3 tim yang kalian pengen lihat ikut nama kalian ke PMGC?
Kalau dari aku mungkin pertama BIGETRON, kedua TALON, terus yang ketiga mungkin MORPH.
If from me, I think I want to have a BIGETRON, TALON, and MORPH team.
Wait, what about VOIN?
VOIN gimana?
Kalau VOIN udah nggak usah ditanya karena pasti dapat slot.
We don't have to ask questions about VOIN. They will get a slot to PMGC.
Alright, safe answer from Alva. And last thing, VOIN performance have improved since Potato and Coach Devian joined the teams and leading the top 1 for today. And do former Alter Ego member always manage to be at the top? What do you think, Alva?
Ya, VOIN performanya sekarang udah meningkat nih sejak ikutnya Potato dan juga Coach Devian di VOIN. Jadi dengan adanya 2 bekas member Alter Ego, timnya tetap berada di posisi atas. Menurut kamu kayak gimana soal performa mereka?
Kalau dari soal performa mungkin lebih ke arah kayak gameplay dan stratnya tuh hampir sama kan. Jadi dari masing-masing IGL juga mungkin dari saya, dari Kentang juga. Jadi hampir sama pemikirannya lah di dalam game. Jadi yang buat lebih kuat lagi tuh ditambah firepower dari kayak Zeta juga. Terus adanya mineral, jadi yang bisa membuat bangkit dari poin.
So VOIN actually have quite a bit similar strategy and gameplay like my team because Potato and I, Alpha, also have quite a bit similar decision making as an in-game leader. So with the one that really adds up with point firepower is also firepower, which is from Reza, Zeta, and the rest, so they can get really fresh gameplay in this season.
Yes, a lot of like X Factor coming from ex-member from Alter Ego. Nice answer, Alva. And next, let's move on to Potato. So, Potato, do you think your experience in Alter Ego as analyst and players help VOIN to perform well at this season? Because VOIN is really doing well at this season.
Ya, jadi Potato, apakah menurut kamu kira-kira pengalaman kamu sebagai analis dan juga pemain dulu di Alter Ego itu benar-benar ngebantu ngebawa VOIN jadi performa yang bagus? Karena di season ini performa kalian top banget.
Kalau menurut saya ada kebergantungan sama teman-teman yang lain juga ya. Karena kalau saya sendiri juga nggak bakalan bisa, jadi disupport sama mereka lah, 4 player yang lainnya.
Yeah, maybe I have a bit of an impact, but it's also about my team because I can't really just play alone. So it's a whole team collaboration.
Just like we always see before, like teamwork make a great team. And it seems like Vampire and Alter Ego is always fighting for the top placement. But now look at you guys, you're on top now. Did you expect this, like VOIN could be on top for this week?
Ya, kan Alter Ego dan Vampire itu selalu berebut buat ada di atas. Tapi tiba-tiba sekarang kalian yang ada di atas. Kamu tuh expect nggak kalau performa kalian itu tuh bakal bisa seperti ini sekarang?
Potato?
Expect aja sih, karena kita percaya satu sama lain juga. Jadi siapapun itu kita siap untuk melawan.
Yeah, we expect it because we trust each other and we believe that we can overcome any obstacles or enemies, rivals that come on our way and give the best gameplay.
Alright, and now let's speaking more about your ex-teammates, Alpha. Like your ex-teammates is by your side now, Alpha, as we know, and seems to be back doing quite consistent from Alter Ego. But your team also doing good. Any words to Alter Ego?
Ya, ini kan Alpha bekas rekan satu tim kamu ada di sebelah kamu, performanya juga sekarang lagi bagus dan konsisten. Kira-kira ada kata-kata apa yang pengen disampaikan dari Potato buat Alpha?
Buat Alpha, semangat terus. Kita jumpa di final ntar.
Amin.
For Alpha and Alter Ego, good luck and keep on fighting. We'll meet at the grand final.
Alright, and how about Alpha? Any words to Potato, Alpha?
Dari Alpha gimana buat Kentang?
Ya, kalau dari aku mungkin buat Kentang, tunjukkan kalau pengalamanmu sebelumnya bisa dibawa ke VOIN.
Yeah, for you, Potato, prove that your experiences can bring a difference in VOIN.
Alright, and for the last thing, can we have like a group hug or like a handshake from you two? Alpha and Potato?
Kita bisa ngelihat ada salaman atau peluk nggak dari kalian nih?
Alright, thank you Potato, thank you Alpha. And now we're gonna toss it back to our caster for the last time for wrap up the day. And I see you guys again for tomorrow. Bye.
They read my mind. I was already thinking like, okay, at the end, what if they do a hug? What if they do the hug? Oh, they did the
I
hug.
know,
Oh,
right?
it's
So sweet.
Oh.
Oh, and the way, you know what, when he actually shared his thought regarding Alter Ego from Potato's side, he actually, you know, steal some glances, and then the way they responded is like, you can see how tight the bond they actually have as brothers, you know.
Yeah, I know, right? The community there is really, really tight, and obviously they are ex-teammates, so they share a lot together as well. So there's a lot of history with behind these teams, and it's nice to see that the bond is still brought here. Like they are enemies in the battlefield, but on the outside, they're buddies.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Potato's face when Alva did not mention VOIN Donkey for PMGC. It was like, are you kidding me, bro? And the way he transitioned for the interview, like not mentioning VOIN Donkey, going straight like, we do know VOIN Donkey definitely gonna get into PMGC. That's smooth, by the way, Alva. We can see where you're going with that.
Yeah, nice comeback then. Nice comeback. This guy must be a smooth criminal, right? And yeah, I'm sure the ladies would like this kind of smooth criminal guy. It's like, hey, he's... Oh, you thought I forget about you? Nah, I did not. You know, here's something. So
I mean,
sweet.
we do know when it comes to fan base, Potato definitely got himself quite a fan base as well, based on well, he's just being himself. But we gotta have to wait and see. Will be as they expect for them to be when it comes to grand finals. And speaking of grand finals, who will get into the last Super Sunday by tomorrow, since Group C will not be playing tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so then we will wrap things up for group stages until the last chance qualifies. Then we will see the final Super Sunday to determine who will be in the grand final. But by that time, we should have an idea by then. But anyway, those competitions are left for tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap up the show. Don't forget to follow the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports so you don't miss out on tomorrow's show, because we'll find out who will get the direct ticket on Super Sunday. That is all from us at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo that I don't think I can hug, but we'll see you guys again tomorrow. Bye!